I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. The call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Mr Speaker, I present the second report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with one paper petition and 3 ministerial responses to petitions presented previously. I am pleased to inform the House that the committee has also certified more than 150 new petitions at our recent meetings, which were submitted during the long recess between parliaments. These are now collecting signatures on the House e-Petitions website. I look forward to presenting these e-petitions at a future sitting of the House after their 4-week signature collection period has concluded. More certifications will follow at the committee's next meetings as we continue to steadily work through our backlog.
And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 1, Australia Day Bill 2025.
Give the call to the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Australia Day Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to declare Australia Day on 26 January to be the National Day and for related purposes.
Give the call to the honourable member for Bowman.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, it is a pleasure to bring this bill before the 48th Parliament after it lapsed without consideration in the last Parliament. This is a proposal supported by the voices of over 50,000 Australians who've backed my campaign to give Australia Day proper recognition and protection in federal law. At its heart, this bill rests on a straightforward principle, that Australia's National Day belongs to the Australian people, not to politicians or governments. Australia Day is a date of such monumental national significance, and it means so much to so many, that it should never be able to be cancelled or changed at the whim of the government of the day. The bill seeks to ensure that no politician, no political party and no special interest group can change our National Day without the approval of the majority of Australians voting in a national plebiscite. Currently, Australia Day is marked as a public holiday on 26 January in every state and territory. While it's widely accepted as our National Day, oddly, it has never been formally recognised as such by this Parliament. Of course, it commemorates the landing of the First Fleet at Port Jackson in 1788, a moment that set the course for the development of our modern nation. Records show celebrations on this date began as early as 1808. New South Wales made it a public holiday in 1818, and Australia Day is older than any national symbol we hold. It predates our national flag by nearly a century, and in fact, celebrations on 26 January predate the use of the word Australia by a few years. For most Australians, it's a day to reflect on our shared history, to celebrate how far we've come, and to honour the people who've built and shaped this nation. It's also a day where thousands of new citizens are formally welcomed into the Australian family. It was on 26 January 1949, Australia Day, that our first citizenship laws came into force. It was the day Australian citizenship officially began. Every year we hear arguments against the date. Some believe 26 January should be a day of mourning. Nobody disputes that Australia's story includes hardship, injustice and tragedy. The arrival of the First Fleet would have been a moment of deep uncertainty for the Eora people, and it was yet another day of immense suffering for those souls aboard those ships. But from that harsh beginning, and through the many difficult chapters that followed, we've built something remarkable, a free, fair and thriving nation, and that's something worth recognising. Australians are capable of both commemorating and celebrating on the same day. We don't need to erase our past to face the future. Trying to downplay or delegitimise our nation's origins won't help us grow stronger, it only divides us. The voyage of the First Fleet was a monumental act of endurance. So was Bennelong's journey of diplomacy. So was Pomeroy's resistance. Modern Australia is the sum of all these stories, and our National Day should reflect that. This bill will enshrine Australia's National Day in federal law. To achieve this, the bill utilises the same provisions used to enshrine Anzac Day as a national day of commemoration through the Anzac Day Act 1983. This would mean that the date of Australia Day would be formally established as 26 January in federal law. This legislative protection ensures that Australia Day must remain as a national day and cannot be abolished by the actions of this or any future government. While we can't guarantee that any future parliament won't repeal this protection, it would be a brave government indeed who tries to pass a law to repeal the celebration of our National Day. The remainder of the bill provides an avenue through which the date of Australia Day could be changed. This process would be the same prescribed for the Flags Act 1953 for changing the design of Australia's national flag, namely through a national plebiscite. How a national plebiscite on Australia Day would be formed and conducted will be at the discretion of the Parliament, just as how in the last Parliament we debated the parameters through which the recent referendum was conducted. However, the bill does provide that any alternate proposals must include 26 January as an option that can be selected by voters in any future plebiscite. All those qualified to vote in federal elections will be qualified to vote for any proposal for an alternate date for Australia's National Day. These subsections are a reflection of the same protections for Australia's National Day that are contained within the Flags Act 1950. The same protections for Australia's national flag that are contained within the Flags Act 1953. Those protections were instituted through an amendment to the Flags Act back in 1998 by the Howard government. I went back and I had a look at the Hansard to see how the then Labor opposition reacted to those amendments. In 1998, the Labor Party supported the introduction of these protections, although I note that many of the Labor speakers spoke about their desire to change the flag. Fast forward a quarter of a century, our national flag still flies proudly above this building, unchanged, and in this chamber. I contend that the protections in the Flags Act that were introduced by the Howard government have contributed to this outcome. Many parliamentarians have come to this place and achieved high office while harbouring a desire to change our national flag. But these ambitions have been thwarted by the knowledge that changing the flag would require the endorsement of the people. While it might be relatively easy to achieve a majority of the Cabinet or a majority of your fellow travellers in the caucus room, it is an exponentially greater challenge to achieve a majority of the Australian people, as this government discovered in the recent referendum. The Labor Party of the 1990s, of which the now Prime Minister was a new member, acknowledged that it was entirely appropriate for the Australian people to be the arbiters of what should be our national flag, then and into the future. I challenge them to adopt the same principle to legislate that it must be the Australian people who are the arbiters of our National Day. It shouldn't be a radical principle that Australians should be asked to decide on areas central to our national identity. In fact, it was through a national plebiscite that Australians made the decision to adopt Advance Australia Fair as our national song in 1977. If it's good enough for the Australian people to have ownership over their own anthem and their own flag, why not over their own National Day? Mr Speaker, I fear the day will come when a future government gives in to activist pressures on this issue. I've seen this story play out too many times before, a small, noisy few overriding the quiet conviction of the vast majority. Year after year, the polling remains consistent. Most Australians want to keep 26 January as our National Day. That view deserves to be respected and protected. This bill offers a path forward. It gives our National Day security and allows the country to move past the endless debate. By setting a higher bar for change, we lower the temperature. We stop indulging the cycle of outrage and start focusing on the future. This morning, I present this bill as a challenge to the Prime Minister and his government. If they are serious about their commitment to keeping Australia Day on 26 January, In line with the comments that were made in the lead up to the federal election, they should support this bill. If they harbour a desire to change our National Day without a mandate from the people at some point in the future, they should leave this bill off future programs. I challenge the government to put this on the program. Let's have this debate. It's a debate being had outside of this chamber. Why not inside it as well? In closing, Deputy Speaker, I want to say to my colleagues in this parliament, let us recognise Australia Day through this bill and delegate its future to the Australian people. I'm asking members to trust the Australian people, trust them to get the call right both now and into the future. Let's entrust Australia Day to the Australian people.
Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Deputy Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Are there further? So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. Sorry, just one moment. So the time allotted for this debate has expired and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Road Vehicle Standards Amendment, Safer E-Bikes Bill 2025.
Thank you. Member for McKellar.
I present the Road Vehicle Standards Amendment, Safer E-Bikes Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. Member for McKellar. Oh, clerk, calling on the clerk next. The bill's coming along. It will be here swiftly. Thank you. And then once received, I will ask the clerk to take us through that one. Thank you.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Road Vehicle Standards Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Member for McKellar.
I move that the bill be now read a second time. Speaker, today I introduce the Road Vehicle Standards Amendment, Safer E-Bikes Bill 2025 to ensure e-bikes are fit for purpose and safe in terms of international safety standards and speed capability. E-bikes have transformed the way Australians move around our cities and suburbs, and they have been taken up with particular eagerness in my electorate of McKellar on the northern beaches of Sydney. They are a vital part of the shift to cleaner, more active transport and have provided greater transport independence for many thousands of people, especially those without a licence. But the technology has raced ahead of our safety and import regulations so that now we frequently have e-bikes that are more like motorbikes than bicycles being used on our roads and our footpaths. This situation has caused deep concern across our communities for the safety of both riders and pedestrians. Parents, pedestrians, state politicians, trauma surgeons and even police are all calling for leadership from the federal government to address these pressing safety concerns. The major regulatory failing at the federal level is that when e-bikes are being imported into Australia, they do not have to meet any mandatory safety or quality standards because they are not considered road vehicles under the Road Vehicles Standards Act. It is this issue that my Safer E-Bikes Bill seeks to solve. I recently hosted a community forum on e-bikes with State Independent MP for Pittwater, Jackie Scrooby, where we heard directly from local community members, trauma surgeons, police and transport experts about the alarming rise in injuries and the enforcement challenges linked to illegal and non-compliant e-bikes. Data on injuries caused by e-bikes is scant, but research from St Vincent's Hospital Sydney found that over a 2-year period from 2023, 500 e-bike riders required critical care in New South Wales emergency departments. These injuries are often severe, including head trauma, spinal injuries and fractures. While some of these injuries were influenced by alcohol use or insufficient infrastructure to protect cyclists, many also involve modified or overpowered e-bikes. The failure to adequately regulate these bikes is a serious public safety issue. As a doctor who has worked in emergency departments for many years and on a neurosurgical ward, I clearly understand the risk these overpowered and unregulated bikes pose and feel compelled to act before tragedy strikes again. Evidence presented to the Parliament of New South Wales inquiry into the use of e-scooters, e-bikes and related mobility options suggests that a divergence between federal and state regulations has led to confusion and the proliferation of non-compliant devices in the market, with retailers exploiting the gap between federal import standards and state road regulations. This situation has also created significant challenges for enforcement agencies and confusion amongst consumers about what constitutes a legal device and what can be ridden without being licensed. There is also broad support for reform from state politicians. The New South Wales, Queensland and Victorian transport ministers have all written to the federal government calling for national leadership on unsafe e-bike imports and the establishment of national safety standards. The cycling and e-mobility industry is also calling for change. In a joint letter to the Federal Treasurer and Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, Bicycle Industries Australia, We Ride Australia and other leading organisations urge the government to reinstate e-bikes under the Road Vehicle Standards Act and require compliance with international best practice safety standards such as EN 15194. The European standard outlines safety requirements for the design, assembly and testing of electrically powered assisted cycles, or EPACs for short. The industry has also made it clear they want clarity, consistency and safety. This is what this bill responds to. It defines EPACs as road vehicles under the Road Vehicle Standards Act 2018 and requires the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport to develop a national road vehicle standard for EPACs, addressing operational pedal cranks, height-adjustable seats, anti-tampering protections and other safety features consistent with the European standard EN 15194. Importantly, EPACs that meet this new national standard or are designed for people with disability or for off-road use will be exempt from regulation under the Act. The bill also calls for a new vehicle class called powerful e-bikes and defines them as road vehicles under the Road Vehicle Standards Act, providing the relevant department with the authority to oversee the importation of these bikes. It also requires the Minister to create a national road vehicle standard for powerful e-bikes. This addresses the rapid proliferation of overpowered e-bikes, including fat bikes, that operate exclusively via throttle without requiring pedalling and which can reach speeds of 50 kilometres an hour and above. E-bikes are a wonderful innovation that will play an increasingly important role in Australia's clean transport future. Transport is currently the third largest carbon-emitting sector in Australia and is on track to become the highest source of emissions by 2030. According to the Climate Council, more than 2 million car trips in Sydney each day are under 2 kilometres, and in Melbourne, half of all weekday trips are under 5 kilometres. These are distances that could easily be covered by e-bikes. We just have to make them safe for use for both riders and pedestrians. Shifting from car use to active transport and e-mobility on trips like these will help reduce emissions, improve public health and connect people to public transport hubs and make our communities more livable. E-bikes also make cycling accessible to more people, older Australians, people with injuries, those like myself who live in hilly areas and those who might not otherwise ride. They are a gateway to healthier, more active lives, but they must be made safe for the entire community. This bill responds to widespread calls from parents, pedestrians, trauma surgeons and state governments for national safety and import standards for e-bikes. While states and territories are responsible for setting speed limits and riding regulations on our roads and footpaths, the federal government also has a clear role to play in regulating and supporting safe e-bikes by ensuring that e-bikes imported into this country are safe, compliant and fit for purpose as this bill does. This bill is about protecting riders, pedestrians and drivers and making our communities safe for everyone. And it is about supporting the growth of a sustainable transport mode that can help us meet our climate goals, reduce congestion and improve public health. I commend this bill to the House and cede the remainder of my time to the member for Bradfield. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
It is. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the bill moved by the member for McKellar, and I think I'm rising to move the motion, yes.
Seconding the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I rise to second the motion. Across our cities and suburbs, more Australians are choosing e-bikes. They are often practical, affordable and sustainable alternative to commuting while providing that little bit of incidental exercise from the way to school or work. But as technology has advanced, delivering greater speed and power, our import and safety standards have failed to keep up, and even bikes with speed and power limits on them are easily modified. A recent Transport for New South Wales study found that 38% of riders had tampered with their bikes, a figure rising to 57% among the 18 to 29-year-olds. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not about cracking down on e-bikes. I love them and I wish more people use them. It's about ensuring that the roughly 260,000 and growing e-bikes imported to Australia each year meet national import standards and are equipped with basic safety designs and anti-tampering protections. That's it. The Road Vehicle Standards Amendment Safer E-Bikes Bill 2025 does this. This bill is, Deputy Speaker, I want to reiterate that this bill is not about curbing the use of e-bikes. This bill simply brings into line e-bikes with safety expectations and clarifies ambiguity surrounding their usage. Implementing this will prevent countless injuries and no doubt save lives. I commend the member for McKellar for bringing this legislation forward, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And the time allotted for this debate. Oh, sorry. So the original question is that this. Sorry, the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and the time has now. The time allotted for this debate has now expired. So the debate will be adjourned, and the resumption of debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I ask the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to speak to the Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the Repeal Net Zero Bill 2025 presented by my colleague, the member for New England, at the last sitting. Now, unfortunately, this bill has revolved around an argument of whether you believe in climate change or if you don't believe in net zero, you don't believe in climate change. So I want to put that to bed right now. Climate change is real. Climate change is happening right now. Climate change is variable. And the Earth's geological history tells us that. The Earth's climate has been changing ever since the Earth began on Thursday afternoon 4.54 billion years ago. So this debate is not about whether you believe in climate change. This is about the economic cost of getting to a position of net zero by 2050. Now, we know the government has implemented emissions targets, 43% by 2030, 82% renewable energy by 2030. And what we want to know with my colleagues here is how much will this cost in terms of economics to the Australian people? How much will it affect their futures and their prosperity? Now, the Institute of Public Affairs has issued a report recently that has said the Central Queensland Federal Electorate of Flynn, which I represent, will be the most affected. There are upwards of 16,000 jobs at risk in the mining and resource sector, the agricultural sector, the transport sector and the heavy industries sector particularly, if we continue to go down this road of net zero. Now, in the electorate of Flynn, there are 90 projects, wind turbines, solar panels, transmission lines, batteries, all of those associated things that are happening. And there's a problem there in terms of economics, because many of these projects have got their environmental approvals, or if they haven't, they're in process of doing that. But most of them do not have financial closure. And there's a reason for that, a couple of reasons. And one of them is that the proponents cannot guarantee a minimum net return for the people who are investing. So for an example, if there's $1 billion project, and there are plenty of them, the investors are looking for something like a 10% net return per year. So 10% of $1 billion is $100 million a year. And the problem for the proponents and for the government is that they cannot guarantee that return. And the reason for that is that the weather is variable. You cannot guarantee electricity generation through wind turbines and solar panels, because sometimes the wind doesn't blow and sometimes the sun doesn't shine. So they've got a problem. And how the government has gone about approaching that problem, they've invented a thing called the Capacity Investment Scheme, which most people have got no idea what it means. In a nutshell, the Capacity Investment Scheme will be asking the Australian taxpayer to underwrite the minimum profitability of these projects, whether they produce energy or not. Now, in my quest to find out answers on how much this will cost the Australian economy, I've engaged the Parliamentary Library, and they have written an extensive brief for me, and here it is here, and done a wonderful job. Now, one of the questions I asked them was, what is the cost and budget implications? What is the total estimated cost of the scheme? How will it be funded? What is shown in forward estimates? And are there any off-balance sheet liabilities and contingency guarantees? Now, the Parliamentary Library answered that question as best they could, and I will quote from what they've said. The government's maximum liability, i.e. the expected cost of CIS and estimated payments under the CISAs, are classified in the budget and not for publication due to commercial sensitivities. Well, there is no answer. The government will not tell us what they are committing the Australian public to, and indeed the taxpayer. How much will this cost to actually implement this capacity investment scheme? Now, further to that, Deputy Speaker, the Parliamentary Library, one of the questions I asked was who was eligible for this, what projects are eligible and so forth. And I've learnt that battery projects are now eligible under the CIS scheme.
Member for Flynn, I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased to speak on this motion today to help show this for the farce that we all know it is. Because while the Coalition continues to quibble about whether we should or should not have a net zero target, industry and our community are forging ahead with making net zero a reality. What we need to do is secure the jobs of the future in the clean tech space. And I've worked hard to make sure that the Illawarra can seize those opportunities. I have spent the last 3 years working with both traditional and emerging industry to ensure that our region is at the forefront of this energy transition. This means not having all our eggs in one basket, but investing in the knowledge and expertise of those working hard for our clean energy future. I was absolutely thrilled to invest $15 million last year to supercharge our renewable hydrogen industry by backing Hysata to expand production of high-efficiency hydrogen electrolysers in the Illawarra. That investment by the Clean Energy Finance Corporation was a critical part of the $172 million expansion of manufacturing at Hysata's Port Kembla facility, and came on top of nearly $30 million in grants from ARENA, which have supported Hysata from its early start-up days to develop, build and demonstrate its technology at a commercial scale. The Illawarra Offshore Wind Zone is another project that I have proudly and loudly backed, because I know that we need to be looking at every single opportunity for good, clean tech jobs in our community, and because I back our clean energy future.
What did the Liberals and their buddies do? They hounded and they hounded and they hounded this project down, spreading misinformation to try and scare our local community, because they don't actually want us to invest in those clean tech jobs of the future, and that is just shameful. We cannot be deterred from looking at clean tech jobs because of a few loud voices. This is far too important for our future. Even big companies like BlueScope Steel know that a clean energy transition is critical. Our government has invested $136.8 million towards the relining and upgrade of BlueScope's blast furnace to help reduce its emissions and support pathways for producing even lower emission steel in the future. Because cleaner steel making is the way of the future. Another clear way we are creating jobs of the future in Wollongong and the workforce of the future is through the Energy Futures Skills Centre at the University of Wollongong. I was incredibly proud to get this off the ground with a $10 million investment under the Albanese Labor government, combined with $2.5 million in funding to upgrade equipment and teaching aids to create a renewable energy training facility at Wollongong TAFE. These investments will ensure that local young people can gain the skills that they need to be part of Australia's clean energy future. Starting from the ground up, we will make sure that the Illawarra plays its role in tackling climate change with the workforce of the future, using state-of-the-art clean energy manufacturing facilities, helping businesses with the transition and engaging in community outreach. I am absolutely confident that this centre will become the benchmark for training and skill development. Yet another important program that I have been proud to deliver locally is the Community Battery Program. Working with Endeavour Energy, we invested $1 million under the first round to support Warrawong and Dapto with affordable energy storage, helping to lower household electricity bills, reduce emissions and deliver reliable renewable energy to local people. Our government has taken that a step further this term by giving everyone up to 30% off the cost of a home battery under the Cheaper Home Energy Battery Program. And our community has absolutely taken that up with gusto, which has just been amazing to see. Communities are also making sure that they are taking steps towards our clean energy future. Just one example is Electrify 2515, which is a pilot program supported again by ARENA with $5.4 million. This pilot program, led by Saul Griffiths and Rewiring Australia, in partnership with Bright and Endeavour Energy, allows residents to apply for subsidies for a range of devices that support their household electrification. Local people, businesses and community organisations all know the one thing that the Coalition wants to ignore. They know that climate change is real, they know it needs urgent action, and they know we must take action now. Achieving net zero by 2050 is absolutely critical.
Thank you.
I back it. My
member
local
for Cunningham,
businesses.
the member for Riverina.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Today is the first day of spring, and across the Riverina there are swathes of golden glory. Wattle, and today is the National Day, and canola in full bloom. New lambs have hit the ground, green shoots, thankfully not of the political variety, but the pasture variety, and crops, thankfully, finally are out because it's been very, very dry. There is a crispness and a freshness in the air that only comes about on the 1st of September, but there's also an uneasiness in the air. Tension you can sense, you can feel, you can see. And I want to talk a bit about the faces of net zero. I want to talk a bit about a fellow I know very well. I'm not going to mention his name, but he told me yesterday our land is the absolute pinnacle of prime agricultural land, and I believe is well and truly amongst the best and most highly productive in Australia. I do not believe we deserve this to be happening in our landscape and having our food security placed in jeopardy. And he's talking about wind turbines. And his area, Old Junee, between Wagga Wagga and Temora, is not a windy area. It's not an area where there's huge ridge lines, but it matters not, because these wind towers, taller than or as tall as Barangaroo, are coming to a country area near you. Yass Valley Mayor Jasmine Jones, she said, we're not a renewable energy zone, and that's really important to remember. They keep approving these in prime agricultural area, prime tourism and agri-wine area. We're internationally acclaimed for our wines and we're turning it into an industrial junkyard. They're village killers and we've had a gutful. Emma Webb told the Bush Summit in Wagga Wagga last Wednesday. Now, she's a wool grower between Bynalong and Bowning. It's really tough at the moment. I'm a wool grower, so anyone who's involved in the wool industry knows how tough this is. And when you couple this with poor seasons and rising costs, things are really, really tough. And what it means with it being so tough, it is opening up the door to predatory, renewable energy developers coming into our communities with bags of cash and buying off farmers so they can industrialise prime agricultural land. And that's the rub, because these companies, they send out these spiffs, they send out these shysters, and they are buying one farmer off and not the farmer's neighbour. They are making people who are generational friends no more. They are dividing families. This is not the Australia I grew up in. This is not the regional Australia that I know and love. And these companies, quite frankly, can go to hell. They really can. You take Cheryl O'Donnell from Crookwell. We just get this constant noise, she says. She lives in a shadow of one of these wind towers. She says she suffers headaches and dizziness from the continual reverberation. It can be like a jet engine coming over the hill. About her husband, Michael, she said he's broken. He said to me recently, I'm running out of places to hide from them out here. And you take Upper Lachlan Council area that's got, between Upper Lachlan and Yass Valley, 42% of the state's green energy projects, and not even in a res. And then you've got 60% of the wind turbines in New South Wales in Upper Lachlan. And yet now Essential Energy is looking to put them on, wait for this, diesel generators for backup power because they don't have the continual power that they need, even though they're providing the green energy power. And the proposal for some of these projects in that council area won't even be connected to the grid because they're just taking the subsidies and running. Now, the greatest moral challenge for humankind is not the weather, which we cannot change, but the ability to grow food to help feed a hungry world. And I note the number of capital city-based politicians demanding action on behalf of their virtue-signalling, weather hand-wringers and rent-seeking corporations. Never has the city-country divide, sadly, Speaker, been greater. OK, it's all well and good to cover our farmland, our beautiful farmland, with battery energy storage systems, solar factories and wind turbines. How about we put offshore wind turbines at North Head or on the Yarra River, or turn those sails on the iconic Opera House into solar panels? Why not do that? Why not do that? So why take up our farmland, which we need to grow food and fibre, which we need for our agricultural production? Why take it up at the expense of what? Trying to change the weather? Yeah, good luck with that. Now, the member for McMahon might have a mandate, but he doesn't have a mandate to ruin regional Australia. He does not. And I have to say, this is just a complete nonsense. It's not going to change the weather, and that's why I support the bill by the member for New England.
The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is extraordinary. Here we are in 2025, and the Coalition wants to kill Australia's commitment to net zero. It's not just short-sighted, it is ludicrous. Have they learned absolutely nothing? Did they forget the last election? Australians voted loud and clear for action on climate change. They voted for a government that takes the science seriously, a government that plans for the future, not one that wants to drag us back to the dark old days of climate wars. And let's be very clear, Australians want action. Every poll shows it. Every community conversation confirms it, and the last federal election proved it. But here we are today, with the Coalition still not sure where they stand. Talking out both sides of the mouth on net zero, this motion before us comes from the member for New England, and it's an attempt to repeal net zero. Meanwhile, we've got the Leader of the Opposition and a whole bunch of other people, including members from the other place. I hear Senator Hume this morning, in The Age this morning, saying they support net zero. So which is it? We can't pretend to back climate change in the cities while trashing it in the regions. And we've seen polling, again just over the weekend, that the majority of Liberal voters who turned their back on this party at the last election want the coalition to back in Australia's 2050 net zero commitments. The polling also found that half of the former coalition supporters don't believe the Liberals or Nationals align any longer with their personal values and what they want to see on climate change and energy. This motion is nothing more than climate denialism. It is reckless. It is dangerous. It betrays the very Australians who want their kids and their grandkids to inherit a safe, livable planet. People in my electorate of Newcastle, and indeed right across the country, know the cost of inaction. And they've lived through the bushfires, the floods, the record-breaking heat waves. They understand that climate change is not some distant threat. It is here, now, and it is hurting us. And what's the coalition's answer? They pretend climate change is not happening, ripping up commitments, walking away from jobs, leaving our economy stranded in the past. Newcastle has always led the way, and when this city, my hometown of Newcastle, was built on coal, we have a carbon-intensive economy. We have powered the nation for generations. But you know what? The world is shifting. There is a dramatic shift to renewables, and we want to be part of powering the future. And that's why those who oppose renewable projects, after offering nothing but fear and misinformation, is so detrimental. They talk about what they're against, but never what they're for. They've got no plans for jobs in towns like mine, no plan for investment, no plan for the future. Novocastrians deserve better than scare campaigns from those opposite. They deserve honesty, ambition and vision. And that's exactly what Labor is delivering. Billions in clean energy investment and a plan to ensure workers and communities like mine share in the benefits of this major economic transformation that we cannot pretend is not coming. We've already seen in Newcastle from the Labor government a massive $100 million commitment to establishing a clean energy precinct at the Port of Newcastle. We've got another $425 million for a hydrogen hub at Orica, $60 million into Net Zero Manufacturing Centre of Excellence at Ties Hill TAFE, and a $21 million for a new future industries facility at the University of Newcastle. But what do those opposite offer? They'd rip all of that up, plus lead us into more delay, more denial, more division. And every serious investor, every major trading partner, every responsible business leader knows the future is in clean energy. This motion is a joke, but the consequences are deadly serious. It betrays Australians, it betrays kids, it betrays every worker who is counting on this country to have a plan about their future. And most importantly, it betrays regions like mine. Only Labor has a plan for clean energy and good jobs and a fairer, more sustainable Australia.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made in order for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, Secure Jobs Better Pay Review.
And I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the Secure Jobs Better Pay Review in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The Albanese Labor government has worked hard over the last 3 years to turn around years of neglect and the degradation of workers' rights under the former Liberal government. At the core of Labor governments sit the ideal that workers' rights must be protected, that Australians should have secure jobs, and that all workers should be paid fairly for the work that they do. This isn't just an ideal, this is something we have worked hard to enshrine in the law. In December 2022, our Parliament passed the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act. We did this because fundamentally Australian workers had spent too long dealing with insecure work with their wages held back. It was bad for local workers in my community, like childcare workers, aged care workers, those on the minimum wage, the list goes on. They had had it too tough for too long. Our legislation aimed to improve job security and gender equality, improve workplace conditions and protections, and boost bargaining to restore fairness and integrity to the Fair Work institutions. And it's working. The final report of the independent panel conducting the statutory review of the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act has found that these changes are delivering for workers. As this motion notes, the review found coverage of collective bargaining has increased markedly. Real wages and workers' economic circumstances are improving. The Secure Jobs Better Pay Act represents a significant development aimed at improving outcomes for working women, including a reduction in the gender pay gap. Deputy Speaker, this is real and tangible change in the lives of average working Australians. Since our legislation passed in December 2022, employment has risen by more than 879,000 jobs, reaching a record high in July 2025. As at June 2024, the number of small businesses had also grown by 2.7% since the same time in 2023. Because when you support workers, you also support business. And that's the truth. We promised we would get wages moving, and we have delivered on that promise. We have delivered pay rises for those on the minimum wage. We've delivered pay rises for those working in aged care and in childcare. In June 2025, we saw the 7th consecutive increase in annual wages growth, with the wage price index rising by 3.4% on the previous year. Because hard-working Australians doing the work that is keeping our economy moving deserve to be paid fairly. Deputy Speaker, we also know that this country has had a real problem with the gender pay gap for far too long. Labor promised to turn that around. We promised we would take action to bring this down, and now the gender pay gap is at its equal lowest on record, because that is what happens when you put these issues at the heart of what you do. When you decide that supporting workers must come first, that supporting women to be paid fairly must come first. It changes lives, and that is what we have done. One of the other things we aim to do, which I know was important in my electorate, is to close the labour hire loophole. The Illawarra has a proud mining history. Our community was built on the back of our local coal miners, and this was just one of the industries being exploited by labour hire loopholes that we have now closed. Loopholes that saw people doing the same job but for less pay. It saw local workers missing out on hours, missing out on doing their job because corporations thought they could get someone else to do it cheaper. Well, since our legislation came into effect, we have seen more than 5,000 labour hire workers receive pay increases. And that's a direct result of the changes that the Albanese Labor government made. A fair day's pay for a fair day's work. That's what Australians deserve, and that's what they are getting out of an Albanese Labor government. The Illawarra also has a world-class university, which brings a high volume of students and those wanting to work casual and flexible hours. When I spoke on closing the loopholes legislation, I told Ashley's story, a local student struggling to pay bills who had created a yellow pages of exploitation, a very sad state of affairs, a laundry list of underpayment, power imbalance, and businesses trying to scam the system. Students took matters into their own hands to name and shame those behaving badly. Our review has shown that enterprise agreements are at an all-time high, and Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn. I am proud to be part of a government delivering for workers and supporting local businesses at the same time.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
And you reserve your right to speak?
And I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And now I call the member for... So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of the opinion say... All right. And I call the member for Riverina.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I always love the titles Labor give their motions, their bills. Secure jobs, better pay review. I mean, seriously. I mean, they might as well call some of them, you know, more rainbows and fairy floss. It's just a nonsense, because out there, where people are doing it really tough, where workers are struggling to pay their bills, where families can't balance their budgets, they've got a cost of living crisis and they've got real wages falling. And that's what we should be talking about, real wages. What you actually take home, what you actually get to keep of the money you earn. And the member for Cunningham, and I do like her, she's a good egg, but she talked about all the number of increased jobs, increased workers. Well, let me tell you, in regional Australia, they're not working too much at the moment on infrastructure projects because they've all stalled or stopped. And I know when I was the Deputy Prime Minister and responsible for that portfolio, we had more than 100,000 people relying on the $110 billion of infrastructure that we were rolling out, a third of which or more went to country areas. But under this government, it has all ceased. And when you've got food up 15%, health up by the same amount, education up 17%, insurance and financial costs risen by 20%, electricity before rebates of 39%, gas up by the same amount, you can see why it's eating into the wages of everyday ordinary Australians. But there is hope on the horizon, because the Daily Telegraph reports today that there are people who have got an increase in their wages. Oh yes, oh yes. Who might they be? Who might they be? The pay of union top dogs has soared compared with workers in the industries they represent over the past 6 years, headlined by the, wait for it, the embattled CFMEU. Of course, the good old CFMEU. That's the introductory sentence of the Daily Telegraph's report. Analysis of wage growth between union leaders and their workforces show how the two have decoupled between 2019 and 2024, with the pay for the CFMEU National Secretary growing by, wait for this, 47.49% in that time. Good if you can get it, Deputy Speaker. Union documents show that former National Secretary Chris Kane earned $367,255. I'll tell you what, that's more than the average backbencher by a long way in 2024. And don't even start about the average worker out there, the average minimum wage earner. These unions, and that's who the government is beholden to. They are out of control. They are dominating work sites, and that's why we've got a free fall in the construction sector. They are dominating the transport industry, and that's why we've got trucking companies going to the wall every single week, and workers are doing it tough. And then you've got Michael O'Connor, his predecessor, he was on $248,999. So you can see how much Mr Kane earns more than his predecessor. Real wage growth for the union boss role, which strips out inflation, shows their pay still increased by 26.95% in that time, according to the Daily Telegraph. And meanwhile, analysis of Australian Bureau of Statistics median statistics show that the nominal wage increase for workers in construction rose by 16.28% between 2019 and 24. And meantime, manufacturing pay rose 24.22%. I mean, it goes on and on. But the devil is in the detail. The fact is the unions are just stripping their sectors blind. And speaking of blind, Labor are just turning a blind eye to it, because they kowtow to the unions. It's their union masters. Everything revolves around what the union bosses tell them to do. He who pays the piper calls the tune, and the piper is indeed the union bosses. And yet, out there in voterland, we've got people struggling, particularly in regional Australia. And the policies by this government are not helping those people who provide the food, who provide the fibre, who go into mines every day and get dirt under their fingernails to get the resources to pay, to keep the balance of payments going, to keep the lights on. And that is the shame. That is the great shame.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And, I want to talk about what the member for Riverina has just said, because I am a Queenslander, and I tell you what we know about Queensland when it comes to working people. When it comes to working people, we know that the LNP has repeatedly tried to strip working people of their conditions. We know that the LNP has tried to systematically make sure that working people's access to critical services have been cut. We know that when it comes to manufacturing, the LNP has a track record of taking manufacturing jobs off seas and making communities hurt because of it. That is the track record that we know when it comes to working people. And so today I want to open by saying, Deputy Speaker, that the Albanese Labor government wants Australians to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. And that is something that you hear in this chamber a lot. And can I say that the reason it is a talking point is because it is something that is critical to make sure that our community is supported. And I repeat it because of that, Deputy Speaker, because it's what drives this government. And when we speak to core Labor values of economic justice and a just wage and a fair wage, that is what Labor stands for every day. And I want to take you back to the 2022 election campaign, Deputy Speaker, because during the 2022 election campaign, the then Labor leader, Anthony Albanese, was asked a question. He was asked whether or not he would support an increase to the minimum wage. And he said, absolutely, Deputy Speaker. And what was so interesting about that question is that those opposite thought that that was a gotcha. Those opposite thought this must be a mistake. Those opposite thought that the idea of increasing wages for some of the lowest paid people in our society and in our community could not possibly have been done by design. It must have been an error, because it was so fanciful to them, the idea that someone would stand up for working people and stand up for the minimum wage to be increased. And this is where the stark difference between us and those opposite comes into play, Deputy Speaker, because when it comes to a living wage, when it comes to driving fair wages, when it comes to helping and supporting some of the most vulnerable in our community, while they think that it is a mistake, we believe that working people should be supported in their jobs to have fair wages and dignity in work every single day. In December 2022, the Fair Work legislation amendment Act received royal assent. The Act put into place critical amendments that focused on workplace relations laws relating to bargaining, job security, gender equality, compliance and enforcement, and workplace conditions and protections and workplace relations institutions. And one of the stipulations of the legislation was an independent statutory overview of the changes. And in mid-August, the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations tabled that final report, the Secure Jobs and Better Pay Review. And the final report said that the early signs are that collective bargaining is increasing, especially the coverage of collective agreements and real wages, and other indicators of workers' economic circumstances have started to improve. Deputy Speaker, real wages are improving, and this is good news for hard-working Australians. And it's been backed up by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, which has released data that indicates that annual real wages have now grown for 7 consecutive quarters under the Albanese Labor government. Real wages grew 1.3% through the year to the June quarter 2025, the strongest annual real wages growth since June 2020. And the coalition said it couldn't be done. They said that you couldn't increase wages without impacting other bits of the economy. And what have we seen, Deputy Speaker? We have seen inflation go from having a 6 in front of it under the coalition to having a 2 in front of it. What have we seen? We have seen unemployment stay low. And on top of all that, we have seen support given in critical services in important parts of the economy, whether it's 20% off student debt, whether it's 20% of cheaper medicines. We have seen Australian workers supported. And What is clear is that this is a government that knows that real wages are not an impediment to a better future for Australians.
Member for Moreton, and I call the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Very interesting motion from the member opposite, talking about, as the member for Riverina said, it has that important big title that sounds impressive: Secure Jobs, Better Pay Review. Now, it's clear the government were required to do this review, but what those opposite don't want to talk about is how the reviewers were selected. And this is a really important thing to understand, because when you're forced to do a review and you're not confident about the outcome, what do you want to do? You want to make sure that you have control of those that are doing it. Now, normally, what would happen is the department would put suggestions for the reviewers forward. That is the traditional process. However, under FOI, we know that Minister Watt himself took control of who would do the review. Now, why would he do that? Why would he be so desperate to ignore departmental advice unless he was worried about the outcome? And let's be clear, this wasn't a corridor conversation, this was in writing. So what did the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations write to Minister Watt? And I quote, "We recommend you do not personally act as the decision-maker for the procurement process, despite you having the power to do so." They also said, "There may be probity and reputational concerns if you as Minister are directly involved in the procurement process, as this may adversely impact on the impartiality and integrity of the review. The greater the involvement from you and your office in the procurement process, the greater the probity risk and increased risk of deviation from government policy that ministers are not to be involved in the procurement process. The department has reviewed the publicly available material, and it is likely that some stakeholders would disagree with Professor Bray's commentary or may raise concerns about the impartiality of his consideration of the issues for review." Classic Labor. They know the outcome, they ignore the department, put their own person in. 12 months later, they're standing here talking about how great the review is, how lucky the Australian people are. They've never had it better, never had it so good. How out of touch can you be? But it gets worse. It actually gets worse. All this written advice, the minister is asked in estimates, and he said, and I'll quote, "We'll go and check the records as to exactly how the employment process came to be. But my recollection is that the two reviewers were recommended in some form, whether it be written or verbal, or whether it was by the department. But we'll go and check that." 3 written pieces of advice saying exactly the opposite. What is this government so keen to hide? It is the fact that their policies are not working. It is the fact that is making it harder for Australians to earn a suitable wage to make sure they can pay the bills, because there's no Australian that is doing it better today than when this government came to power in 2022. And you can tell that the review was twisted. You know, those opposite talk about these great outcomes. But within the review, there was a really interesting observation made about 3 or 4 times by the hand-picked reviewer of the minister. And I'll quote, "The review was constrained by significant data limitations caused by the short period of time between the commencement of the reforms and the review." The fix was in. The minister knows this legislation, that the outcomes wouldn't be great. So what has he done? He's handpicked his own reviewer, ignoring departmental advice, put the shortest amount of period of time in before the data starts to show the real implications and unintended consequences of the legislation, and then those opposite pat themselves on the back and say what a great job that they have done. But again, Deputy Speaker, the problem with so much of this government's legislation, so much of their spinning these outcomes 12 months later, doesn't actually make a difference for the Australian people. Consistently, this Prime Minister will spin outcomes, put impressive-sounding names on bills that actually don't deliver anything, but again and again it's the Australian people that pay the price. Because the reality is this Prime Minister doesn't actually have any solutions that are making it easier for the Australian people. It is making it harder for Australians to get ahead. Then they have to hide the outcomes for the Australian people. But everyone at home knows it because their costs are going up and their wages aren't keeping up at the same time.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, order of the day number 2, NDIS service delivery arrangements, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Herbert.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise to speak on this motion. Deputy Speaker, whenever I start a conversation about the NDIS, I say the right person with the right package and the right service provider is life-changing. And I have seen that over and over and over again for people with disabilities who are now on the NDIS. The shame of it is that this vital program or scheme is now costing the economy, the taxpayer, around $40 billion a year. And the current trajectory, by 2035, it will cost $120 billion a year, which is simply not sustainable. We cannot put that on the Australian taxpayer, but we must look after people with disabilities. So there is a definite need to be able to find cost savings in the NDIS. And all of us in this place would have heard about stories of rorts or cruises or abuse of the system where somebody is charging to care for somebody else, a participant, at three different locations on the one night. That is where we need to find the savings. That is where we need to root out the people who abuse the system. Not do what this government did on the 1st of July and cut payments to service providers in allied health. We are already stretched thin on the ground trying to get allied health professionals to be able to service the clients, particularly in regional and rural Australia, where I live, where my colleagues in the National Party live. Because it's hard enough to find those allied health services without cutting what they pay. And I've met with those professionals in physiotherapy, occupational therapy, and they're saying, look, it's not always about the money. We care about our clients, but we just can't continue with our businesses. And on top of that, they cut by 50% their travel payment. Now, that might be okay in the city for somebody who drives 5 kilometres to go and see their client. But what about somebody in Port Macquarie who has to travel to Willawarrin an hour and a half away to go and see their client, to have their travel costs cut by 50%? Well, they're simply not going to do it. And for those who say, well, why can't the participant get in their car and drive to Port Macquarie to get those services? Well, the person who says that doesn't understand how hard it is out there for these people. Not only are they struggling with the disability, they're struggling with the everyday cost of living, just like most people out there. And I'm already being told by the service providers, Pat, we have to leave the scheme. We can no longer afford to run our practice when the government is cutting our travel time by half and reducing what we get paid. And the data which the government used was flawed data, to cut those payments. So what I'm asking the government to do is reconsider. Reconsider your decision. Suspend it for 3 or 6 months and actually consult with the industry, which is something you didn't do, something you did not do before you made this decision to cut the payments to service providers. Go out, have the consultation and actually see the impact of what your decision is doing right now. Look at how many people have left the scheme. Look at how many service providers are no longer there. This decision is hurting the most vulnerable of our community and it needs to be stopped now.
Thank you, Member for Cowper. And I call the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I also rise to speak about the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And I'd like to thank the member for Herbert for bringing this matter forward and for sharing with the House the story of his daughter, Anne-Marie. I do not doubt the sincerity with which the member has brought this matter forward for the consideration of the House. It does afford us an opportunity to explore this matter further. And in the context of this debate, I'd like to acknowledge all the wonderful providers in the electorate of Bean who work with NDIS participants every day. The NDIS is, of course, Deputy Speaker, an important piece of our social infrastructure, developed and introduced by a Labor government. It was a product of a long campaign by Australians with a disability, and the government at the time listened and acted. But, Deputy Speaker, what I can see today, and what I'm sure most other members of this place see, is that the NDIS continues to make a real difference in the lives of Australians with a disability, their loved ones and their carers. Over 717,000 Australians with disabilities are benefiting from participating in the NDIS, with their participation enabling them to live lives of dignity and independence. I see the difference it makes in Bean every single day. But, Deputy Speaker, like any government program, particularly a program of this size and importance, regular reviews are critical to ensure both that it's operating as required and also that participants are receiving affordable and quality services. And there are important principles at stake here. It's not enough for participants to receive care and support. NDIS participants can be vulnerable due to their disabilities, and the purpose of the scheme is to support and empower them. This core principle cannot be sustained if NDIS participants are paying more than any other Australians to access the same services. But, Deputy Speaker, for too long, NDIS participants have been paying more to access services. And we know this because the 2024-25 annual pricing review found that this was the case. This trend has serious implications. When NDIS participants pay more for the same services enjoyed by other Australians, they have less funding to put towards other forms of support. And more broadly, when participants pay more, the financial viability of the entire scheme is threatened. It's easy to step over this particular point, but it's an important one. If we can't manage costs, if NDIS spending gets out of control and can't be managed, the viability of the entire scheme is threatened. And, Deputy Speaker, the NDIS is far too important to allow that to happen. So, faced with these challenges, the government needed to act on the recommendations of the report, and it has. The decision came after a comprehensive consultation process based upon engagement with key stakeholders, virtual information sessions with over 4,000 providers, and the review of more than 10 million transactions. In my own capacity as the member for Bean, I engaged a range of service providers across my community. I engaged with physiotherapists, speech therapists and many others. They are all good people who want to continue to support NDIS participants and want to make clear the challenges in doing so. Unlike other shonky providers, they embody the professional values we need all providers to model. I listened to what they had to say and engaged with their perspectives and provided that feedback directly on, and I'll continue to do so. Deputy Speaker, it might have been easier for the government to not act right now, to allow the situation to develop and evolve. After all, change is difficult and not without loss. But difficult or not, the change needs to take place, By grasping the nettle, the government and the minister has ensured that the scheme will continue to grow and flourish. To conclude, and to echo previous speakers, I want to speak to the situation kids with autism face. They and their families face an unacceptable wait for diagnosis and early intervention. Government support for the Thriving Kids program is critical and will help kids in this situation across Australia, whether in the cities or the regions. That is the appropriate way to support kids and their families, and I look forward to continuing to support them in this place and beyond.
Thank you. And I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We arguably have few duties in this place more serious than to support and care for our most vulnerable Australians. So when the NDIS was established, built on a foundation of bipartisan support, it reflected a national commitment to those people living with a disability to have the services and funding that they need to live their best possible lives. But today, under this government's stewardship, the vital scheme of the NDIS is in disarray, none more so than in regional parts of Australia like Forrest. The new pricing model and truly unacceptable cuts to travel funding for allied health services implemented by this government have created a crisis of uncertainty and risk in the regions, particularly for those families living in seats like Forrest. For these families, the NDIS is far more than an item in the household budget. It is a lifeline for their children, and it is a promise that those children will receive the early intervention and essential therapies needed to develop and reach their full potential. Yet, every day I speak with constituents locally who are overwhelmed with anxiety that this government's misguided reforms will cause their child to lose access to the services that they so desperately need. This fear is not just limited to my community of Forrest. I empathise with the sentiments of my colleague, the member for Herbert, a father whose 5-year-old daughter lives with level 3 autism. He's worried about her future because he sees no clear plan, only cuts and uncertainty. This is not about a budget figure. It's about the future of our most vulnerable Australians. So the fact that these NDIS reforms are being applied with a broad brush approach that is unsustainable and completely fails to understand that the realities of life are different outside the major metropolitan areas of our country. When confronted with these concerns, the minister's response has been dismissive. The fact that the feedback is ignored and to justify the cuts as coming from an independent board. Well, I can tell you what this so-called independent decision has done to the providers in my community. Take the case of a valued physiotherapist in the southwest of WA. We'll call her Kelly. She's a dedicated professional who has seen firsthand the direct impact on both participants and providers. She has written to me to advise that the cost-cutting efforts of the government in this space have devolved into stonewalling tactics, blaming participants and therapists whilst cutting their rates to the point of unviability. Kelly's warned me that if this continues, ethical, high-quality providers will be forced to close, leading to worse health outcomes and placing a greater burden yet on the public health system. This is not a cost-saving measure. It is a crisis in the making, and this government is ignoring our cries to do things differently. So what about those small businesses and sole traders operating within a scheme? I've received a letter from Courtney of Bayside Independence in Busselton, who is deeply concerned also about the sustainability of service delivery in southwest WA. Courtney warns that the proposed reductions in the hourly rate for travel will make community-based services such as in-home therapy, functional assessments and home modifications unsustainable. These are not lifestyle choices for participants, they are simply necessary measures to ensure their ongoing safety and well-being. Courtney highlights that the cuts to physiotherapy, podiatry and dietetics create a real risk to the continuity of care. The ongoing stagnation of pricing for other critical services, like occupational therapy, is also forcing providers to operate on the very edge of viability, with increasing costs and compliance burdens crippling their businesses. The risk of market failure in this space is both real and imminent. Providers are already struggling, and these pricing recommendations from the government may well be the straw that finally breaks the camel's back. That will only increase hospital presentations for NDIS participants in crisis, more service gaps, and an erosion of participant choice and control, fundamental to the design of the NDIS. This is a system where a person's support is determined by their postcode, and for people in my electorate, we simply need to do better. So I back calls for this government to immediately reverse the decision to slash these travel funding arrangements for allied health services. We owe it to our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak today on the motion before the House regarding the NDIS service delivery arrangements and to make clear the importance of getting these settings right for both participants and providers. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is one of the most significant social reforms in our nation's history. It is changing lives, helping more than 717,000 Australians with disability to live more independently, to work, to study, to exercise real choice and control over their lives. That is something the Parliament should always be proud of. But we also know that with such major national reform, we must always be working to strengthen the scheme. And I remain committed to playing my role on behalf of my community in Maribyrnong, those who rely on the NDIS, those who work in it, and all involved. It is incumbent on all of us in this place to ensure that the NDIS goes from strength to strength. And that, Deputy Speaker, is what this government is focused on. The recent annual pricing review was about making NDIS pricing fairer, more transparent and more consistent with what other Australians pay. The review analysed over 10 million therapy transactions, benchmarks against Medicare, private health insurance and 13 comparable government schemes. It found what we had long heard about anecdotally, that there are those on the NDIS, that there was an NDIS equivalent of a wedding tax afoot, that people with disability were too often, being charged far more for the same services, sometimes nearly 70% more. Deputy Speaker, that's not fair. People with disability should not be asked to pay more than any other Australian for life-changing supports like physiotherapy, podiatry or occupational therapy. And it is also not fair that high and unclear travel claims were eating into people's budgets, limiting their access to other vital supports. Deputy Speaker, let me specifically address the claims made in this motion about transport allowances. The facts are clear. No other comparable scheme compensates the therapist for travel as generously as the NDIS. Providers can claim up to half the therapy rate for travel time, around $90 an hour, on top of kilometre allowances, tolls, parking and even flights and accommodation for remote areas. To suggest otherwise is simply false. And let's not forget, when those opposite were in government, they did nothing to fix travel access for participants in regional and remote communities. For them to now cry foul on transport is nothing short of hypocrisy. This government, unlike the coalition, is dealing with the issue honestly, ensuring fairness for participants, while still recognising the extra challenges faced by rural and remote Australians. The changes we are making through this review mean that participants will pay fairer prices. They mean our frontline disability support workers will get the pay rise they deserve, and they mean that dodgy providers who seek to overcharge will no longer be able to do so unchecked. Now, I understand there has been some concern around the speed of these changes and how providers and participants will adjust. More than 4,500 providers attended virtual information sessions in June and July, and peak organisations such as the Australian Physiotherapy Association, National Disability Services and the National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation have also been consulted directly. We also know that there are unique challenges in our rural and remote communities. That is why the scheme continues to provide generous travel loadings, 40% in remote areas and 50% in very remote areas, well above what is provided under comparable schemes. And where necessary, participants in these areas can agree to cover additional transport costs, such as flights or accommodation, to ensure access supports. Deputy Speaker, we should be clear. No comparable scheme, as I said, compensates travel as generously as the NDIS, but we must also strike the balance, ensuring fairness for participants, protecting taxpayer investment, and importantly, the sustainability of the scheme for generations to come. This government will always work in good faith with the disability community. We will consult, listen and to adjust where needed. But let us not lose sight of the bigger picture. These changes are about fairness. transparency and strengthening the NDIS for the people it serves. Because at the heart of this debate are Australians with disability. Australians who deserve dignity of fair pricing, who deserve to see their budgets go further, and who deserve a scheme that will endure for decades to come. I commend the government's approach, and I commend this House to keep participants, their families and the sustainability of the NDIS at the centre of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The NDIS is a foundational scheme which is extraordinarily important to those Australians who are lucky enough to be engaged with it. We know that 5.5 million Australians live with a disability, but only 700,000 Australians are currently on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We know that those people who are on it describe it as life-changing, and that for many people it has offered them an opportunity to exercise choice and control within their own life that they've never previously enjoyed. It's an incredibly important scheme, but all of us in this place know that the cost blowouts that we've seen in recent years threaten its viability. And unfortunately, my colleagues on the right have for many years viewed the NDIS as potentially something which could be scrapped and which could go. So the NDIS has been under considerable political pressure for a long period of time. Those people who work within the scheme, the providers, whether they be allied health professionals or medical professionals, find it to be an endless source of frustration. I can tell you that, Deputy Speaker, having worked within the scheme for many years as a medical professional. The government's recent changes to the scheme, which were made far too quickly and without due consideration, have caused those medical professionals and allied health professionals undue stress and trauma, tension, at a time where there's already great uncertainty and anxiety around the future of the NDIS. The Australian Physiotherapy Association, which I'm very proud to have centred in my own electorate of Kooyong, has expressed extreme distress at the speed and extent of the changes that the government has made to funding around the scheme. Occupational therapists, speech pathologists, play therapists, all have expressed the same concerns. The reality is that these changes have been pushed through far too quickly. They've caused great distress to the therapists who provide their services, and they've exacerbated the ongoing stress to recipients of the scheme, which are resulting from the sound and fury emanating from the Health and Disability Minister at this point in time. Given the uncertainty about the future of foundational supports and how they can potentially possibly be rolled out in an adequate time frame to the extent that they are required in this country, the speed of these changes to service delivery and supports are just exacerbating a situation of really unacceptable uncertainty and anxiety for those people who rely on the NDIS and those people who work within it. What we need the government to do is to give all of those recipients of the NDIS and those people who are not currently supported by it, but who would benefit from the foundational supports that the Minister has suggested, which are a good idea, but for which the current mechanisms are, to be frank, non-existent. What we need is a time frame and certainty around how we can best support all Australians. We need to give those people who are already struggling with the difficulties, the sadnesses and the loss associated with having a disability or having a family member with a disability, the certainty that the government is here for them, that it will always ensure that the services that they need will be provided and will be funded adequately. The government's recent legislation around NDIS service delivery has not done that. It has exacerbated the uncertainties that consumers, constituents, individuals living with a disability and the people who care for them are experiencing, and to that end it has been actively unhelpful, and it is something that the government should rethink and remediate as a matter of urgency.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on the matter that's close to my heart as a nurse and to speak about the National Disability Insurance Scheme. This is very important to the people of Bullwinkle, where I represent, which covers an area of urban area as well as regional area. The NDIS is one of our country's greatest achievements made possible through the Labor government. It's a scheme that helps well over 700,000 people with a disability, and it helps them to live a more independent life, to work, to study, and to have genuine choice and control over how they wish to live. It's a scheme that fundamentally changes lives for the better, and our government is committed to ensuring it to be the best that it can be. At the heart of our commitment is a focus on fairness and transparency. We are making prices fairer for participants, for providers, for workers, and for the Australian taxpayer. We need NDIS to be sustainable, to provide care for as many participants as we can. So let me be absolutely clear about what this means. It means ensuring that NDIS participants are not being overcharged for the vital services that they rely upon. It means ensuring our significant national investment is going to frontline workers who provide critical support day in, day out. And it means cracking down on inefficiencies and dodgy providers who seek to make a quick buck without delivering meaningful outcomes for people who most need it. A recent independent analysis found that NDIS participants were paying more than other Australians for the same supports. Let me repeat that. Our most vulnerable citizens were paying more. For services like physiotherapy and podiatry, the data found that in some cases, people with disability were being charged a staggering 68% more. It's not fair, and it's not fair to ask people with disability to pay above the odds for therapies that are essential for their well-being and independence. High fees and unclear travel rules were draining their budgets and restricting access to the very support that they need. This is why the independent body National Disability Insurance Agency, NDIA, in its annual pricing review has recommended changes to ensure participants are paying a fair price in line with what other Australians pay for the same services. This decision also has another crucial outcome. It ensures that our frontline disability support workers receive the pay rise that they so rightly deserve. This reflects the increase to the minimum wage and superannuation in the social, community, home care and disability services industry award. This is about fairness for everyone. Some have raised concerns, but let me assure the House that this decision is based on the most comprehensive data ever used. The agency, NDIA, meticulously analysed over 10 million transactions, benchmarking against Medicare, private health insurance and 13 other government schemes. And this was not a decision made lightly, but one informed by robust evidence that proves people with disability were being overcharged. I would also like to acknowledge that the NDIS providers that have already reached out to me with their concerns, and I do acknowledge that some are struggling with the changes and the transition, and acknowledge that providers will need to adapt. Our system needs to adapt to remain sustainable. However, to allow for more Australians from the disability community to benefit from the NDIS, these structural changes are necessary to improve accessibility for the disability community. In conclusion, Speaker, our government is committed to making the NDIS a fairer, more transparent and more sustainable scheme for the long term. This decision is not about cutting costs, it's about ensuring every dollar is spent on supporting the people the scheme was designed to help. It's about restoring integrity to the NDIS. It's about empowering people with disability to live their lives with choice, control and dignity. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The first occasion I'm going to have a go at giving this speech without a written one, so we'll have a go. But look, I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Herbert. In listening to the comments from those on the other side, I'm incredibly disappointed at the language used, indeed offensive language, to suggest that somehow those that are raising concerns about this change, particularly around the changes to the travel costs, is somehow those concerned are the dodgy operators. I can assure you from those that have come to see me that these are outstanding allied health professionals, many of them women, and many of them said to me, this is an attack on a largely female workforce. That is offensive. That is offensive. I represent the electorate of Lyne, 16,000 square kilometres, from the north, Rowlands Plains, down to the south, basically Maitland and Karua. I've met allied health professionals from across the electorate, and it was fantastic to meet them, because I actually learnt something about the profession that I wasn't aware of, is that an occupational therapist or a dietitian or a speech pathologist, it's not a one-size-fits-all. There are some that specialise with children and supporting children, others with older patients who are suffering dementia, and others with complex disabilities. And in a seat like mine, that struggles to maintain health professionals from across the board, we have a very small number of very hard-working professional allied health staff. And so for many of our NDIS clients, they actually have to travel, the allied health professionals actually have to travel quite a long distance to be able to meet their patients. It's not like they can just call up someone from Taree to come out to Hannonvale. And indeed, Hannonvale, where I grew up, and I was there only yesterday at a wonderful mini market in the lovely warm sun in the valley, there is a lovely young girl in Hannonvale, and the therapy that she is receiving is life-changing. And the allied health professional I met with said, to continue to visit this little girl who's still learning to walk will no longer be viable for our practice under the Albanese government's changes. There are no therapists closer that are able to support her. She will now have to spend 2 hours in the car for every therapy session. She will miss half a day of school, which she loves, and I have to say the Hannonvale Public School is a wonderful school. And the therapist says this will make her grumpy and tired, and therapy outcomes in the clinic will not be as effective as they could be at home. Indeed, the allied health professionals said to me on numerous occasions that even the rules of the NDIS said the best clinical practice is in-home support. But under these changes, it makes it impossible for these allied health professionals to continue to provide the services that they so rightly want to. I just want to read another circumstance here in the time I have left. Mr M, this is from an occupational therapist, Mr M is a 42-year-old man living in Wauchope, where I live, with his ageing mother. He has a rare genetic condition and severe intellectual disability and is completely dependent on 24/7 care. I've been his OT for 7 years and travel a 60-minute round trip to provide vital in-home services to him. Due to his rare disability, he requires a wide range of highly customised equipment, including a powered wheelchair, a tilt-in-space commode, an electric hospital bed with a pressure care mattress, a powered lift recliner and a standing hoist for all his transfers. He rarely leaves his home, and when he does, it is only with full support. Home-based OT services are essential for Mr M because his assessments and interventions must be carried out using his own equipment in his home environment. This allows for accurate evaluation of his daily functioning and ensures that each piece of equipment is working correctly and remains appropriate for his changing and often declining needs.
These are people speaking out about the impact, the negative impact that these the government's changes will make, and I ask them most sincerely to reverse them. Thank you.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Sturt.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The National Disability Insurance Authority released its annual pricing review earlier this year, making recommendations designed to help refocus the NDIS on its primary purpose, which is to provide funding and support services to Australians with a permanent and significant disability. The provision of funding and support services is targeted towards helping those with disability live as independently and as autonomously as possible, helping them to be able to spend more time with family and friends. It is directed at helping people with a permanent and significant disability access new skills, access meaningful work, or access community volunteering opportunities. It is firmly aimed at delivering an improved quality of life. The NDIS currently supports over 700,000 Australians with disability to access the services and support that they need. The services and support facilitated by the scheme are directed at persons with a permanent and significant disability. That is the purpose of the NDIS. That is the entire point. And the Albanese Labor government is focused on making the NDIS the best it can be, so that dedicated and skilled providers like Lauren from Achieving Abilities and Chelsea from Flipper Academy, both of whom are based in my electorate of Sturt, can continue to provide critical support services to their clients. The day I met Chelsea from Flipper Academy, I was privileged to witness a water-based physiotherapy session that she was running with her young client, Lucas. On that day, during the session, Lucas, who is non-verbal with significant limitations, achieved a milestone. A small milestone, but a milestone nonetheless, that he would not have been able to achieve without the care and skill he receives from Chelsea. Lucas's mum was in tears at her son's progress. And children like Lucas are exactly the kind of Australians the NDIS was designed to support. But the scheme must be sustainable to allow highly qualified practitioners like Chelsea to continue to support young Australians like Lucas, to allow highly qualified exercise physiologists like Lauren help her clients, many of whom have cerebral palsy, develop strength and confidence. The NDIA's annual price review contained new recommendations with respect to the way travel is charged by those providing support and services to persons with a permanent and significant disability. The updated travel claiming rules create clear cost expectations for those persons, helping them to get increased value and efficiency from the funding provided to them. The new rules also encourage providers to implement more efficient scheduling and to seek to ensure that travel costs are proportionate to the services being provided. Travel costs must be itemised separately on invoices so that participants, the beneficiaries of the scheme, can clearly understand where the funding provided to them pursuant to the NDIS is being used. The NDIS and the NDIA learned during the annual price review that participants were finding that therapy travel costs were exhausting their funding faster than expected. In this respect, the needs of participants for whom the NDIS is designed to fulfil were listened to and heard. The updated travel claiming rules do encourage more efficient scheduling by providers and provide clear cost expectations. A similar motivation exists for the changing to increment recording by providers. Displaying therapy price limits in 10-minute increments is intended to increase flexibility in billing and service delivery. It aims to clarify that 1 hour is not a default or expected service length, and that the length of service can vary depending on the agreement between the participant, the beneficiary of the scheme, and the provider, based on individual needs and circumstances, which of course may evolve. Other travel rules did not change, which means all providers may continue to claim non-labour travel costs, such as vehicle running costs, parking costs and road tolls. It is also open to providers to negotiate with participants to include costs and accommodation associated with travel to remote or very remote and regional locations. Additionally, remote loadings of 40 and 50% remain unchanged, and this government will continue to work with regional, remote and rural communities to trial different and better ways of delivering essential services to Australians who need them.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Monash.
Thank you for the call, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to get up and speak on this motion put forward by my friend and colleague, the member for Herbert. I know he feels deeply and passionately about this issue and supporting all Australians with a disability to live their life to their full potential. I want to go back to the core raison d'etre, the reason for being of the NDIS, and that is to provide funding and support for Australians with a permanent and significant disability to live life in the most ordinary way possible. Now, I come from regional Australia, I come from regional Victoria, and I'm very proud to represent my magnificent electorate of Monash. And what I passionately believe is that your postcode should not determine your potential. It should not determine your ability to access the services and support that you need to live your life to your full potential. And of course, in line with those core goals and aims of why the NDIS was set up in the first place. One thing that really concerns me, Deputy Speaker, is the way in which Labor's talking points on this motion have been presented. And I've heard in a number of contributions references to dodgy providers, and in this context, that is a very unfair slight on a great many providers, allied health professionals and people who care for people with a disability every single day who have raised legitimate and genuine concerns about the impact of these travel changes on people in many communities, but particularly in communities like mine in regional Australia. And unfortunately, these people fall into Labor's no-care zone. I think Labor has demonstrated, very unfortunately, a tin ear to feedback on genuine concerns and areas of feedback that have been raised on the impact of these changes. And just as one example, I wrote to the Prime Minister on the 8th of July. I said, "Dear Prime Minister, I write to express my deep concern about the recent NDIS pricing changes." Now, since then, a number of people in the coalition, particularly my friend and colleague, the member for Herbert, have asked very reasonably for a slight delay on the implementation of these changes, to take stock, to actually listen to feedback from the sector, to listen to people with a disability, their carers, allied health professionals, about the impact of these changes. But having a tin ear to feedback, this government haven't taken a moment to do that. They've just steamrolled ahead with the implementation of these cuts to travel changes, which are going to very adversely and very unfairly affect many people in my electorate. And I would like to particularly note Natalie, Amanda, Lyndall, Meg, Helen and Danielle, among many other local support workers who took the time to meet with me to explain how these changes will impact on their clients. And there were two cases that really struck me quite deeply and profoundly, and one of them is a teenage girl from Moe in the Latrobe Valley who receives weekly physiotherapy sessions. Now, we don't have the market density that many metropolitan and city areas have, and so those physiotherapy sessions for this teenage girl come via a provider who does need to travel a distance every week to provide that to her. These changes just make it uneconomical for that provider to continue to travel to this community to provide that care. And if this girl misses out on those weekly physiotherapy sessions, there is a huge impact, and the impact of that is that she will return back to being confined to a wheelchair because she won't be able to walk in the way that she's been able to develop to. There's another young man who receives weekly speech pathology sessions, and that for him is the difference between being able to communicate that he's in pain or there's a risk or danger present, that he can communicate with those around him. Now, if he doesn't receive those pathology sessions, he will go backwards as well. The biggest risk at the moment, we all agree, I think, that the NDIS needs to be run in an efficient and effective manner, but I was most concerned to read recently that up to 1 in 4 NDIS workers are quitting every year, which is driving up significant costs. In fact, of the 264 providers surveyed for the Workforce Consensus Report, more than 15,300 staff left out of a total of just over 60,000. And there's a significant cost in replacing those staff. So I thank the House for its attention.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Disability can affect any one of us, a brother, a sister, a neighbour, a work colleague, someone we hold dear. And it can happen at any time. What we know, Deputy Speaker, is that 1 in 6 Australians live with a disability. It touches us all. And that is why Labor created the NDIS more than a decade ago. The NDIS was and is groundbreaking, and it has been life-changing for so many people across our nation. At its heart, the scheme represents the best of who we are as Australians, looking out for each other, supporting those who need it most. That is what the NDIS is all about. When we introduced the National Disability Insurance Scheme some 12 years ago, it carried a profound promise to value people with disability, not measure their price in a budget, to see the whole person, not just their impairment. And it has been delivering on that promise every day since. I have met participants who now live independently for the first time. Parents who tell me the scheme has given their children the chance to learn, to work and to belong. Older Australians who never thought they would see such support in their lifetime. That is the NDIS at its best. But we also know the scheme is not without flaws, and we must keep working to strengthen it, because we know it is profoundly life-changing. We also know the scheme relies on social licence and families, providers, advocates and the disability sector working together to get the best outcomes for people with disability. As Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS and as an MP in the Geelong region, the birthplace of the NDIA, my office and I often speak with the NDIS sector. I see the passion of providers. I know how much they care. Their work is not easy. Occupational therapists, speech pathologists, support workers, plan managers. And too often, these people do not get the thanks they deserve. So today I do want to thank them, because despite the headlines about rorters and fraudsters, I know that the vast majority of providers are good people doing good work. But, Deputy Speaker, many of these providers have raised concerns directly with me about the NDIA's recent annual pricing review, and I acknowledge these concerns. They deserve to be heard. And the reality is some providers have said they want more consultation with the NDIA. Now, after raising these concerns with the NDIA directly, I note the agency has been engaging with providers on the annual pricing review. And I certainly urge the agency to do more consultation with these providers in the lead-up to next year's review. Of course, the NDIA is in a difficult position after a decade of coalition government's neglect of the scheme. And we know gaps in the scheme have been exploited by some bad providers. They would schedule inefficient travel, stringing out journeys so they could pocket more of a participant's budget. And that is not acceptable. It's bad for people with disability. It's bad for Australians whose trust in the scheme is already fragile. We need to strengthen trust and we need to close the gaps. Because if people lose faith in the scheme, they will lose faith in its future. And this is a program that must ensure that is worth fighting for. And, Deputy Speaker, I recognise the NDIA is committed to this goal. I also acknowledge the agency has stated it seeks to close the gaps as part of this review. The agency has said no other comparable scheme compensates therapists for travel in the way the NDIS does. Under Veterans Affairs, an exercise physiologist may get a kilometre allowance, but only where the distance exceeds 10 kilometres and there is no closer provider. Therapists under TAC, Comcare and Lifetime Support Authority cannot claim for travel at all. By contrast, under the NDIS, providers can still claim up to 50% of the therapy rate for travel time. That's about $90 an hour, Deputy Speaker, and in remote and very remote areas, providers will still get 40 to 50% loadings. This is a significant support. It recognises the unique challenges of delivering care across our continent, and it ensures the scheme can continue to be fair to participants, to taxpayers and to the workforce who deliver the care. So, Deputy Speaker, I will continue to stand with participants, families and providers to ensure the scheme continues to thrive. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I have received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Housing Australia Act 2018, Housing Australia Investment Mandate Amendment, delivering on our 2025 election commitment, Direction 2025, resumption on the debate, to take notion.
The question is that the document be noted. The member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Housing is more than just shelter. It's about security, opportunity and community. Affordable, accessible housing should not be a privilege. In Australia, it is a right. That's why the Albanese Labor government is taking this bold action to make home ownership more accessible, more affordable and more achievable. Too many people are working hard and trying to save, but feel like the dream of home ownership has never been further out of reach. Labor is making it easier for you to buy your own home. From 1st of October, every first home buyer will only need a 5% deposit. We are delivering this commitment 3 months early so more Australians can benefit from the program sooner. This will cut years off the time it takes to save for a deposit, helping Australians into their own home sooner. And you won't have to pay a single dollar in mortgage insurance. Australia's housing crisis was obviously decades in the making and it won't be fixed overnight. There's a lot of work to do, but we are making real progress right across the country. In Hasluck, the housing crisis isn't abstract, it's deeply felt. Before the election, the Salvation Army reported that 83% of the community said housing affordability and homelessness are our most pressing issues in the electorate. And nearly 43% say it affects them personally. And this certainly aligns with my experience of meeting with constituents throughout the year. The Salvation Army has stated that there is an unmet need for more than 2,900 dwellings in our area. And at the national level, our Albanese Labor government understands that real change requires bold and practical solutions. That's why we delivered on the $43 billion Homes for Australian plan. It's an historic achievement, the biggest housing initiative since the post-war boom. And under the existing home guarantee scheme since May 2022, 1,890 people have already signed up and are benefiting from the low deposits. That's 1,260 households in Hasluck already benefiting, and I look forward to seeing that number continue to grow. The Labor Albanese government is making it easier to buy, but also better to rent, and we're building more homes. We went to the election in May with the expanded 5% deposit scheme. Starting from 1st of October, every Australian first home buyer, no matter their income, can purchase a home with just a 5% deposit and avoid paying the lender's mortgage insurance. And here's what that means in practice. So first home buyers need just a 5% deposit, single parents only need a 2% deposit. Housing Australia provides the guarantee to the buyer's bank to enable a home buyer to borrow up to 95% or 98% for single parents of that property value. And we know that deposit relief isn't enough. We are also increasing housing supply, especially in fast-growing electorates like Hasluck. And that's why our Homes for Australia plan includes a dedicated $10 billion investment to build up to 100,000 new homes exclusively for first home buyers across Australia. In practical terms for Hasluck, a rapidly growing electorate of the outer metropolitan corridor, this means really, genuinely real opportunities for people that I meet every day. And these homes will be delivered in partnership with the state government and industry using fast-tracking strategies, repurposed land and planning reforms. Work, in fact, has already begun on social and affordable apartments in Hasluck. Stage 1 of the developments is delivering 197 social and affordable homes in Ellenbrook and 56 in Woodbridge. Stage 2 will deliver another 120 social and affordable apartments in Midland and across the railway line with 73 in Bassendean. These developments are located all by the train lines, but particularly for the new Ellenbrook line, this will create even more heart to our community there. Because housing is more than just a roof over the head. It is about quality of life, it's access to employment, it's access to shops, schools, gyms, and of course the community. And let me paint just a picture of the real difference this will make in Hasluck. Consider Marie and John, young professionals living it out in Ellenbrook, and under the expanded scheme they can now save up a 5% deposit in years, not decades, and avoid tens of thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance and apply that money directly into their own home instead of paying the rent into the hands of a landlord. They can live close to the train line now that we've completed the train line in Ellenbrook, and that takes them all the way into the city if that's where they can choose to work. They live close to the shopping centres and the new Ellenbrook pool that this government is co-funding. For women returning to work after raising children, tradespeople, young couples, this plan lowers the barrier at the most critical step, the deposit. It also expands eligibility, no income caps, no place limits, so modest income earners and frontline workers, everyone gets a fair go. And it's important to understand that this policy change is not merely about saving people money, although it will save first home buyers a lot of money. It will save them years of interest and save them the rent that they would have been paying if they hadn't bought a home. Tens of thousands of dollars of rent, according to Treasury modelling. So for a home costing, say, $500,000, which in the electorate of Hasluck is like a unit in Midland or an apartment in Ellenbrook, Treasury estimates it would take about 2 years to save a 5% deposit rather than 7 years that it would have taken for a 20% deposit. And that would also save a rent of around $87,000. Or in Bassendean, first home buyers can buy a home there for about $850,000 with a $42,000 deposit. And that saves up to 10 years of saving time and around $42,000 in mortgage insurance. Money better used to pay down their mortgage instead. And it also saves time. Getting into their own home sooner saves time and stress. It saves the stress of having to overextend to get into the housing market in the first place for those who are able to. Saving people money is a good thing. Saving them money and time and stress is even better and is a hallmark of this government across many areas of policy, including health, where we've made obviously medicines cheaper, and education, where we've provided free TAFE, as well as reduced HECS debt. And let's look at what industry voices are saying. So according to the HIA, since 2000, the insurance requirement for first home buyers with deposits under a 20% has added heavy costs, delayed ownership, driven up rents and worsened housing affordability. This policy works to address these things. HIA Chief Economist Tim Raridan has stated that the government should be commended for taking a view on housing policy that extends beyond the next election. He said that more new homes construction, fewer households renting and increased home ownership will all occur because of this policy announcement eventually. And as we know, rents are currently at a high mark historically right around the country. In many places it's less economical to pay rent than to pay a mortgage, but a 20% deposit remains as an obstacle to making the shift. Now this government will make it significantly easier to make the shift. This scheme, aimed at assisting people to get into home ownership, is also predicted by the HIA and others to have the effect of taking pressure off rents in the medium and the long term. It's good for renters too. The policy has also been welcomed by the Customer-Owned Banking Association, COBA, and the government has instructed Housing Australia to promote greater diversity among lenders. We expect that this will see more mutual banks and credit unions added to the lenders panel, increasing competition and creating an environment where there is a better deal for customers. COBA Chief Executive Michael Lawrence agrees, saying more customer-owned banks on the HES panel will create a more dynamic, inclusive and competitive market. Those opposite would have Australians believe that the housing crisis, of course, has suddenly appeared, but this is simply not the case. It's festered and grown through decades of neglectful attention to even acknowledge the problem, let alone bothering to address it. Members' office have had the temerity to stand up and talk about housing policy when they failed to even have a housing minister over most of their time in office. And this bald fact says all Australians need to know about their failure to prioritise housing. They also voted against the Help to Buy, and they promised to abolish the scheme. They didn't even support 100,000 homes for first home buyers. This housing neglect by those opposite is the reason why 83% of my community identified it as the most pressing need. And no wonder that the Coalition is staring down the void of electoral irrelevancy. But we're not ignoring it. We're not ignoring this problem. It won't be fixed overnight. But this housing policy is one more step in the right direction, which will immediately benefit many within Hasluck and, of course, around the nation. The right to buy a home is everyone's right, and 5% deposits made it just that much easier.
The question is that the document be noted. The member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Hasluck wants to talk about the opposition. Not surprising, because their record on housing is so poor. This amendment is deeply flawed. Australia's housing crisis is a gaping wound for Australia, and this policy platform Labor's cobbled together, barely a band-aid, not enough to stop the bleeding. Labor's so-called build-to-rent and community housing model is upside down. It subsidises corporate investors and their super fund mates, even offshore entities, to own hard-working Australian homes. Not young Australians, not the young mums and dads in my electorate who are sweating hard for a first home deposit. Labor doesn't want these people to own a home. That's not housing policy, it's asset allocation for super funds. And it leaves ordinary Australians in my electorate, hard-working Australians, scrapping together to try and pay for a deposit, paying the price and funding super funds and corporate investors to build assets that everyday Australians will never own. The Australian dream never was and never will be about being a permanent tenant. It never was about renting a unit or an apartment from some nameless multinational fund. It's about owning your own place, putting down roots, raising a family, building an equity, building a future and building a stake in Australia. Under this government, more and more Australians will be tenants of super funds, not homeowners in their own rights. Labor wants to give homes to funds, leaving ordinary Australians to rent for life in the hope they'll vote for Labor. It's cynical, it's short-sighted, and it's selling out the Australian dream of home ownership. In my electorate of Cook, families tell me every single week they cannot break into the market. In Caringbah, in Miranda and Sylvania, some of my more affordable suburbs, housing prices are still on the median up to $2 million. These are proud communities where people work hard, save hard and want the same chance their parents had. Yet first home buyers are being squeezed out by rising costs and a lack of supply. What's Labor's answer? Not to help them buy, not to deliver ownership, but to hand taxpayer subsidies to institutional landlords to keep you renting. Young families can't keep up, and Labor's schemes won't help, because all they do is pit more buyers against the same limited supply. Labor is turbocharging demand. This so-called home guarantee scheme, we've had independent warnings. A report from Lateral Economics has made it very clear. Expanding this scheme risk driving prices up 3.5% to 6.6%, and in some markets almost 10%. For first home buyers in Sydney and Cook, that may mean paying $100,000 to $200,000 more for a home. This is a government turbocharging demand, and not just through this scheme but through migration. In the middle of a housing crisis, it should shock Australians to let them know migration and our population is growing faster than any time than in the last 75 years. What does this mean locally? Well, in nearby Kirrawee in the Cook electorate, there's at least a 14-storey high-rise precinct being pushed. And there's no clarity about who these apartments are for, who will own them. Are they going to be owned by super funds? Are they going to be corporate rentals? What we do know is local residents are being left in the dark. We know we're not getting the upgrade to infrastructure, to schools, and this government's reckless migration policy is just shoving the pressure onto state governments, which is then shoving the pressure onto local communities with no respite in spite. And that's the other side of the problem, Mr. Speaker. If governments want to put more money in our suburbs, well, they also need to put money into infrastructure too. You can't add thousands of units without adding schools for children who live there. You can't pile on these high-rises without fixing the roads and the transport links that people rely on. Take this 14-storey development in Kirrawee. Flora Street and Oak Road are already gridlocked. I've had almost 200 signatures from people in my electorate asking for these roads to be upgraded, for the traffic signals to be upgraded. But instead, what the government is now proposing is to put a 14-storey apartment block. This is what happens when you get a federal Labor government teaming up with a federal state government with a local Labor council. You get people destroying communities without the investment in infrastructure. Councillor Meredith Laverty has done great work there talking with local businesses in the Kirrawee area who are complaining about they don't know how they're going to manage congestion. They don't know where their customers will park. Local businesses such as Brick Pit Espresso, Small Cellar, Great White Tattoo, Kins Inspired, Peaches Pages Bookstore, Mick Pizza Bar, Me Physio and Kirrawee Barbers have all expressed concerns about where their customers will park and how people will get access to their businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Coalition's position is clear. We believe in home ownership. We believe in policies that put Australians in the front yard of a home they own, not waiting in line for a corporate lease. We believe in housing that rewards aspiration, that says if you work hard and save hard, you can own a little piece of Australia to make your stand and raise your family. That means we support policies that increase supply for buyers, not just renters. We support first home buyers, apprentices and young people to get a home and get a foothold into Australia and a foothold into their future. We support a housing system that rewards work and sacrifice, not speculation and subsidies for super funds. The choice before us is clear. Under Labor's model, homes are treated as just another financial instrument for big investors and their super fund mates. Under the Coalition's model, Australians themselves can buy and own and secure their future. Mr. Speaker, we call on all levels of government, local, state and federal, to come together on housing supply and affordability. Communities like my community in Cook, Kirrawee, we deserve transparency. Australians don't want to rent forever, which is exactly what Labor's scheme is proposing. We say make it build to own, not build to rent. Stop giving subsidies to corporates and super funds. Start giving them to people. People want to own their own homes. And if the plan is to pack in more high-rises than deliver the schools and the roads and the transport links that communities desperately need, Labor's approach may deliver the profits to super funds, but it'll never deliver the keys to a first home of the hard-working people in my electorate of Cook. The Coalition will always back hard-working Australians to get ahead and buy a home. Labor, well, under Labor, many of these people will end up being tenants for life. We choose aspiration over dependency, ownership over renting, families over funds. That is our vision for housing, and that is why we will oppose this flawed approach and fight for this great Australian dream and fight for the hard-working young people, the hard-working families, the hard-working everyday Australians in the seat of Cook. Know that I will fight for you. I will fight for better policies so you can own your own home and not be a Labor renter for life.
The question is that the document be noted. The member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Although I'm really not sure that the Parliament has been waiting with bated breath to hear from a baby boomer about housing, accessing housing is a major concern for my constituents, and despite rapid development in my electorate over the years, being able to find secure, affordable housing remains a huge challenge. As a paediatrician, nothing is more disheartening to see families have to uproot their children frequently from schools, to move because the house they were renting, the owner wanted to sell it or move in, or they had to move because it wasn't big enough for an expanding family. Very, very disheartening. And that's why I'm very proud of our government's efforts to provide better housing opportunities for Australians, as it is providing real outcomes for those trying to get into the housing market in Macarthur and electorates way beyond. Since coming into government in May 2022, after 10 years of coalition neglect of the housing situation and actually putting barriers in place in front of people who are looking for housing, over 870 households in Macarthur have participated in our home guarantee scheme, equating to almost 2,000 individuals. This means almost 2,000 people have been able to start the exciting next chapter of their lives, home ownership, in a secure manner, which is not only great for them, but it's great for our communities and it's great for our kids to continue to thrive. Housing affordability has long been an issue. We saw the Coalition not only do very little in their 10 years of government, but to actively work against the government in the last term, trying to provide adequate housing solutions. Housing affordability has been an issue for many, many years. And those opposite, when they were in government, whilst they spruiked about their grand plans, nothing happened. It must have been a very, very light tackle when they said they were tackling this issue in previous governments, because the issue only continued to get worse. They voted against the Help to Buy scheme that we advocated for, and promised in fact to abolish the scheme. Those opposite have a really poor track record on housing affordability and accessibility at both the federal and state levels in New South Wales, whereas our government has grabbed the issue and run with it since coming into government in 2022. I'm proud that our government is the boldest and most ambitious Australian government on housing since the post-war period. Our $43 billion agenda is focused on three things: building more homes, number one, making it easier to rent and making it more stable to rent, and number three, making it easier to buy. And since being elected, our housing policies have made a real difference to many, many Australians. Over 180,000 Australians have bought their first home with our 5% deposit scheme. On average, there are 6,000 more first home buyer loans a year under our government compared to the government's the Coalition's previous period in government. 1 million households have received a nearly 50% rent assistance package increase. 500,000 homes have been built since we came to office. New housing approvals are up 30%, and construction costs have stabilised after skyrocketing under the previous Coalition government. We've got 28,000 social and affordable homes supported by our government in planning and now in construction. We know that the long-term solution to address the housing crisis in our country is to build more homes, both in terms of social housing and both in terms of housing that people can afford to buy. Our 5% deposit plan is helping Australians gain home ownership even sooner, as it slashes the amount of time required to save for a deposit. This is very important for young families, the families that I've looked after in my electorate for many years. And even better, we're delivering this 3 months earlier than we'd previously announced. Many will now start from the 1st of October. As I said earlier, this housing crisis was not created overnight, and it sadly won't be fixed overnight. However, this is a real policy which will deliver real progress in our government's fight in achieving better housing affordability outcomes for all Australians. With our 5% deposit policy, there are no income limits, no limits on places, and house price caps, and no limits on house price caps that better reflect the cost of homes across Australia. 5% deposits will cut years off the time you need to save for a deposit, save you thousands in lenders' mortgage insurance over time and in rental payments, and get you into your own home much sooner. Really important for the young families of my electorate of Macarthur and around Australia. It bothers me greatly to see my constituents of all ages struggling to get into the housing market, and that includes older Australians as well as young families. There are families where parents are in their 30s or 40s who are still saving to buy their first home. Our schemes will help that, and will help it significantly. I truly hope that people take advantage of this scheme and across the age spectrum. Under this program, a first home buyer could take up to 8 years off the time it takes to save for a deposit on the median $844,000 home in Macarthur. And on the way, they could save about $34,000 in mortgage insurance and could pay up to $250,000 towards their own loan rather than paying rent. The median home price in Australia today is $844,000. 5% of this is around $42,000, and the last time $42,000 covered the 20% deposit for a median home was around 2002, more than 20 years ago. That shows you the scope of this change. But that's what good governments do. They see the challenge and they try to correct it. And I congratulate Claire O'Neill, the Minister for Housing, for all the amount of hard work and thought that she's put into this process. It is a really important change and something that will help the families whose kids I've looked after for almost half a century get into their homes earlier. We're building more homes. We've increased rent supports as well, and we're making it easier to access the housing market across the country. And that's really important, from the disadvantaged electorates in rural and regional areas to outer metropolitan areas like my own electorate of Macarthur and around the country and in every state and territory in Australia. I'm really proud to be part of this process. And this will make not only the housing situation better for young families, it will create stability in the housing market. It means kids' schooling will be stable. I'll stop having to, as a paediatrician, do the process of applying to different schools all the time for support packages for kids with disability who have to move all the time. And it will really make things a lot better for young families, older people, and across the age spectrum in all our electorates. As I said, I'm really proud to be part of this. I congratulate the Housing Minister, and I think that those opposite in the coalition need to think really hard why they lost so many electorates around the country. And part of it was housing policy. No matter how much they try and talk themselves up as financial managers and more prudent, etc., they clearly have not shown that expertise in housing. They had 10 years of a deteriorating housing market in Australia to do something about it, and they did virtually nothing. That put large numbers of Australian families at a huge disadvantage. And now we're trying to play catch-up. And whilst it is hard, the Housing Minister, Claire O'Neill, has done a wonderful job at improving housing affordability across the age spectrum, across the electorate spectrum in Australia. This has made things a lot better for those families and for those young people. And for the future, it will also mean our younger people will find housing affordability better. Now, this is part of the measure of what Australia is getting from this Albanese government. Improved lifestyle, improved affordability, reduced cost across the housing market and across the cost of living issues that we are doing to make lives better for the families that I care for. So I congratulate the Minister and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the document be noted. The member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Obviously, everybody in this House is really passionate about addressing this housing shortage crisis at the moment that we're all hearing from our community. And I have no doubt that many members of the House here either probably own the house outright or have a small mortgage. And so it's probably not as big of a challenge for many of us in this House as much as for the rest of the Australian population. Deputy Speaker, the government's new 5% housing deposit scheme is being championed as a breakthrough for first-home buyers, with years shaved off deposit savings, no lender's mortgage insurance and no income cap. It really sounds terrific. It's easy to see the appeal, just a 5% deposit and you're told you can finally buy that home. On paper, it's a dream come true. But in my electorate, residents are asking, if we're struggling to save 5%, how will we ever manage to manage the remaining 95% of mortgage debt and the decades of interest that will follow? Over a 25 to 30-year loan, the bank stands to earn hundreds of thousands of in interest, while homeowners bears enormous financial risk. This 5% doesn't really fix the root problem, which is supply. And the 5% doesn't even guarantee that you can actually buy the house, because the bank still has to assess your serviceability of the loan and your ability to pay it. So, Deputy Speaker, what we're really seeing is a scheme that supercharges demand but does nothing for supply. And I have constantly spoken in this House about the need to address the lack of supply, the infrastructure that we need, the roads, the public transport, such as the East-West Metro to connect Western Sydney, South-Western Sydney to the Western Sydney International Airport. We need to address the whole infrastructure before we actually build homes. Evidence backs this up. Independent modelling from the Insurance Council of Australia and Lateral Economics warns this expansion could push house prices up by as much as 10%, and we've heard that from the member of Kennedy. Entry-level homes, where first home buyers compete, will see steepest hikes. Price rises from between 3.5% and 6.6% nationally, even higher in our capital cities. Yes, family may save $21,000 to $28,000 on mortgage insurance, but many will watch their home's price climb quite significantly, leaving them worse off. Apparently there's a research from Professor Chris Leishman at the University of South Australia forecasts similar impacts. Deposit schemes can drive prices up by 7 to 10%. And international evidence from New Zealand shows that when deposit access was eased, prices soared and home ownership among young people actually fell. And the other thing is, why October the 1st? What's this need to announce that from the 1st of October, it'll be, people can finally save up, can put a deposit for 5%. How difficult is it if people can realise how difficult it is for people to save up 5% in the first place? That 40, for a median house in Fowler currently is around $1 million. So, and for electorates like mine, it's going to be a huge challenge. And you don't need to be an economist to see the flaw. When you add demand to a market that's already short on supply, prices will certainly rise. The Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute highlights this repeatedly. Treasury and the Housing Industry Association both project it could take 3 to 6 years for any real supply response, if it comes at all. In the meantime, affordability only worsens. Now, this isn't a theory for people of Fowler. In my community, overcrowding, rising rents and the shortage of new homes are daily realities. Quick fixes that don't ease that pressure. What family needs are long-term investments in new supply, local infrastructure and genuine affordability measures. Now, and I have mentioned over and over again, infrastructure is critical for any housing development. If we don't have the infrastructure, we're not going to be able to address the housing shortages, in addition to the workforce shortages as well. And migration as another dimension. Migration is one of our greatest strengths, filling skills gaps, growing our economy, enriching our communities. And in electorates like Fowler, it's evidence of that. Our wonderful multicultural community contributes greatly to our diverse economy, our city, our community, and our state and nation. But when growth outpaces planning and investment in schools, hospitals, transport, and especially housing, the affordability squeeze intensifies. My constituency sees every day. Poor planning means rents and house prices spike, and both new arrivals and long-term residents struggle. Deputy Speaker, last week's Housing Industry Association Forum, industry leaders were clear. The 5% deposit scheme in an already tight market will only drive prices higher. The HIA has confirmed that Australia needs at least 83,000 more tradies in the years ahead just to keep pace with construction needs. And when it comes to housing, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council projects a shortfall of over 200,000 homes by the end of the decade. Some industry bodies warn the real gap could be up to 400,000 dwellings. The government's own target of 1.2 million new homes by 2030 looks increasingly out of reach, while these workforce and supply constraints go unaddressed. So let's be honest, the 5% deposit scheme by itself is not a solution. It's a demand booster, a headline, not a fix. Real solutions require investment in building new homes, training local workers, and thoughtful, coordinated planning to match migration with infrastructure. Affordable housing is the bedrock of health, education, and strong families. I arrived here as a refugee, and I had very lucky back in the days in the 70s and 80s when we were able to live in a housing commission, and it gave my mum, my late mother, the opportunity to work in kitchen, in restaurants, and ask my sisters and I to work towards, buying our first home. But back in those days, a house was about, in our area from around 80 grand to 100 grand to 200 grand. Now it's just in the millions. It's just really out of reach for any new arrivals, I believe. So to build a future where no family is left behind, we must match words with actions, short-term promises with long-term solutions, demand with supply. My community in Fowler is not asking for another scheme. They're asking for real solutions. So please don't give people false hope. And I think I will call both the Labor and Liberals here to really stop finger-pointing one another and focus on really addressing the issue at hand, and focus on policies that are practical, implementable, affordable, accessible and impactful for the Australian people and the Australian economy. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Anyone in Sydney in the last week or so who thinks a lot about housing would have been absolutely perplexed with some of the reactions to boost housing supply in Sydney, especially the reaction of Wallara Council to the New South Wales Government's proposal to build higher density homes in close to the city, but with infrastructure to be built alongside it. And we had the Wallara Council reject that proposition of higher density homes being built in Wallara, which for someone from Western Sydney who's grown up and seen fields be transformed into row and row of mortar and rooftop tiles continually, we would love the idea that you would have infrastructure built at the same time as housing, because I've got to tell you, that hasn't happened for quite some time. And full full credit to the Minns government for coming up with the idea that they would provide that in there. In our neck of the woods, we're still waiting for the completion of the missing link of the metro while all these homes get built and there is no infrastructure. Yet Woollahra Council seemed to walk into a stable full of gift horses and make sure they didn't miss the opportunity to smack each one of them in the mouth by rejecting a plan that would build infrastructure and homes in a city where we do need to find places where we can get the critical workers that are important to cities. For example, the nurses, the teachers, the cleaners, the mechanics, all the people that help modern cities function, but who get being pushed to the furthest fringes of the city, made to travel at the weirdest hours of the day just to start their shifts after travelling probably over 2 hours to get to work. We've got to be able to have homes for those folks that make sure our cities run and that they're built in the face of NIMBYism, which certainly is the case of the Woollahra Council decision, and where we've got to think laterally about how to address supply. And I'm proud to be part of a government that's doing just that. We all recognise we have to build more homes and we have to do it in a range of different ways. If I can pick up on the last speaker, the member for Fowler, who talked about what's at the heart of what we're discussing here at Parliament at the moment, the 5% deposit, that we can't just rely on one thing. No one is suggesting that from the government. We've actually got a multiple range of options that are designed to address a housing crisis that has been decades in the making, and to be able to make sure that we provide relief to people. And I've got to tell you, the fact that we are putting 5% deposit for first home buyers to get their homes sooner is a big deal. Here's the stat that tells you why it's a big deal. Because today it takes someone on medium income around 12 years just to save for a deposit. Now, how was that back in the 90s? Back in the 90s, it took 4 to 5 years. So you can see how those times have absolutely blown out. We've got to address it. And we're bringing forward the ability for first home buyers to get access to that scheme, slashing the amount of time to save for a deposit, uncapping the scheme, which is a terrific move, and also for single parents as well, I might add, we'll continue the family home guarantee that helps them buy a home with a 2% deposit. So it's a terrific way to be able to do that. We need to be able to open up those avenues for first home buyers to buy their homes. I know in my part of Western Sydney, this is a big issue. Later this month, I'll be hosting a housing forum in my area to see how we can boost social and affordable homes being built in Chifley, in the outer western suburbs. We need to see more of that happen. We also need to see more homes built for people fleeing terrible situations such as domestic violence, and to be able to provide crisis accommodation as well. And to get that happening. And I'm pleased to say that the New South Wales Housing Minister, Rose Jackson, will be coming along, and we'll be getting other experts in the field to talk through how we can create more social and affordable housing in the areas that I represent in my part of Western Sydney. And that these type of measures, like what we're talking about today, will be exceptionally important. We've got to build more homes. We've got to improve the range of homes that are being built. And we also got to help renters as well. People want to be able to buy their own home for sure, but they need to live somewhere in the interim. Terrific time to get a frog in the throat, by the way. We've got big challenges, though, in building homes. We're 90,000 people short that are available in the construction trades to be able to build homes. How are you supposed to do that? We also have competition. If you get more workers in to work in construction, they're instantly under competition from infrastructure projects who are offering higher rates of pay to go there. So the minute you get people in construction, they get poached by infrastructure. That's a big deal. So we can't keep we cannot keep importing labour to fill the gaps, which means we've got to find new ways to build homes. One of those ways is certainly prefab and modular housing, which will help us build homes faster and smarter. For people who think that those homes are just akin to the school demountables that they lived in. They clearly haven't walked through a prefab home that has been built now that at the current 7-star efficiency standards, energy efficiency standards, and are a comfortable place to be able to live. We need to do more of this. In Japan, it's estimated 15% of their homes have been manufactured in a factory. In Germany, that's up to 20%, and in Scandinavia, it could be anywhere between 45 to 80%. We've got to be able to have these modern manufacturing methods being used to build homes faster and smarter. And in doing so, according to the Productivity Commission, you could cut 20% off the construction costs, be able to halve the time it takes to build these homes. It creates a great manufacturing opportunity. I've seen it in the western suburbs with places like Fleetwood in Smithfield, who are doing great work in being able to build a home in a factory, take it on the back of a truck, build it on site, particularly important. We should use procurement to ramp this up. Future rounds of the HAF should focus using procurement and set a challenge to have the greatest number of prefab homes built using Australian industry, Australian manufacturers to do so. We should provide that platform of procurement and have the HAF do that so that we can get the guarantee for the volume of supply. In other countries, prefab has fallen over because we have not seen governments provide the volume of work and the certainty of work that prefab manufacturers require to build their homes. We need more of that to be able to happen. And Australians, according to Amplify, want to be able to move into prefabricated homes. In fact, the advocacy group Amplify has said 95% plus support reform aimed at unlocking modern housing. Community support for the reform grows as people learn more about prefabricated building and the opportunity for debate. And 94% strongly agree there should be diverse housing options for all. And interestingly, Amplify found people of all politics back the reform. There's broad consensus, and all generations back that reform, which is important as well. And we do need to unlock that. We have put, as a government, some money in to back that in. I don't think we've put anywhere near enough. We need to put more in and be able to have HAF to do it. But it's one of those great things about when certain areas of policy get put into Treasury. It takes a little bit longer to get ideas out the door. I often find Treasury is a great place for ideas to go to die, but housing being put in Treasury is probably one of the areas where I've always raised my eyebrows as to why it sits there. And Treasury needs to probably, this is a subject for another day, get a clear focus on what its core functions are, but housing is in there for whatever reason. I'll be interested to see if Treasury does back the need for more prefab homes to be built and for us to be able to provide the existing procurement pathways for that to occur. And I just want to end on the Coalition. The Coalition, through their time in government, did nothing, and their time in opposition is to oppose everything when it comes to what we're doing on housing. Hardly built enough homes under their watch, certainly nowhere near the amount of social and affordable housing that we needed. And interestingly now are setting up this debate that renting is worse than buying. And we heard that from the member for Cook. I wouldn't want us to look down our nose at what needs to be done to get a roof over people's heads. People want a range of options, and I would hate to think that the next battle line here is to oppose build for rent as one of the areas that we think is important to create more homes in Australia.
Has expired. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, we need homes for every Australian. We need a housing policy that creates environments where everyone can find their own way into the housing market and stay there. We need actual housing policy that is more than writing a few cheques or throwing around big numbers with dollar signs. Getting housing policy right means getting supply right. And for that balance, and for that supply needs to be in balance with demand. We need a housing policy where, where there's follow through that developers and builders can actually deliver, so that the aspiration of home ownership is achieved more and more for everyday Aussies. Deputy Speaker, last week, Labor member after Labor member was rolled out to applaud the government's home guarantee scheme of a 5% deposit, with the removal of lenders' mortgage insurance for first home buyers. On the surface, that sounds great. Great for first home buyers. Well, for now anyway. But it's a scam. It'll end up a mess. A mess for our economy, a mess for current mortgage holders, and a mess for the government books. And eventually a mess for the first home buyers who purchase under this scheme. A 5% deposit will be the same as it'll end up being like 20% of today, because it's going to drive the market up.
That's right.
Again, lower deposit rates and creating greater buying power for first home buyers will not fix the problem. We need to fix the supply and demand imbalance first. We need to be building more and building quickly and efficiently. Time is critical. And what about someone trying to get back into the market after previously owning a home? The scheme targeted at first homeowners works against these people. The targeted scheme, the demand Labor is creating will only add fuel to the fire and make homes for these people even further out of reach, and they won't have access to the same conditions. I'm talking about the people who have lost everything, perhaps through a marriage breakdown, or perhaps they have no choice but to sell up because the interest rates under this government have skyrocketed. How about they meant to get back into the housing market? Where is their hand up? As an example, to paint a picture, imagine a 50-something-year-old woman. She may have devoted her life to her children, taking time away from work to care for them, and now they're all grown up, but her marriage is over. She has little or no savings and nothing left to get back into another home. Because here is the kicker for those people. Housing just got more expensive off the back of this announcement. That's right. More demand without supply means higher house prices and higher rents as well. I'm supportive of less housing-based taxes, and the feel the rules should apply to all Australians looking to buy a primary residence. What I'm not supportive of is policies that will only put more pressure on supply and puts the taxpayer on the hook for loan defaults. Sadly, homelessness is on the rise. It is the worst in living memory. We, the Coalition, care about those that are doing it tough. We care about people who have fallen on hard times, whether for the first time they find themselves without a roof over their head or have been sleeping rough for a long time. We genuinely care. Unlike this government, who are all about flashy headline announcements. Orange Sky is a charity that provides free laundry and conversation for people experiencing homelessness or hardship, and one that I've championed and lobbied for. These services are free and used by many finding it tough and have limited options. At the last election, only a few months ago, I championed for, and backed by the Coalition, a $30,000 grant to assist Orange Sky to move into upgraded facilities into Mackay. The funds are insignificant in government coffer terms, but would be very significant for the people in my electorate. I've written to the Prime Minister to highlight this funding requirement and have asked for bipartisan support. I look forward to the government's response and backing this funding. Deputy Speaker, when the Coalition was last in office, there were around 200,000 houses being built per year, almost entirely through private investment, and we are now contending with almost entirely through private investment, mind you, and we are now contending with much lower immigration figures. While under Labor, the number of private builds has fallen to around 170,000 per year, and it is still falling, not growing, not even coming close to keeping pace with population growth. To adjust supply and demand in housing, it's simple. Balance the number of people coming into the country with the pace at which accommodation can be built. But of course, we have a new housing minister, who was the previous Home Affairs minister, working alongside the Immigration Minister, who is no longer the Immigration Minister, but allowed the floodgates to open, and in they came. What a mess. I suggest the minister's next move might be to go into climate change and energy, because that's a right mess too. So what we see under Labor is immigration numbers soaring, promises broken, while housing supply stalls. They're piling up on demand without fixing supply. Deputy Speaker, Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund is one of the biggest failures in the country's history. $10 billion of taxpayers' money. And for how many houses? Well, nobody actually knows. Senators Wong and Gallagher have said they've acquired 2,000 homes. Acquired. The government has purchased 2,000 homes. That's not helping supply, but fuelling even more demand. Worse still, this isn't even an investment fund. It's a Ponzi scheme. Honestly, we'd get better returns at the track betting on number 7. The money has gone in, the country has paid the interest, and for what return? The houses we need are not being built, and the fund value itself, well, it's shrinking. The money, along with a pipe dream of 1.2 million homes in 5 years, it's just disappearing. What a joke, an absolute joke. And let's not forget inflation. Out just last week, years to July, CPI figures hit 2.8%, a sharp rise of 1% over the last month, and the steepest increase since last year. My concern is if inflation is rising again, because let's be honest, the government does not have the economy under control, then the rate cuts, what we're all hoping for, won't materialise. So if you already have a mortgage, well, look out. With inflation demand on the rise, it won't be long before interest rates jump up again. And where will that leave those new first home buyers who have just bought with only 5% deposit? Those with their big bright dreams, gone. And by the way, the Australian taxpayer will be on the hook for any defaults. And more debt means either cuts to services or creation of new taxes. Probably both, at the rate this government's going. Deputy Speaker, I'm glad to see the government has finally decided to put a freeze on the National Construction Code until 2029, a coalition policy that Labor rubbished at the election only a few months ago. Master Builders has also been calling on for a freeze to take a handbrake off approvals and delays, and the government has finally listened, albeit they did so kicking and screaming. And they've had to hear from the Economic Roundtable before giving it the green light. But, Deputy Speaker, we can't just freeze it. We need to cut the mountains of paperwork that has found its way into every bill under this government. Labor is choking builders with paperwork and regulation instead of giving them the freedom to build. And now, Labor wants to be mortgage brokers too. It's reckless and will end up hurting everyday Aussies. What we need to see is the value of houses rising steadily, not rapidly, so one can buy. Nor do we want to see a situation where property values fall. We need a strategy and a policy that ensures the ratio of what someone earns and what they need to buy a home keeps advancing together at the same rate. Under this government, the housing market's supply and demand is way out of whack. The government's solutions are only good for one thing: warm and fuzzy headlines. Construction of new homes needs policy that will encourage. We need to cut the tape, the red tape, for all government, and they need to get out of the road. We need to create an environment where people can once again aspire to home ownership. We need to get the supply and demand right, get the houses built, get a home for all Australians. Labor are playing with fire, and when the government plays with fire, there's a real chance the house will get burnt to the ground and all Australians will get burnt.
The question is that the document be noted. I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, my community in Melbourne's West are hard-working, aspirational Australians who want a good life for themselves, their children and their grandchildren. They're tradies, teachers, small business owners, shift workers. They're young people who dream of security and independence. They're parents who want their children to grow up with stability and opportunity, for their children to be afforded the same opportunities that were afforded to them. Now, people in my community are doing everything right. They work hard, they're saving diligently, they're contributing to their families and their community. They still can't afford a place to call home. All the time I hear from Australians who dream of owning their home but can't see a pathway to home ownership for them. I hear from renters whose rents increase as they struggle to save for a 20% deposit needed to buy their first home. It all just feels out of reach. Now, a home is more than just a roof over your head. It's a place for family, where birthdays are celebrated, where kids take their first steps, where memories are made. For a generation of Australians, though, this home ownership has felt like a distant dream for a generation of Australians. And on top of that, renters have felt insecure, with the scales tipped against them. The Albanese Labor government is continuing to listen to young Australians, and we're continuing to deliver for them. We're delivering on our election promise to ease the housing crisis and help more Australians to own their own home. From the 1st of October, everyone in Melbourne's West and across Australia will be able to buy their first home with a 5% deposit. It's a game changer. For many, this will mean the difference between continuing to rent indefinitely or stepping into home ownership. It'll cut years off the time that it takes to save for a deposit. There are no income caps and no limits on the number of places. It means that more families, more young people, more single parents can access this support. We'll have house price caps that reflect the cost of homes where you live, which means people aren't forced to look too far from their communities or their families to qualify. And because the government will guarantee part of these mortgages, people won't have to pay tens of thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance. In just the first year alone, first home buyers using the scheme are expected to avoid around $1.5 billion in potential mortgage insurance costs. We're also continuing the family home guarantee that helps single parents buy a home with a 2% deposit. For first home buyers here in Melbourne's West, I know this will make a real difference, but expanding access to 5% deposits to all first home buyers is just one plank of the Albanese government's Homes for Australia agenda. Since we first came to government, we've already seen 180,000 Australians get into home ownership with the Albanese Labor government's support. In my community alone, nearly 1,000 households have already participated in the Home Guarantee Scheme since we came to government in May 2022. That's 1,000 families who now have a place to call their own, who have moved from renting to owning, from insecurity to stability. Under Labor, there have been 6,000 more first home buyer loans a year compared to the Coalition's previous period in office. Labor's Help to Buy shared equity scheme will mean that Commonwealth Government pitches in up to 40% of the upfront costs of a home, meaning first home buyers could purchase a home with a smaller mortgage. We're not just helping people buy homes though. We're building more homes too, and building more homes means more affordable homes for everyone. We've started the biggest housing build in Australia's history, investing $43 billion in housing in pursuit of an ambitious target of 1.2 million homes being constructed over the next 5 years. As part of our plan to build more homes, we're investing $10 billion to build 100,000 homes reserved for first home buyers. Our investments in Australians' aspirations to own a home are complemented by our commitments to make renting more secure. We're working with states and territories to make renting fairer. We've built more rentals with stronger protections. We've passed legislation to help deliver 80,000 new rentals across the country, and all rentals under this scheme will have 5-year leases. It'll provide renters with more certainty and more security. We are working with the states and territories to implement stronger protections for tenants and ensure that renters can make their rental their own. Because of our reforms, most states have implemented minimum standards for rental properties. Renters are now guaranteed a baseline standard for their rental property, which wasn't guaranteed before, to ensure their rental is actually habitable. Our reforms have also meant that most states have now banned no-grounds evictions. Stamping out no-grounds evictions provides renters with more certainty, stability and security. It also allows renters to establish a more stable home and better plan for the future of themselves and their families. We've delivered a 45% increase in Commonwealth rental assistance, helping 1 million low-income Australians to pay the rent. We're delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes for the Australians that need them the most. Through programs like the Housing Australia Future Fund, we're reducing the social housing waiting list and delivering homes for vulnerable women, children, veterans and key workers. We're investing $1.2 billion in building new crisis and transitional accommodation. This investment will ensure at-risk groups like women, younger Australians and those fleeing domestic violence have access to safe and stable housing. Building more homes and supporting renters wouldn't be possible if we didn't invest in the people we need to build these homes. We're training more tradies through our fee-free TAFE program. The fee-free construction program will boost the number of skilled workers in the construction and housing sector. This will ensure that Australia has the skilled workers to build the houses that we need. We're providing $10,000 incentives payments to apprentices in construction. We're investing $78 million to fast-track qualifications of 6,000 tradies to help build more homes across Australia. And the Advanced Entry Trades Training Program will help experienced but unqualified workers get the qualifications and recognition they deserve for their work. The program will assess participants' skills via a recognition of prior learning process and then fill in any gaps with individualised training delivered by TAFEs and other high-quality registered training organisations. The best bit is, if they need extra training, it'll be free. We're also cutting red tape with our planning reforms. We're providing $120 million from the National Productivity Fund to incentivise states to remove red tape and help build more houses faster, and leading efforts to speed up construction. We're delivering $54 million investment in advanced manufacturing of prefab and modular homes. Now, the Albanese government is building new homes, supporting renters, ensuring that we have a skilled workforce for our housing agenda, and cutting red tape. We're tackling this housing crisis from every angle. But unfortunately, this crisis wasn't created overnight, and it means that it won't be fixed overnight. The crisis we're currently experiencing is a result of decades of underinvestment and neglect. We're working hard to undo this decade of neglect from the Coalition, who didn't even have a housing minister for most of their time in office. As my colleague, Minister O'Neill, told Parliament last week, they built just 373 social and affordable homes in 9 years. If that wasn't bad enough, they continue to oppose home ownership for Australians. They voted against Help to Buy. In fact, they promised to abolish the scheme entirely. They didn't support our 100,000 homes for first home buyers. And bizarrely, they are now even trying to scrap 80,000 new rentals by raising taxes on builders. It's like they've completely given up. On this side of the House, we haven't. Owning a home is a dream that should be available to all Australians, not just some. And we're making that dream more achievable. The Albanese Labor government was elected with a clear mandate to support the aspirations and dreams of all Australians. From October 1, the days of 20% deposits for first home buyers are over. We're bringing the dream of home ownership within reach for everyone, in Melbourne's West, in my community, and across Australia. It's not just a policy change, it's a change which will support Australians with achieving their goals and their dreams. We're removing barriers which hold Australians back from home ownership. We're building more rentals with stronger protections, and we're delivering more social and affordable homes for vulnerable Australians. We're working with states and territories to make renting fairer and boosting rent assistance. We're offering a clear, fair pathway to home ownership for all Australians. We are investing in the future of housing. We're speeding up construction, we're investing in the workforce we need to build new homes, and we're fast-tracking the qualifications of experienced but unqualified tradies. This housing crisis has been decades in the making. But last week's announcement of 5% deposits for first home buyers is another plank in our Homes for Australia plan, a comprehensive plan that tackles every dimension of this crisis.
The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when I was growing up, the phrase the Australian dream meant something, and it meant something to everyone. It was understood. It meant owning your own home. And the Australian dream conjured up pictures of a house on a quarter-acre block, perhaps a Hills hoist in the background, maybe some kids and a dog running underneath a sprinkler on a hot summer's day. Owning a home was a symbol of success, and it became part of our national identity. And Deputy Speaker, the Australian dream at that time was both aspirational and achievable. These days, the phrase the Australian dream has evolved to encompass other facets of what it means to be Australian. What hasn't changed, however, is the need to have a safe and stable place to call home. And right now, that's tough, because right now housing is hard across our country. Housing is hard in my community. Housing is hard whether you're looking to buy your very first home or whether you're looking to rent for your family. The realities of the housing market mean that there are barriers in the way of home ownership for many Australians. Owning your own home has become a life-defining challenge for many. Despite hard work and diligent saving, many people cannot afford to buy their own home. Labor wants a generation of Australians who feel left behind on housing to have the benefits and security that having your own home brings. It's the foundation of the extensive work this government is doing in supporting Australians into homes of their own. Australia's housing crisis wasn't created overnight, and it wasn't created in the last 3 years. It's been gathering momentum for 40 years, when not enough houses were being built. And then it took a decade of neglect from those opposite to really solidify it. In the suburbs of Moreton, I've spoken to young people who are concerned that they will never be able to afford to buy a home of their own. They've spoken to me about teaming up to buy a house. And I've listened to Gen Xers who are worried that their kids won't know financial security in their lifetimes, and who can't afford to help out and get them a foothold in the property market. I've seen the pressure pile on renters as they both struggle to find a place to live and then to afford increasing rent costs. And I've spoken to community groups who are supporting rising numbers of people experiencing homelessness. Fixing this mess will take time. Anyone who tells you it can be fixed overnight is being disingenuous. But we have to start now, and we have to go hard if we're going to make a difference. And that's why the Labor Albanese government is taking unprecedented steps to resolve it, with an ambitious and multifaceted approach. Our $43 billion agenda is focused on 3 main drivers. Firstly, building more homes. Secondly, making it better to rent. And thirdly, making it easier to buy. And, Deputy Speaker, the page in front of me says the Coalition have no ideas when it comes to solving the housing crisis. But I don't actually think that's true. I think the Coalition do have ideas when it comes to solve the housing crisis, and we know what those ideas are, because the Coalition put forward a proposal that the way to solve the housing crisis is to raid your super, is to take from the money set aside for people's future and to use it to fix a housing crisis that they were instrumental in causing. And, Deputy Speaker, what we know about raiding your super now is that it has monumental impacts on young people's future. Because we know that not only does it have the potential to cripple people's nest eggs, we also know that the vast majority of economists has said that it simply won't work and will place enormous inflationary pressure in the system. That is what the Coalition's solution is to fixing a housing crisis. And for most of the decade of neglect, they didn't even have a housing minister. Their contribution to the housing pool was a total of 373 social and affordable homes. 373. It's an average of 41 houses built per year. Their lack of interest didn't change during the last Parliament, and in fact they put all of their energy into teaming up with the Greens political party to block Labor's housing initiatives. They voted against Help to Buy and they promised to abolish the scheme. And it doesn't look like things have changed much this term, Deputy Speaker. They are simply not interested in supporting first home buyers to turn their dreams into a reality. The Shadow Housing Minister described Labor's 5% deposit announcement as bizarre and ridiculous, laying bare their contempt for battling young Australians. The only thing bizarre and ridiculous when it comes to housing is the fact that those opposite have continually failed to act and continually neglected to take action when it comes to putting supports in place for young people to get into their first homes, for families to get into their first homes, for people who are struggling to rent, to give them the support that they need. And the headline housing news last week was that the Albanese government has moved to help first home buyers get a home of their own more quickly. We have moved our plan forward by 3 months so that first home buyers can buy a home with a 5% deposit from the 1st of October this year. And the scheme will be uncapped so that every first home buyer can access its benefits. There are no income limits and no limits on places. We are increasing property price caps so that they are in line with average house prices, and this broadens the scope from small apartments, units or homes a long way from where people work. The benefits speak for themselves. A 5% deposit slashes years of the time required to save for a deposit. It will save prospective buyers thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance, not to mention rental payments while saving. And we want people to be able to spend their hard-earned dollars not on someone else's mortgage, but on their own. We're backing the 5% deposit scheme because we know it works. And on average, there are 6,000 first home buyer loans a year under this government in comparison to the former government. Housing Australia tells us that over 230,000 Australians have already bought their first home because they've accessed the scheme. And I'm excited to see how much this number grows now that eligibility has been expanded. We've supported 1 million households with nearly 50% rent assistance increases. Since May 2022, new housing approvals are up by 30% and 500,000 homes have been built. And there are 28,000 social and affordable homes in the planning and construction phases. As the Minister for Housing said, we know the long-term solution to address the housing crisis in our country is to build, build, build. Labor's comprehensive approach to this involves funding the development of infrastructure needed for housing. That's the roads, that's the sewerage, that's the energy, that's the water connections needed for new developments and more social housing. And Labor is training the workforce for this, for free, with more free TAFE places in the construction industry so we can train the tradies that we need to build these homes. And Deputy Speaker, in my local electorate of Moreton on Brisbane's south side, we are the proud home to the largest trade training centre in the entirety of the Southern Hemisphere. And this is a place where not only will people have access to free TAFE, but this is also a place where people will build those homes of the future and get the skills that they need to be able to do so. The government is also focused on cutting the red tape that can cause delays in building houses. And participants in Labor's recent economic reform roundtable were in broad agreement that the regulatory burden on builders needs to be decreased. Deputy Speaker, this will be a fundamentally life-changing reform for prospective first home buyers. We know it's tough. We know we need to take action. And that's why Labor is throwing the kitchen sink at the housing crisis. Labor are the only ones who can invest in the means for young people, for families.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the document be noted. And I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am honoured to be able to speak to this issue in strong support of the expansion of the 5% deposit scheme, a practical, common-sense initiative that will make a real difference for Australians who have been locked out of the housing market. And this scheme is essentially about fairness. It's about giving Australians, hardworking nurses, teachers, police officers, hospitality workers, giving them a genuine shot at the great Australian dream of home ownership. For too many people, that dream has felt out of reach. And let's be honest, saving a 20% deposit in today's housing market is simply impossible for many Australians, particularly young people and families who are trying to buy that first home. In Newcastle, the median house price is around $900,000, and that means a 20% deposit is $180,000, before we've even factored in stamp duty and other associated costs. How many people can realistically save that kind of money while paying rent, covering living costs and trying to get ahead? Well, the answer is not many. And that's why this scheme is such a game changer. Under the current scheme, eligible first-home buyers can purchase a home with as little as 5% deposit without having to fork out for costly lenders' mortgage insurance. That's thousands of dollars saved up front, money that stays in the pockets of people instead of going into the banks or insurers. It's a practical way to help first-home buyers enter the market sooner and with less financial stress. And importantly, it's targeted to those who need it most, Australians who have the income to service a mortgage but simply can't break through the barrier of saving for that massive deposit. And with this expansion of the scheme, all first-home buyers will now have access with no caps on places or income limits. Property price caps will also rise in line with the average house prices, providing access to a greater variety of homes, and it means a first-home buyer in Newcastle can purchase a $900,000 home with a $45,000 deposit. They could save up to 10 years off the time it takes to save for a deposit. They could save about $40,000 of mortgage insurance and could pay up to $345,000 towards their loan instead of paying rent. And in just the first year alone, first-home buyers using the scheme are expected to avoid around $1.5 billion in potential mortgage insurance costs. This is about breaking down those barriers, giving people a leg up, not a handout, but a leg up, and so they can take control of their future and build wealth for themselves and their families. In Newcastle, this means more young couples, more single parents, more key workers will be able to buy a home in the community they love, close to their families and close to their work. And that matters. This scheme is just one part of Labor's comprehensive plan to tackle Australia's housing crisis. We know there is no silver bullet, and that's why through our $43 billion Homes for Australia program, we're investing right across the housing spectrum, from emergency accommodation to social housing, from affordable rentals to home ownership. Through the Housing Australia Future Fund, we're building 30,000 new homes, new social and affordable homes. And that's the single biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. We've boosted funding for homelessness services and increased rent assistance to help those who are doing it tough right now. And we've struck the National Housing Accord, an agreement between all levels of government, investors and the construction sector to deliver 1.2 million well-located homes over the next 5 years. These are serious reform measures. They're big, ambitious policies that will deliver real results, and they're backed by billions of dollars in investments from the Albanese Labor government. But here's the truth. Every step of the way, the Liberals and the Greens have tried to stop this. They blocked the Housing Australia Future Fund for months, playing politics while Australians struggled to keep a roof over their heads. They delayed critical funding for social and affordable housing because they wanted to grandstand instead of govern. The Greens talked a big game on housing, But when they had the chance to vote for more homes, they voted against it. They voted against $10 billion for social and affordable housing. That's 30,000 homes they tried to block. And the Liberals, well, they spent a decade doing absolutely nothing on housing. Nothing. They left a legacy of neglect, and that's what we are working hard to fix now. Australians deserve better than this. They deserve a government that rolls up its sleeves and gets things done, and that is exactly what Labor is doing. The 5% deposit scheme is proof of what we can achieve when we focus on those practical solutions. Already Australians have used this scheme to buy their first home, and we are going further, expanding eligibility so even more people get to benefit. In Newcastle, more than 1,000 people have gotten the keys to their new home so far. That's more families getting a start in the market. It's more young people being able to stay in the region they love. It means stronger, more vibrant communities. And this is real action making a real difference right now. Owning your own home shouldn't be a privilege reserved for a few. It should be an achievable aspiration for anyone who works hard and plays by the rules. The 5% deposit scheme is helping make that aspiration a reality. It's giving hope and opportunity to thousands of Australians, and it's part of Labor's bigger plan to fix housing in this country. While others talk, Labor acts. While others block and delay, Labor builds. We build homes, we build communities, we build a better future. And we will keep doing that because every Australian deserves the security, stability and dignity of a place to call home.
I thank the member. I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that a resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All of those opinions say aye. Got an aye? Yep. And the contrary, no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Medicare is a Labor creation. Just over 40 years old, it is an institution in this country, a system people rely on day in and day out so that they can access the healthcare that they need, so that they can see a general practitioner, so that they can see a specialist, so that they can have a life-saving or life-changing operation. Labor will always work to ensure the sustainability of Medicare, work to ensure it is fit for purpose, and work to ensure it is never taken away or diminished. Medicare works best. Medicare provides the healthcare support and services Australians need and deserve, and Medicare is funded most efficiently and effectively when it is underpinned and shaped by integrity. Critical to the motivation and necessity to strengthen Medicare is knowing that there are safeguards with respect to the taxpayer funds that reinforce it, and the Albanese Labor government is steadfast in its commitment to doing the work to ensure this. This legislation amendment amends several other pieces of legislation, being the National Health Act, the Health Insurance Act, the Human Services Medicare Act, and the Dental Benefits Act. Its motivation in doing so is in response to complexities that affect the effective administration of health benefits schemes. These were highlighted by the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance, which was undertaken by health economist Dr. Pradeep Philip. Commissioned in 2022, the Philip Review examined Medicare compliance and integrity, leading to the establishment of the Medicare Integrity Task Force in 2023-2024. We know that the overwhelming majority of practitioners working to support Australians within our Medicare system are honest, prepared to work hard and take care to ensure compliance with Medicare rules. The Phillip Review, however, illustrated a need for integrity activities in order to identify and respond to those few practitioners working in the system who are unintentionally suffering from compliance failures, and to identify and deal with those practitioners who are dishonestly obtaining payments. It is this very small group of practitioners participating in unintentional and deliberate non-compliance who will be affected by this legislation. A general practitioner who lives in my electorate of Sturt, Dr. Sian Goodson, is one of thousands of hard-working general practitioners dedicated to her craft and to serving the healthcare needs of Australians with passion and integrity. Dr. Goodson, who is also the chair of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners in South Australia, originated from the UK and spent time training in hospital medicine and rheumatology before commencing a career in general practice in 2004. In 2013, Dr. Goodson joined a family health clinic in Adelaide's northern suburbs, where she remains some 12 years later, having built strong and enduring relationships with her community and providing bulk billed healthcare to her patients. Dr. Goodson is also passionate about clinical education and acts as a supervisor to general practitioner registrars in her practice. Dr. Goodson is a terrific example of general practitioners who put the healthcare needs of Australians first every day. Dr. Goodson understands how precious Australia's Medicare system is and how important it is to ensure that the Medicare system is underpinned by integrity and honesty, with taxpayer money used efficiently and effectively. Now, Dr. Goodson lives in my electorate of Sturt, which stretches across Adelaide's eastern border from Hope Valley in the south to Myrtle Bank in the north. My electorate is not regional or remote, but access to healthcare for regional and remote Australians is an issue that is close to my heart. Prior to being elected to federal parliament as the member for Sturt, I was a volunteer board director on the board of the Royal Flying Doctor Service for South Australia and the Northern Territory. In that role, I saw firsthand how important it is for regional and remote Australians to be able to access healthcare, how important it is that sufficient doctors, nurses and midwives from regional locations are trained so that they can return to their communities and contribute to the health and well-being of those who live there. An appropriately funded and operational Medicare system underpinned by honesty and integrity is important for Australians who live in cities, and an appropriately funded and operational Medicare system underpinned by honesty and integrity is equally important to Australians who live in regional and remote Australia. I take the opportunity to share with this House that at this very moment, around this great country, Royal Flying Doctor Service planes are conducting aeromedical retrieval operations, and that at this moment, Royal Flying Doctor Service doctors, nurses, midwives and dentists are providing the finest care to the farthest corner, including to remote communities in William Creek, in Andamuka, Inaminka and Yunta, with planes taking off and landing at bases in Adelaide, Port Augusta and Alice Springs, transporting patients to where they need to go to receive the best healthcare that this country offers. Those working with the Royal Flying Doctor Service also form part of our national health system and, like Dr. Goodson, are honest, hard-working healthcare practitioners who are dedicated to their patients. The Phillip Review identified the need for integrity activities to identify and respond to any actors in the system who were unintentionally or dishonestly obtaining payments, and further noted that the systems underpinning health benefit schemes require changes to ensure that they remain rigorous and effective. In addition, the Phillip Review highlighted the need to ensure patient safety is the first and foremost consideration with respect to all aspects of health services. Although the measures this legislation introduces will only directly affect the small number of practitioners and businesses practising non-compliance and fraud, the measures will also mean that patients and practitioners can expect to benefit from better protected health benefit schemes.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to give a big shout out to the Shire of Wiluna, Shire President Peter Grundy and the entire community after last week's official opening of the Wiluna Caravan Park. I visited Wiluna back in April and saw the terrific progress on the $1.16 million local roads and community infrastructure funded component, and since its completion, the Wiluna Caravan Park has welcomed over 500 guests, generating accommodation revenue of over $90,000. Now, for those of you who have never heard of Wiluna, it truly is the outback. Situated on the edge of the Western Desert, the entire Shire has just over 500 inhabitants, including the people of the Martu country. New caravan park sites at the convergence of two iconic outback adventure routes. The Canning Stock Route, which connects Wiluna to the Kimberley and at 1,850 kilometres is perhaps the longest historic stock route in the world, and the Gun Barrel Highway, a remote desert track connecting Wiluna to Victory Downs Station in the Northern Territory. The new caravan park offers 22 powered caravan sites, 7 queen bed cabins with en-suites, 2 spacious family suites and a grassed camping area. It has a well-equipped camp kitchen, shaded barbecues, free laundry and Wi-Fi. So if you're overnighting in Wiluna to stock up on supplies for your big adventure or staying longer to explore the region, the Wiluna Caravan Park now offers all the creature comforts anyone could hope for.
Member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I met with representatives of the Micah Women's Network who are in Canberra raising awareness of the urgent humanitarian needs throughout the world and calling for Australia to increase overseas aid from 0.65% to 1% of the federal budget. Australia now ranks 28 out of 32 OECD countries for aid generosity, according to Micah. A combination of US cuts to foreign aid and increase in global conflicts have left some 305 million people throughout the world in desperate need. Trade tensions and tariff wars, extreme weather events, conflict and climate-driven displacement and strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific region are all adding to human misery. There are currently 59 active conflict zones in 35 countries, and 1 in 6 children live in a conflict zone. The spiralling crisis in Myanmar, where Micah is calling for a $110 million emergency package, is particularly concerning, whilst 1.9 million people face catastrophic hunger in Gaza and Sudan. Overseas aid is not simply a moral humanitarian response, but it is a critical strategy to ensuring Australian safety, security and stability. Overseas aid is an effective strategic investment that pays real dividends to Australia. And I have to say there are now an estimated 300 million people throughout the world in humanitarian need, and the numbers are growing.
Member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about an exciting local business doing incredible things in my electorate when it comes to sustainable tourism. That's Glamex Experience in Packham. Their show yard is nothing short of spectacular, showcasing innovative tents, containers and domes that redefining camping as a glamping. However, despite their enthusiasm and potential, they are facing significant hurdles from outdated and inconsistent regulations imposed by local councils, but in particular forced by state Labor government. Recently, I met the owners Leon Jefferson-Mans and Sandra Jeffermans from Glamex, alongside representatives from Caravan and Residential Parks Victoria, to hear firsthand the challenges facing glamping industry in Victoria. Their message was clear. Victoria is very much failing. Victoria is the only jurisdiction without adequate statewide regulations in this growing section. Meanwhile, states like New South Wales have made simple regulation changes and are now reaping the benefits: more investment, more jobs and stronger regional tourism. The new 2024 regulations fail, this is in Victoria, to even formally classify glamping tents as movable dwellings, leading to inconsistent and confusing planning and building requirements across local areas right across Victoria. Can I just say to the Victorian State Labor Government, you need to stop making business so difficult for Victorians trying to make a living and make the lives of Victorians easier. Thank you.
Member for Moore.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to one of my constituents, Philippa Greenwood-Jones, a remarkable woman from Moore who has turned her battle with bowel cancer into a mission of advocacy and hope. On the 21st of August, I had the privilege of meeting Phil, where she shared her story. 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with stage 3 bowel cancer at the age of 40. Despite treatment at the Joondalup Health Campus, her cancer has since spread and she's currently recovering from chemotherapy. But instead of retreating, Phil has become a voice for others and is here today as part of the envoy for Bowel Cancer Australia, as part of their call on Canberra, which calls for greater awareness of this disease. She reminds us that bowel cancer does not just affect older Australians. Increasing numbers of younger people are being diagnosed. Phil is urging us to raise awareness, to promote early testing and to ensure that no patient is dismissed because of their age. She also champions the need for continued research and investment so the treatments are better targeted and lives are saved. And she speaks honestly about the wider impacts on families, on children, on careers and relationships of facing cancer at a young age. To ensure her voice is heard at the highest level, I have written to the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, to share Phil's story and advocate directly with him. Phil's courage, her advocacy and her commitment to others embody the very best of our community. On behalf of this House and behalf of the people of Moore, I want to thank her and commit to carrying her message here in the Parliament.
Expired. I give the call to member for Colette.
During World War II, over 30,000 Australians became prisoners of war, with the Japanese capturing over 22,000. One of those taken prisoner by the Japanese was Private John Wilfred Franklin, who was held in Changi, Singapore and later Japan. His family sent him numerous letters, not knowing if he was alive, and it took more than 2 years for most of them to finally be delivered to him. Those letters were held closely by Private Franklin and have survived to this day. 80 years on, his 91-year-old niece, Ray Marie Curtis from Bathurst, recently launched a book titled Letters from Home. Marie has carefully preserved the letters, telegrams, photographs, documents and memorabilia from her uncle's time as a prisoner of war and spent 18 months compiling the information into this book with the help of her son, Matthew Curtis, and the support of the Bathurst RSL sub-branch. The preservation of these letters is not only significant to Marie's family, but also contributes to a broader understanding of the human cost of war, both for those in captivity and for their loved ones. I wish to acknowledge and congratulate Marie and Matthew Curtis on this significant and important achievement. I also acknowledge and thank members of the Bathurst RSL sub-branch for their assistance, and in particular John Sutton and his son Owen Sutton. The Australian War Memorial has recognised the significance of the correspondence by accepting it into its official archives. It's vitally important that the sacrifice of those who served our nation in uniform and also the sacrifice of their families is never forgotten, lest we forget.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was born and bred in the Goldfields, and people may be surprised to find out how multicultural Camp Belder was. We attracted skills not from just across Australia, but from across the globe. And the truth is, out there, people didn't care about the colour of your skin. What they wanted to know is whether you were good at your job and whether you'd stick by your mates out in the mines. My parents loved their new community and they paid it forward by being welcoming to every single new person, and people would come over for dinner and also get a piece of furniture because they were hoarders. This multiculturalism is something that I see in Swan. We had Vietnamese bakeries of Bentley, Indian, Turkish, Lebanese, Somali businesses in Cannington, Italian, Japanese, Bhutanese, Malaysian, Chinese, Nepalese restaurants in Vic Park. We are the self-proclaimed capital of Western Australia. We have Christian, Catholic and Islamic colleges achieving excellence alongside each other. I have said many times that ecosystems are stronger, proven scientifically, when we have more diversity. And guess what? So is Australia. Our diversity is our greatest strength. Australia is one of the most egalitarian nations in the world. And you know what? It's because our equality is united by our citizenship bond. And that is the real Australia that voted at the last federal election, the most multicultural parliament
has
ever.
Expired. I give the call to the member for Curtin.
This month, Australia faces a critical decision. We must submit our 2035 emissions reduction target to the United Nations. And this decision will shape our climate policy, guide investment and define our national direction for the next decade. It also contributes to the planet our children will inherit. Based on the evidence, I believe we must aim for at least a 75% emissions reduction target by 2035, and there's strong support for this in my electorate of Curtin. The reality is that even if the whole world does this, we're likely to see an increase in temperature of 2.3 degrees. So a 100% reduction is preferable, but 75 is an ambitious target that we can realistically achieve. It keeps us on the narrow path to net zero by 2050 and positions us as a leader in the global transition. To aim lower would be to turn away from the science and the opportunity. To gain a competitive edge and position ourselves for prosperity in the net zero global economy of the future, we must send investors a clear signal of our commitment to transformation. This decade presents a choice. We can cling to the climate wars of the past, settle for mediocrity, or commit to building the industries, jobs and opportunities of the future. A target of 75 by 35 is that commitment, and all sides of politics should support it, to end the climate wars and take a step forward to a future that's cleaner, fairer and more prosperous for all Australians.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As many in this chamber may already know, my electorate of Robertson incorporates the magnificent peninsula on the New South Wales Central Coast. And the peninsula is home to the suburbs of Woy Woy, Blackwall, Booker Bay, Ettalong Beach and Umina Beach. And the peninsula is where I was raised and where I went to school, and it's home to so many happy memories as a child. And it is also blessed with natural beauty and is surrounded by the iconic Brisbane Water National Park, as well as sparkling waterways and family-friendly beaches. As a popular visitor destination during the summer months for Sydney-siders and people from all parts of Australia and indeed the world, a new tourist guide to explore the peninsula has been created. The Peninsula Path has been marvellously put together by local business owner and passionate local Kate Toon, with design assistance from Sue Waterson. Kate owns and operates the cosy bookshop Umina Beach Book Nook and is so optimistic about our peninsula community. Kate has lived in the area for 16 years and has seen the peninsula transform from a sleepy seaside community to a thriving destination that's only an hour's drive from Sydney. The Peninsula Path helps tourists discover hidden gems and must-see businesses including Margarita Days, Produce the Box and many others. It's an evolving project and the Peninsula Path will continue to add local businesses as it develops. Thank you, Kate Toon, and all those involved in this magnificent
Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I attended the Never Too Young for Bowel Cancer event in the main committee room, and it hits most of us because in some way or shape or form most of us have had a loved one or someone we know that's been affected by this terrible disease. My mother-in-law passed from bowel cancer and unfortunately they got it too late. It was already in her liver and she was gone a year after diagnosis, which was incredibly sad for the family. I met with an incredible young woman today, Tara Signal, who's just in her 40s and has suffered with IBS for many, many years, and came home and something didn't feel right from an overseas trip, and she went and got checked and she was diagnosed in her 40s with bowel cancer, and she has a young family. And she's endured the treatment, as we know, which is quite harsh, chemotherapy, but her attitude was superb, and she came down today because the perception, which is incorrect of course, is that bowel cancer is an old person's disease, and more younger people are being diagnosed with this insidious disease, and she wants to spread the awareness so people don't have to suffer like she did. So I want to encourage everyone out there, if you're having any sort of symptoms or irregularity in your bowel movements, by all means, no matter how old you are, please make sure you go and get checked out, because the fact of the matter is that if they diagnose it early, 90% of the cases are actually cured. So please go and get yourself checked out and do yourself a favour.
Yeah. Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, a massive shout out to Bennelong's very own North West Sydney Spirit, who have just been crowned premiers in the New South Wales Premier League. As a proud local soccer dad and a self-confessed football tragic, I could not be happier to see the Spirit succeed. From early days only establishing in 2005 as the Gladesville Spirit, the club has grown with our community, and their premiership win is fitting reward for years of hard work on and off the pitch. And it wasn't just the men's team who shone this season, Deputy Speaker. North West Spirit women's team may have missed the finals, but they finished with a statement, a 3-1 win over Football New South Wales Institute's first grade side. That kind of result shows the depth and determination that makes this club so special for both men and women, boys and girls. And, Deputy Speaker, there's some exciting things to come. Christie Park is the Spirit's home ground, and it's set for a huge $1.9 million upgrade, funding 5 new synthetic futsal courts, funded by the Albanese Labor government. When I was mayor, I planned for this park and funded the construction of stage 1 and 2, and now, as their federal MP, this will truly be the home of football for the North West, and it'll make it even better. Good facilities make for good results for football. So to the players, to Coach David Perkovich, to Chair Frank Marchi, Deputy Chair Tony Mellum, and of course to every player at that wonderful club, congratulations, you've made Bennelong proud.
Member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, we have a major problem with illegal tobacco trade in Australia. It is putting lives at risk, increasing smoking rates, driving profits to organised crime and shortchanging the ATO. Today marks yet another increase of 5% on legal cigarettes, which are already taxed at among the highest levels in the world. The policy intention on excise tax is to reduce the number of people, particularly young people, taking up smoking because of the financial impost. All of us in this place want to see a reduction in the number of people smoking and the number of people who take it up. The unintended policy consequence has been a surging black market of illegal tobacco. At the same time as the tax on cigarettes is going up, the associated government revenue has plummeted. The government cites figures that smoking rates amongst people aged 14 and above have gone down from 13.8% in 2017 to 8.3%. But as Joe Keller writes in today's Herald Sun, the latest Australian Criminal Investigation Commission wastewater report shows an uptick in nicotine rates. The ABC has reported that violent robberies in Victoria have grown by more than 150% since February 2024 due to tobacco-related crime. I've spoken to a number of retailers about their concerns. They pay tax, they adhere to the regulations, they are concerned about the safety and well-being of their staff. I call on the federal Labor government to urgently review all available options to address this crisis, from taxation to law enforcement.
Time expired. Member for Gorton.
While the blue light disco days might be over, Blue Light's mission is still making waves in our community. I recently saw the Blue Light Youth Program in action at Creekside College in Caroline Springs. This powerful initiative gives secondary students hands-on experiences with police and emergency services, fostering trust, open communication and a sense of belonging. That confidence, resilience and strong sense of community is essential to keeping the future of our youth and our community bright. Thank you to Principal Peter Delinkowitz, Alyssa and Carolyn from Blue Light and the police at the Caroline Springs Police Station for all that you do to keep our communities and youth safe. Congratulations to the Green Gully Soccer Club on their 70-year anniversary. In 1955, Maltese migrants saw a need in our community and they provided with one of the strongest clubs in the National Premier League in Victoria, right in the heart of Keilor Downs. I always love going to Green Gully's Reserve to support your games and grabbing a pastis from the canteen. Green Gully's success comes from the committed members and volunteers who work hard week in and week out. Shout out to Anthony, Raymond, Bianca and the rest of the executive team. I'd also like to acknowledge the late Harry Mokes, OAM, Paul Azzopardi and Frank Coble. Their legacy will never be forgotten. Up the gully.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I was pleased to launch the Parliamentary Friends of Bowel Cancer with my co-chair, the member for Adelaide.
Bowel Cancer Australia is in the Parliament today, including 50 inspiring young people from across the country who represent the growing number of early onset patients. Bowel cancer has affected my own family, and today I send a shout out and my best wishes to you, Trent. Tegan, from my electorate in Nichols, who's in the gallery, is one of the most inspirational people I've met. Prior to her visit today, we shared a coffee in her hometown of Kilmore, and she told me her story of being diagnosed with bowel cancer at age 39. Tegan has endured chemotherapy and radiation, all whilst being a mum to 3 young kids. There are positive signs that Tegan is on track for a healthy outcome, and she is using her experience to raise awareness because she doesn't want other people to go through this. She wants more people to be aware that bowel cancer happens to people under the age of 50. We need to encourage screening and develop clinical practice guidelines for people who are going through this at a younger age. We need to invest more into research about the cause of early onset bowel cancer. Bowel cancer is one of the most preventable cancers, but it still claims the lives of 101 Australians every week. Tegan has been through so much, but she maintains an incredibly positive attitude. And we owe it to all of those brave ambassadors here today to help raise the level of awareness about early onset bowel cancer and how early diagnosis can save lives.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every 44 minutes, a restraining order is breached in Western Australia. That is how serious domestic violence is. Equipping victims with a safe, untraceable phones provides an instant, secure lifeline when they need it most. And that's why I'm proud to support DV Safe Phone, which is a national charity providing victims with a vital lifeline, a safe, untraceable phone to call for help and so that it is heard. With staying connected with loved ones, working with the police and frontline services when they are in danger. Already more than 1,600 Western Australians have received a DV Safe Phone. And here's the thing, I call on every Western Australian to find the one of 22 million phones that are in everyone's drawers and get them out and donate them to DV Safe Phone. And you can do that now because my office is a Dropbox location. And I call on every single MP in this place and at our state level to become DV Safe Phone locations. They know where we are. People can find it easy to access us and drop off this phone. It is then cleared, it's repaired if it needs to be, and importantly, it's provided with a SIM card so people can't be traced. Anita Princey, a survivor, she spoke to me about her phone having been hacked and her Facebook page and everything else and being tracked and followed. Let's put an end to this. Let's get those unused phones into Dropbox locations and support people in need.
Member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Delivering and advocating for civics education is an absolute priority of mine. Whilst the Speaker has made the admirable commitment to visit each of our electorates around the nation to help spread the good word, my undertaking is to visit every single school in Hinkler throughout this term. That's a total of 54 schools. These schools are filled with thousands of students, our aspiring leaders of tomorrow, and some are already making their mark as the exceptional young leaders of today, including Sarah, a Year 11 student from Urangan State High School, who I met here in Canberra last week. Sarah was selected as one of the 12 in the country to participate in Research Australia's Future Health Leaders program. Deputy Speaker, having received a replica parliamentary mace from the Speaker, I'm very pleased to report that it has been on tour with me and is a very popular talking point. In Hervey Bay, I've presented flags and spoken with students who are striving for success at Sandy Strait State School. In the Bundaberg region, I've attended both Goodwood and Bundaberg South State schools, and with immense pride I returned to my former school, Bundaberg State High. It was there I launched my first speech competition.
Time has expired, or do we not have the clock? I give the call to member for Macquarie.
Every Australian deserves to feel safe in our country, and that includes our newest Australians. At the weekend in the Blue Mountains, we welcomed nearly 70 new Australian citizens, including Tibetans. With my Tibetan friends in the gallery, I want to highlight that, unfortunately, foreign interference is real for some communities. For Tibetans, that can mean phone calls to family members in Tibet are monitored, or their community activities here may be under surveillance by foreign actors, which is intimidating and can lead to self-censorship, especially when speaking out about their or their family's experiences of arrest and torture.
There's no place for transnational repression here in Australia, and I'll continue to work with the community of Tibetans, including to ensure they feel confident reporting any attempts to intimidate them. As we mark the 90th birthday this year of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, I want to reiterate the government's view that no government should interfere in the selection of religious leaders, and successions should be allowed to occur in accordance with religious norms and practices. That is the case for the next Dalai Lama, although we know that this one is planning a very long life. The Albanese government has expressed deep concern over the erosion of human rights and freedoms in Tibet and has urged the Chinese government to uphold the fundamental human rights of Tibetan people and to enter into genuine dialogue with the Dalai Lama to achieve long-term peace and freedom for Tibet.
Member for Moncrieff.
I am an Australian, and I'm proud to be an Australian, and I'm proud of our Australian flag. And do those opposite feel as proud of our nation as we do on this side of the House? Are they as proud of our national flag as we are? Because if they were proud of our nation, our multiculturalism and rich Indigenous history, they would not be sitting idly by as our flag is set alight in the streets. And they certainly wouldn't be tolerating the pro-terrorism chants we saw on the weekend. This government and Prime Minister are weak. Their leadership is weak, and as a result, they are dividing our nation. That is all this government has to show for itself after 3 years. It all started with the failed and the divisive voice referendum that cost taxpayers $450 million. Australians don't want to see tragic scenes of division and unrest on their TV screens or social feeds every night. We should be uplifting our migrant and Indigenous communities and supporting all Australians, supporting all communities, not pitting them against each other. Thanks to Labor, there has never been a more precarious time of civil unrest in this country. Australia is fractured and social cohesion is on a knife's edge. Those opposite only have themselves to blame. They should reflect on their weak leadership. They only have themselves to blame.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Hunt is a region built on champions, sporting legends, past, present and plenty more to come, Speaker. And the next chapter's already here. Cessnock's own Cody Dewey has been called up to wear the green and gold at the 2025 PDC World Youth Darts Championships. Yes. In October, he's flying to the UK carrying the Hunter spirit with him and representing the whole country. No surprise he's been picked, Deputy Speaker. By day, Cody is a hard-working boilie. By night, he's a dart-throwing machine. He's a bloke who puts the hours in on the tools and also on the board, Speaker. It's a sort of grit and grind that really makes champions. From my own days as an Olympic shooter, I know what that takes, the discipline, the sacrifice, the hours that nobody else sees. Cody's got this in spades, Speaker. And mate, when you bring it home in October, don't forget to celebrate. Make sure you get out and have a good drink because you deserve it. It's bloody good to see young sportsmen from the Hunter stepping up and showing the world what we're made of. And the Hunter just isn't about coal and power, wine and grapes, thoroughbreds. We're Australia's real sporting capital, Speaker. Cody, the whole region's behind you, mate. Go smash them and make us proud. And I hope we hear these words uttered a lot on the day. 180!
I just remind Member for Hunter, there are some words I'd rather not hear in the Parliament, and you will not repeat that. Leader for the Opposition.
Australia's way of life is built on the values of fairness, tolerance and respect. We are a migrant nation built by generations of people who chose this country, who worked hard and came together. That strength is now being tested. Since Hamas's barbarism on the 7th of October 2023, new pressures have been placed on our social cohesion. There have been multiple failures of government to keep our communities safe and together. Synagogues have been firebombed with our Jewish community under siege. Week after week, protests have taken place across our cities. We have the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Opera House turned into backdrops for division with overt support for terrorist organisations. People of goodwill have been at demonstrations, but their voices have been consistently hijacked by those glorifying terrorism. That can never be accepted. This past weekend, rallies occurred across Australia, attended by people of goodwill, but hijacked by violent neo-Nazis spouting hate and racism. That can never be accepted. Extremism has no place in Australia. We must never import the bitterness of overseas conflicts into our communities. What unites us as Australians will always be stronger than those who seek to divide us. That unity is at risk. The Coalition stands ready to work with the government to repair our social cohesion. This is a moment that demands leadership. The Prime Minister must show that leadership now.
Call to the member for Spence for
Thank
1
you,
minute.
Mr Speaker. I want to tell the House about a proud sporting club based in my electorate of Spence, one that I was proud to recently join for their much-anticipated Sponsors' Day, the Williston Sporting Club, or more well known as the Donnybrooks. Are more than just a football club, they're a vital part of the community's identity, bringing together generations of players, families, volunteers and sponsors since 1889. They play on the grounds rich in history, once a World War II RAF base, later a migrant hostel, and now called Elliott Goodger Memorial Park, named after a local mayor who served his community with distinction. Like most sporting clubs across the community, at Williston they are bound by a shared love of footy, netball, cricket and an unmistakable smell of deep heat from the sheds. But the club has grown far beyond its humble facilities, fielding more teams across all ages and genders, without the modern infrastructure needed to keep pace. That's why the town of Gawler has developed a comprehensive master plan for the precinct in close consultation with the Donnybrooks and local residents. The goal is clear: facilities that reflect the modern game, encourage participation and honour the club's legacy. I'll continue working with Council to help bring that vision to life, because Donnybrooks have earned it and this community deserves it. In closing, congratulations to the under-16 girls and the senior women's, both on securing a 2025 flag. Congratulations.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. The Albanese government has promised to deliver 83,000 new home care packages. Minister, how many of these promised packages have been delivered?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. In the last term of Parliament, the Minister for Communications moved the new Aged Care Act through the Parliament with bipartisan support and indeed cooperation from those on the crossbench as well. As part of the new Aged Care Act, which provides for a rights-based framework for older people receiving care in Australia, we also see the Support at Home program to which the Leader of the Opposition's question pertains. This is an entirely new program. It is an overhaul of the old home care packages program. We've seen enormous growth in the demand for home care across our community. In fact, since 2020, the home care program has grown from 155,000 people to over 300,000 people. And in federal government expenditure terms, that growth looks like 800% growth over a decade. Now, the Leader of the Opposition is quite right. Support at Home, which will come into effect from the 1st of November, along with the new Aged Care Act, will deliver an additional 83,000 home care packages in the form of Support at Home, which will mean that 83,000 additional older Australians, on top of the more than 300 who are already receiving care.
Order. We'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, the point of order is on relevance, and with respect, I've listened to the Minister for half of the allotted answer time, and he hasn't answered the question, which was very tight and very direct. How many of these packages have been delivered?
I thank the Leader for her point of order. The Minister was asked a specific question about a number, and as she knows under the standing orders, I can't direct the Minister to answer in the way she would like. But as long as he is making it directly relevant, he can't go into alternative policies or what the opposition is doing. He's got to make it relevant, and he is doing so by talking about the new packages and when they're coming in. I know you'd like a number, but at this stage he's being directly relevant. I'll continue to make sure he is. The member for Durack. The Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, Support at Home will come into effect from the 1st of November alongside the new Aged Care Act, which provides the legislative framework for the new home care approach that we are taking. We will deliver an additional 83,000 packages from the 1st of November in the first 12 months of Support at Home. That's on top of the more than 300,000 Australians that are currently receiving home care packages who will be transitioned into the Support at Home program. Between now and November, we will continue to allocate packages every single week to older Australians who are in need of care. We will continue to allocate them at an average of above 2,000 packages per week, and every single Australian who is assessed through the clinical assessment program, or process rather, as high priority will receive their package within a month. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to ensuring that older people all across Australia receive the care that they need and that they deserve.
The call to the honourable member for Ford.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare while easing cost of living pressures for Australians?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Ford for his question, and indeed he understands and is proud of the fact that Labor created Medicare, and it's also a fact that Labor created the PBS. And of course our Labor government is very much focused on strengthening both while delivering real cost of living relief. Now, in our first term, we brought down the cost of a PBS script from $42 to $30. That was the first time that PBS scripts had actually been lowered. Ever since it was introduced, they've gone up every now and again over the years so that they reached that point. But we reduced it from $42 to $30, consistent with the policy that we took to the 2022 election. And indeed, that was the first reduction in the cost of medicines in 8 decades, promised and then delivered. But we know that there is more work to do. So at this election, of course, after I addressed the big Pharmacy Guild conference, the first Prime Minister to do so, we promised to slash the cost of a PBS script to just $25, But importantly as well, Mr Speaker, we have frozen the cost for concession card holders to just $7.70 for the rest of the decade, making PBS medicines at $25 the cheapest they have been since 2004. Now, bulk billing is, of course, at the heart of Medicare, and it's also at the heart of our plans to ease the cost of living. So we've tripled the bulk billing incentive first. We did it for concession card holders, and then we are now doing it for all Australians, investing $8.5 billion to cover all 26 million Australians. But in addition to that, we're delivering 50 additional Medicare urgent care clinics, meaning there'll be a network of some 137 of these clinics that have already serviced 1.6 million Australians. In addition to that, we're establishing 1-800 Medicare, a 24/7 health advice and bulk billing hotline. Now, Medicare is a Labor legacy. It is central to what makes us the best country on earth. Our government will strengthen Medicare and we will defend it, so all Australians can get the high-quality health care that they deserve, making an enormous difference to the health but also to the living standards of Australians.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care, and allow us to assist the new minister. Of Labor's promised 83,000 new home care packages, 0 have been delivered. Meanwhile, more than 200,000 Australians are still waiting for either a home care package or an assessment of a package. Will the minister apologise to these 200,000 elderly Australians and their families for this betrayal?
Order. Give call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question, and I can perhaps assist the Leader of the Opposition to better understand some of the matters to which she refers to. Firstly, the Support at Home program, to which the Opposition have been supportive in moving the initial legislation, provides the legislative framework for support at home. So the members opposite will understand that the legislation they voted for is a requirement for support at home packages to be delivered. So those 83,000 can begin to be delivered from the time that the legislation comes into effect. Secondly, as I mentioned before, in the meantime, we continue to deliver packages each and every single week, the average being above 2,000 packages per week, to ensure that in the meantime Australians continue to receive the care that they need. We will ensure that every single Australian who is assessed as high priority will continue to receive their package within a month. And from November 1st, we will continue to invest in the Support at Home program as the key mechanism for delivering the in-home care that older Australians tell us that they want.
Give a call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring that life-changing medicines continue to be listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme? Why is this so important?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I answer that, I wonder whether on indulgence I can welcome the red T-shirts to the chamber. People with lived experience of early onset bowel cancer. Rates of this are exploding in Australia and many other countries around the world. They've come to Canberra talking to members across the chamber about their deeply powerful personal stories, and on behalf of the chamber, Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank them for doing that over the course of today. Now, I thank the member for Macarthur for that question. He knows very much about the PBS, and as the Prime Minister said, it truly is one of the core pillars of Australia's world-leading healthcare system, yet another feature of our healthcare system introduced by another reforming Labor government almost 80 years ago, Mr Speaker. It delivers access to the world's best medicines at affordable prices. And this government has been working hard to make those prices even more affordable, Mr Speaker. 4 waves of cheaper medicines policies in our first term of government have already saved Australians more than $1.5 billion in co-payments at their pharmacy counter, Mr Speaker. But those huge savings don't account for the huge benefit of 350 new or amended listings that we have made to the PBS in our time in government, Mr Speaker. The member for Macarthur, a deeply experienced paediatrician, for example, knows just how impactful asthma is to Australia's children and young people. Every day, almost 40 children are hospitalised through asthma, and tens of thousands more struggle with everyday activities like playing sport or playing in the playground. Today's the beginning of National Asthma Awareness Week, so it's a terrific day to announce a new PBS listing that takes effect today of Dupixent, a highly effective medicine for serious asthma which is not responding to even quite high-intensity treatments, Mr Speaker. Kids like Jack, who is a 10-year-old from south-western Sydney, first admitted to the Campbelltown Hospital when he was just 3, but even on a preventer inhaler, Mr Speaker, Jack's mum has been saying he couldn't play sport, couldn't run around with his friends at birthday parties. But several months ago, he got early access to Dupixent, Mr Speaker, and his mum, Sarah, said recently, "It's been a miracle." Last week, we had our school sports carnival and Jack came third. Previously, he wouldn't have even been able to take part, Mr Speaker. That's the beauty of the PBS. Before today's listing, Jack's family would have paid $11,000 a year for that. From today, they'll pay $31, and from the 1st of January next year, if the Senate passes our bill, they'll pay just $25, Mr Speaker. Great for Jack's health, but also great for his family's hip pocket.
Give a call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. Last week, the Department of Health and Aged Care confirmed that there are more than 120,000 people waiting for a home care assessment, on top of the 87,000 people waiting for a package. The department also confirmed that no additional plans have been released beyond the attrition rate. Will the government release 20,000 new home care places now to stop the waitlist growing longer?
Call to the Honourable the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Indi for her question and acknowledge her genuine interest in ensuring that our reforms to aged care deliver safety, dignity and compassionate care to older Australians across all of our communities. In the last term of Parliament, as I said, the Minister for Communications, along with support from across the Parliament, passed the new Aged Care Act, and we're preparing to implement it on the 1st of November, which is just 2 months from today, along with the Support at Home program to which the member's question pertains. At 31 March this year, the quarterly National Priority System waitlist showed 87,597 people who have been approved for a home care package through the clinical assessment process. As I've said earlier, we continue to allocate an average of more than 2,000 home care packages to people on the NPS every week, and those assessed as high priority will continue to receive their packages within a month. I'll say it again, those assessed as high priority will continue to receive their packages within a single month. Assessment for broader aged care services forms a different process, a related one but a different one. We acknowledge that wait times for aged care assessments are longer than we would like, and we are working to address this. Record levels of Australians are both seeking and receiving home care services, more care to more Australians than ever before. Last year alone, over 521,000 home support and comprehensive assessments were completed, and we currently have more than 300,000 older Australians receiving home care packages. Only some people waiting for an assessment will ever end up on the National Priority System. The assessment list contains those seeking lower-level care, along with significant crossover and duplication of numbers on the National Priority System. For example, 99% of people waiting for a home care package at their approved level are already receiving home care through a lower-level home care package or approved for Commonwealth Home Support Package services, and so are already receiving some level of care. Median wait time for an aged care needs assessment from when a referral is issued to when the support plan is completed is currently 25 days and continues to reduce under our new single assessment system. There are a number of reasons why home care packages are freed up, but the important thing here is that every allocation of a package means another older Australian gets the care that they need. Mr Speaker, we know the system is not fit for purpose, and that's exactly why we're reforming this system from the ground up. Big reforms don't happen overnight, but we're working to deliver a smooth transition in just 2 months from today, one that minimises impacts to older Australians and gets them the care that they need quicker than it has been done before.
Give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to deliver better choices, lower costs and better health care for women?
Call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, and can I thank very much the member for Cunningham for her question and, of course, her interest in advocacy in women's health. Can I also acknowledge both the previous and current Assistant Ministers who have done such a magnificent job in promoting women's health policy. Of course, this government is building Australia's future through strengthening Medicare and delivering cheaper medicines as part of that. These investments will deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women, but also help with the cost of living and lifting women's living standards. This week, of course, is Women's Health Week, and it is a chance for the whole Parliament to focus on the issues that affect over half of our population. Earlier this year, Labor, of course, announced an historic $790 million women's health package to bring more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. We introduced cheaper contraceptives, including for some of the most used contraceptive pills that are now listed on the PBS, and thousands of scripts have been issued since we made that decision, making a real impact for women's cost of living. We've also expanded support for women experiencing menopause with greater Medicare support and a new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments, and that is now available alongside new training for professionals and the first ever clinical guidelines and a national awareness campaign on menopause. We've also opened over 22 endo and pelvic pain clinics, with 11 more of them to come, again making a significant and material difference for women across this country. And of course, from the 1st of July 2025, as I said, 2 new Medicare benefit schedule items were introduced for menopause and perimenopausal health assessments, with approximately over 2,500 women already accessing that scheme. We've delivered the first PBS listing of a new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years, and now thousands of women are able to access that. But of course, from the 1st of July this year, greater support was also being provided for women who have complex conditions such as endometriosis and pelvic pain, with 2 new MBS items also introduced. This means Australian women are getting the medicine that they need. We know that last week, through the House of Representatives legislation to see scripts costing no more than $25 from the 1st of January next year passed this House. We hope that it passes the Senate this week. The last time scripts were this low was back in 2004, over 20 years ago. Over the last 3 years, we've worked incredibly hard to make sure Australian women are heard when it comes to their health care and to help with the cost of living, as well as lifting the standards of living for women. Strengthening Medicare makes a difference for women across this country.
Before I call the member for Grey, I'll acknowledge a few guests in the gallery today. I'm pleased to acknowledge delegates from the Greater Whitsunday, from the electorate of Dawson, including Councillor Kelly Bever, Councillor Greg Williamson and Councillor Ry Collins. I'd also like to inform the House that present in the gallery is Mr Eli Sharabai, a former Israeli hostage, held for 491 days and accompanied by the ambassador. And I also notice the Honourable Warren Ench, former member for Leichhardt, in the gallery today, with the founder and managing director of Gurindji Aerospace, that's the CEO, Mr Daniel Joinby. Welcome to you all. Give a call to the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. In my electorate, a 9-year-old constituent who suffers from Parkinson's has been told it will be up to 12 months before he receives a home care package. His daughter has to give up her permanent job as a teacher to care for him. As a result of Labor deferring the commencement of home care packages from July 1 to November 1, a vulnerable 90-year-old Australian is suffering for too long. Will the Minister today, as immediate priority, expedite the delivery of this man's package before it is too late?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for their question. This is clearly an important case to the member and to the community. I acknowledge the difficulties being experienced by people, such as the member's question refers to, and if you can provide me, or the member can provide me with the details, I'll personally follow up as a matter of urgency to see what can be done.
Order.
But stories like this remind us exactly why our reform program is so important. Our generational reforms will deliver aged care of the highest quality for older Australians, the people who have given so much to our country and who deserve nothing less than the very best care. Now, central to this is the Support at Home program, which will make it possible for older people to live independently at home for longer, with higher levels of care available close to family and within their own communities. With an ageing population, demand for home care packages has been growing very, very fast. Today, we have more than 300,000 Australians receiving a home care package, and that's double the number from about 5 years ago. Mr Speaker, as I've said before, we are delivering more care to more Australians than ever before. From the 1st of November, as Support at Home begins, we will make available more than 80,000 new home care places in the first 12 months of Support at Home. And until then, my number one priority is making sure that older Australians continue to receive services, which is why packages are being released every single week to the people who need them most. Right now, More than 2,000 new packages are being allocated each and every single week. And I can assure the House that anyone and everyone assessed as high priority through the clinical assessment process will continue to receive their package within a month. Mr Speaker, the short delay to commencing the new Aged Care Act is about ensuring that programs like Support at Home are fully ready for older Australians and their families. Now, from the 1st of November, we will deliver the extra packages. We will ensure that those people who are currently receiving home care continue to receive that home care, and we will continue to work across the parliament to make sure that older Australians receive the very best care that they possibly can.
There's far too much interjection from the member for Nichols. He'll leave the chamber under 94A. We simply just cannot have continual interjection after interjection after interjection. It will not be tolerated. The House comes to order. We shall hear from the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare by opening more urgent care clinics?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the NDIS.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Sturt, the first Labor candidate to win the seat of Sturt since the 1960s, Mr Speaker. And as a candidate, the now member for Sturt was one of the most passionate advocates for our women's health policies, joining me at a number of key policy announcements. But she was also a campaigner for a stronger Medicare more broadly, and in particular, her commitment for an urgent care clinic in Adelaide's East. Mr Speaker, last term we promised to deliver 50 urgent care clinics and we delivered 87 of them, Mr Speaker. All of them open 7 days a week, extended hours and, importantly, fully bulk billed, Mr Speaker. So all you needed to take was your Medicare card, Mr Speaker. And already almost 1.9 million Australians have been seen in an urgent care clinic. A third of them kids under the age of 15 who've fallen off their skateboard or their bike or injured themselves at Saturday afternoon sport. And a third of all consultations have been on the weekend, Mr Speaker. Importantly, the majority of participants—
The Minister will pause. The member for Lyne is now warned. So I'm just going to ask you to cease interjecting for the remainder of this answer and question time. Just someone left for that precise moment, but we're just going to hear from the Minister in silence.
Thank you, Speaker. And a majority of people going to these clinics say otherwise, that have had to go to the local ED. These clinics, Mr Speaker, are particularly making a huge difference to parents when their kids have suddenly fallen ill or got injured. Last fortnight, I visited the Elizabeth Medicare Urgent Care Clinic with the member for Spence. Yet again, Mr Speaker, I've been there a number of times, and you just have to look at Google Review to see it's full of stories of parents doing exactly that, Mr Speaker, like Felicity, who had to take her daughter, who has a disability, already 3 times to that clinic, or Kelly, who took her son when he split his head open to the clinic, or Jessica, who'd recently taken her 2-year-old whose hand was swelling dangerously after a particularly nasty bite, Mr Speaker. All of those parents would otherwise have ended up at the Lowell McEwen Hospital Emergency Department waiting for hours and hours and hours. Our 87 clinics, there's no doubt, Mr Speaker, no matter what they say opposite, are making a real difference. But we said to the Australian people at the last election we want to do more, and that's why we promised another 50 urgent care clinics on top of that, Mr Speaker. And 3 of them are already open. 44 of them are already subject to an open tender process, and the remaining 3, just a small number 3, will have their tender process open very soon, Mr Speaker. And I'm delighted to say that one of those 44 currently open for tender will be in East Adelaide in the electorate of Sturt, Mr Speaker. Another example of candidates like the member for Sturt and this government delivering on the commitments we gave to the Australian people.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Speaker.
My question is to the Minister for Aged Care, and I refer to the government's decision to delay home care package rollouts from the 1st of July to November 1, and almost 5,000 elderly Australians have died in the past year while on a waiting list for a home care package. Will the Minister apologise to these 5,000 families who have faced this tragedy and lost a loved one? And, Minister, how many more elderly Australians will have to die waiting for the government to stop the delays and commence the rollout?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I'm always saddened when we hear of older Australians, whether they are in care or waiting for care, passing away. It is always distressing for people across the parliament and from any political party or crossbench group to hear of those stories. I offer my condolences to those families. It's the greatest example of why our reform process is so very important. Now, the deferral to which the member's question refers is essentially arising from the nature of the legislation that had bipartisan support and was passed through the last parliament. The legislative framework for the Support at Home program is enshrined within the legislation. The Support at Home program cannot begin before the legislation comes into effect. That will happen on the 1st of November, and from the 1st of November we will deliver an additional 83,000 packages under the Support at Home program, as well as continuing to support the more than 300,000 Australians who are currently cared for under our record home care packages program.
Call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening and building upon the success that is multicultural Australia?
To the Minister for International Development, the Minister for Small Business and the Minister for Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the wonderful member for Barton for her question. I welcome her to this place. She has already made an incredible contribution, and I know that she will continue to make an incredible contribution while she's here. For the first time, Mr Speaker, Australia has a standalone Minister for Multicultural Affairs in Cabinet, and I must say I'm incredibly humbled to be appointed to this position, and I'm excited to have launched the new Office for Multicultural Affairs. Speaker, if I may, I take a moment just to reflect on the composition of this parliament here today, one that is now beginning to reflect modern Australia, one that is very different to when I first delivered my speech here in 2016. And in this 48th Parliament, we have the most multiculturally diverse government this nation has ever seen. Across the chamber, we now see representatives with diverse heritage, just like Australia, just like the communities we represent. Mr Speaker, the anti-immigration protests on the weekend do highlight, however, that questions of belonging and inclusion linger. They linger, despite our successes. This government stands with all Australians, no matter where they were born, against those who seek to divide us and who seek to intimidate migrant communities. I want to be clear and unequivocal. Targeting specific ethnic groups, like the wave of anti-Indian sentiment that we saw over the weekend, that is racism. Full stop. No excuses, no nuance, no justification. No one in Australia should have to justify their belonging in this country. And this Albanese Labor government believe that every Australian, whatever their race or religion, wherever they or their parents were born, should be able to feel safe and at home in any community, without prejudice and without discrimination. Multiculturalism isn't just about a celebration of festivals and food. It is about ensuring everyone is empowered to participate in this democracy. That's why we continue to support the important work of our special envoys to combat Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. That's why we have an Office for Multicultural Affairs. Multiculturalism shouldn't be a policy that's tucked away somewhere in a file. It is about the character of modern Australia. It is about our modern identity, both in this nation and in our region. It should be about enabling fairness, it should be about enabling respect, and it should be about enabling inclusion. That's how this Albanese Labor government sees a multicultural Australia, and that is what we aspire to do.
The call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. When the government was asked in August about delays to the rollout of home care packages, the minister said of the aged care sector that, quote, they weren't ready. However, as part of an aged care Senate inquiry, every provider that appeared at that hearing, including Uniting Care's representatives, said, quote, we have capacity to take on people now. Why is Labor blaming the hard-working sector for its own incompetence and failures?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for her question. As I said, in the last parliament, the Minister for Communications passed the new Aged Care Act with the support of those opposite and cooperation across the parliament. The new Aged Care Act brings along with it the Support at Home program, to which the member's question relates. Now, while it's encouraging to hear that there are providers who are enthusiastic at this point about delivering additional packages, we want these reforms to be delivered in a way that minimises disruption for older people. Now, this is system-wide reform that changes the way that care is delivered, and we're spending each and every day until the 1st of November making sure that this system works for older people.
Call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How will the Albanese Labor government's world-leading social media minimum age law protect young Australians online?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Canberra for her question, and I'm sure everybody in this place joins me in wishing her all the very, very best for the months ahead. We absolutely cannot wait for the next Junior Vice Under-Secretary of Canberra to join us back in this place very soon. Mr Speaker, today we have hit a significant milestone in the Albanese Labor government's mission to reduce online harms experienced by young Australians. We have 100 days to go until the start of our world-leading social media minimum age reforms. 100 days until we give kids 3 more years to build real-world connections and online resilience. 100 days until our children are empowered to know who they are before platforms assume who they are. Delaying access to social media until the age of 16 will protect young Australians at a critical stage of their development. It will allow families reprieve from the pervasive and persuasive pull of social media platforms. And the onus will be on the platforms, not the parents, to make sure under-16s cannot access social media. Because if social media companies are using our data for their own commercial benefit, I don't think it is too much to ask for them to also use that for the benefit of Australian kids and their safety online. This belief is backed by the findings of the 1,200-page age assurance trial published today in full. The trial report shows that age assurance online isn't just possible, but it can be done privately, effectively and efficiently. And while there is no one-size-fits-all solution to age assurance online, there are a range of technologies that can keep kids off social media and protect them from violent and explicit content. There is no perfect solution when it comes to keeping young Australians safer online, but our world-leading reforms will make a meaningful difference, which is why I was incredibly disappointed to see the Coalition team up with the Greens and Conservative conspirators to pass a motion in the Senate designed to sow doubt and fear about online age assurance. And while the Greens and Coalition seem to be teaming up to protect the interests of platforms with big tech talking points, the Albanese government is firmly on the side of parents. Online platforms can target children with chilling control.
Member for Fisher.
And now we are mandating they use that same control to give kids 3 more years to build real-world resilience. Australians should be immensely proud that as a country we are prioritising the online safety of our children and leading the world with these reforms.
Give a call to the member for Kennedy.
Prime Minister, you'd be aware that 3 appropriation bills before the House require $100 billion in funding. This appropriation 10 years ago required only $50 billion. Another $50 billion is required to house the 400,000 people coming from overseas each year, particularly 92% of them that go to Sydney and Melbourne. Wouldn't the urgent demand of 80% of Australians to stop migration save $50 billion this year, plus a reserve resource policy on gas would provide another $32 billion a year? And greenlighting the Galilee coal and its rail line, providing yet another $17 billion. Shouldn't the government be about carrying out the will of the people and creating economic development?
The Prime Minister has the call.
I'll just make 2 points to the member for Kennedy before I ask the Minister for Resources to comment on the issues in which he raises regarding resource policy. First, regarding the will of the people, that's called elections. And we have a proud democracy in this country, and I defend it. And people in this country voted for a government that would understand that modern Australia was, as the Minister has just reflected, a different nation than it was under the White Australia policy some time ago. And they voted for a government that would understand that our diversity is a strength in modern Australia as well, and provides us as well with incredible economic opportunity due to the diaspora here and our connections with every country on the planet. With regard to the figures, I don't accept some of the figures that he's raised. I'm not sure what the basis of them are, but I can refer to the latest NOM, the net overseas migration, which was down 37% on an annual figure in the last figures that were raised in 2024. And I'd ask the Minister to comment.
Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Prime Minister. The member for Kennedy referred to a resources reservation policy, and I'm happy to discuss that briefly. There is now many calls across many parts of the community for reservations of gas in particular. This is something brought on by industrial users and manufacturers. Indeed, even those opposite have announced a reservation policy of their own, which is a great change from when they failed to support the Western Australian reservation policy, which has proved enormously successful for the price of gas and access of gas in Western Australia. At the moment, the government has a review into gas market regulations. There was a consultation paper that is out. There has been many submissions to that. One of the concepts we put forward as a government was around a framework to ensure that domestic supply is secured for the East Coast. Another part of our reservation resources policy goes around the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve, which is about building up a national asset to make sure we have a supply of critical minerals, but also that we are a reliable supplier of critical minerals and rare earths to our partners right around the world. It will allow us to work with our partners together against disruptions from a position of real strength. I look forward to the member for Kennedy's support for that reserve. I note those opposite were very quick to dismiss the reserve and indeed oppose it, which is quite unusual given they support a gas reserve but not a critical minerals reserve. But that might go to some of the confusion opposite between gas and critical minerals. As we know, they have named gas as a critical mineral in the past. I hope they won't do that again. And I thank the member for Kennedy for his question.
Call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Employment and Workplace Relations Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government progressing its commitment to help people earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Adelaide for that important question. And just like everyone on this side of the House, we are committed to advocating for working Australians. And I'm very, very pleased to update the House that on Saturday, our bill to protect overtime and penalty rates for some of our lowest paid workers came into effect. Because of the Albanese government, for the first time, retail award workers who were working yesterday and relying on Sunday penalty rates were reassured that their pay packets are now protected. Now, this was a clear commitment that we took to the election, and we have now delivered for the 2.6 million award workers who rely on penalty and overtime rates. Now, last Friday, I had the absolute privilege to meet several essential workers who rely on penalty rates. One retail worker, Rookman, who works Saturdays and Sundays to support his children, told me it was a huge relief that we were now protecting a critical part of his take-home pay. Liz, a supermarket worker who works nights, said she felt relieved by the news that our legislation passed the Parliament and was coming into effect. Protecting penalty and overtime rates was a priority for the government because there were current applications in front of the Fair Work Commission that would have stripped penalty and overtime rates for workers, meaning their pay would go backwards. If, for example, the retail award application was successful, it is estimated that some retail workers could be $10,000 worse off. This threat to pay packets is why our government took clear and decisive action. Our government would not stand by and watch workers' pay go backwards. Now, of course, central to this government's agenda is ensuring that Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Since we've been elected, Aussie workers on average are earning an additional $9,000 per year extra. Our government has made a submission for the minimum wage increases at the Fair Work Commission every single year since we've been in government. We've introduced important measures to stop labour hire workers being unfairly underpaid by just doing the same job as their counterparts. The Albanese Labor government has backed and funded pay rises for early educators, for aged carers, finally valuing the critical work that they do. And of course, on top of getting wages moving, we are providing a tax cut for every single Australian taxpayer. This Labor government is backing Australian workers, protecting their pay packets, helping people keep more and earning more and keeping more of what they pay.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Aged Care, and I refer the Minister to his previous answers. The Minister has just justified the government's decision to delay home care package rollouts from July 1 to November 1 this year by saying, quote, "The legislative framework didn't allow for that start date," unquote. If the government knew its own legislation didn't allow for a 1 July start date this year, why did the Labor government mislead Australians and promise to deliver 83,000 new home care packages in November last year for July 1 this year on a timeline that it knew was impossible?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. What I said was that the implementation of the new Act provided the legislative framework for the Support at Home program. The implementation of the new Act was scheduled for the 1st of July on the basis of feedback from older people all across our country and of the sector themselves. We made the decision to briefly defer the implementation of the new Act to the 1st of November. From the 1st of November, we will be introducing an additional 83,000 packages in the first 12 months of Support at Home, which will be the growth component of the more than 300,000 Australians who are currently receiving care under our home care packages program.
Give a call to the member for Boothby.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. What progress is being made on the economy and what steps is the government taking to build on the broad consensus reached at the Economic Reform Roundtable?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and to the member for Boothby, who's got one more question than the Shadow Treasurer today in question time and focused on a really important issue, Mr Speaker, and a timely one, because on Wednesday we will get the national accounts for the June quarter, Mr Speaker. We already know that since this government came to office, we've got inflation down, we've got the debt down, real wages are growing, unemployment is low and interest rates are falling. But there is no shortage of challenges in our economy, and we expect to see some of that in the June national accounts, which reflect that period of extreme volatility and uncertainty following the announcement of the tariffs in the United States. But our economy over the last 3 years has continued to grow, and that makes us one of a small number of countries in the OECD for which that is the case. In fact, 32 out of 38 OECD nations have had a negative quarter of growth over the last 3 years, but Australia's economy has continued to tick over. Now, we know in acknowledging that our economy has continued to tick over, and most of the countries with which we compare ourselves, that has not been the case, but we would like growth in our economy to be stronger. There has been an absence of strong growth in our economy, and that's because our economy is not productive enough. And that's what a big focus of the Economic Reform Roundtable was in Canberra in the last couple of weeks, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to productivity, our focus on productivity is because that is the best way to turn the progress that we've already made in our economy into sustained increases in living standards and real wages over time. We've got a big productivity agenda focused on skills and technology and energy and competition policy, and we've added to it since the Reform Roundtable as well. We're blitzing the approvals backlog to approve 26,000 homes. We're pausing and streamlining the National Construction Code. We've fast-tracked the legislation to get the EPBC laws right as well, Mr Speaker. And we're also abolishing another 500 nuisance tariffs on top of the 457 we already abolished. These nuisance tariffs can often do more harm than good in our economy. That's why we've slashed more tariffs in 2 years than any Australian government in 2 decades. Now, this is about cutting red tape, easing the compliance burden on businesses, boosting productivity and getting costs down in our economy. It means we'll have removed around 1,000 tariffs over 2 years, streamlined approximately $23 billion worth of trade and saved Australian businesses $157 million in compliance costs each year. Mr Speaker, we've made a lot of progress in our economy together. We know that there are no shortage of challenges. There is more work to do, but already we are implementing some of the broad consensus achieved at the Economic Reform Roundtable.
Has concluded. Give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. Prime Minister, Western Sydney Airport was promised as a gateway for our community, delivering jobs and opportunities. Instead, it looks more like a freight hub dressed up as an airport. Without a metro rail link, we face more trucks on the roads, gridlocked motorways or freeways, and a missed chance to build more affordable housing near where people live and work. You promised that under your government, no one will be left behind. So will we finally see a metro for Western Sydney and real connectivity and not just a cargo airport? Thank you.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted to get a question about the Western Sydney Airport and why it will deliver and is delivering already jobs in Western Sydney. In particular, jobs in south-western Sydney, including literally hundreds and hundreds of apprenticeships which are taking place as part of the construction there. Part of the arrangements that we've put in place for the Western Sydney Airport construction is about local employment. Local contractors, over 50% of people live in that local community. Local contractors are prioritised for the work that's taking place there. And already when you look at the airport there, and I've had the opportunity to visit with the Minister for Infrastructure, you have what will be undoubtedly, when it opens, the most modern airport in Australia by a long way. The best facilities in terms of the entries into, the best experience for passengers going through. The deals that have been signed, the latest one when I was there was a deal signed with Air New Zealand. We know there is a great New Zealand Kiwi diaspora lives in Western Sydney as well, and that will be a very successful arrangement between New Zealand and Australia, coming on top of the deals that have already been signed between the Qantas Group, but in addition to that, Singapore Airlines. The airport, when it is operating there, will provide a massive boost for passenger aircraft, but it will also we make no apologies for the fact that there will be a lot of freight through that airport as well. And what that will do isn't just provide for higher productivity and more efficiency, it will take trucks off the Western Sydney roads which currently go right through Sydney to get to Mascot. That makes no sense whatsoever. Together with the other major piece of infrastructure in south-western Sydney, the Moorebank Intermodal, those two things combined will transform Western Sydney. In addition to that, the Aerotropolis there will see a range of high-value industries creating high-value jobs there for locals in south-western Sydney. This is about, for the first time, instead of Sydney always turning towards the harbour, always turning towards the CBD, this is about Sydney looking towards where most people live, in Western Sydney, and will provide significant benefit. In addition to that, the public transport links to Western Sydney Airport, as well as the road upgrades, are creating jobs in the short term, but creating economic activity and efficiency in the medium term as well.
Give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to deliver homes that Australians need? Is the Minister aware of any risks to the government's plans?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Maribyrnong for her really important question. She's one of our housing guns, Speaker, a group of members of parliament who have come into our chamber in 2025, and they share my view that our housing policies are amongst the most important things that the Albanese government is doing for our country. Now, Speaker, we believe that because we see our housing policies changing the lives of the people that we come to this chamber to represent. Now, Speaker, in the member for Maribyrnong's electorate alone, there are now 929 social and affordable houses in planning or construction. Speaker, almost 1,000 homes in her electorate alone. And I want the chamber to know how many social and affordable homes the Coalition built in her electorate in 9 years. Can you guess the answer, Speaker? The answer was 0. Now, Speaker, in 3 years we've got 929,000 homes on the go. In 9 years they built none. And, Speaker, you're not going to believe this, but the truth is that in the 9 years that they were in office, they didn't build a single social and affordable house in the whole state of Victoria. In the whole state of Victoria, Speaker. Now, Speaker, I share this with the parliament partly because I want you to understand the scale of the transformation that our government is undertaking, Speaker. We are taking the Commonwealth from where they were for 9 years, negligent bystanders for most of that time without a housing minister, and we have now built the most bold and ambitious housing agenda that a Commonwealth government has had since the post-war period. Now, Speaker, we've got a $43 billion agenda on the go here. 3 big things we're doing. We're building more homes, we're making sure that renters get a better deal, and we are making sure that more Australians get into home ownership. Now, Speaker, the results are starting to speak for themselves. 180,000 people around the country have got into their first home with our government's backing. We've got 1 million households around the country which are getting almost 50% increase on Commonwealth rent assistance, and we've got home building that's turning a corner. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about risks, and this is a really important one because there is no question here. The single biggest risk to the progress that we are making on housing is those opposite, Speaker. Now, it wasn't enough that they didn't do anything for a decade. For the last 3 years, they've been coming into this parliament and being housing hypocrites, Speaker, complaining about things not working and then stopping us building more homes that are desperately needed by Australians. Well, Speaker, what do the public think about this? A Fin Review poll that was published on the weekend shows that former coalition voters, more than 60% do not support their approach to affordable housing, Speaker. The voters can see right through them, Speaker, and they've got a really important question here. Are we going to see 3 more years of housing hypocrisy, or are those opposite going to work with our government to get on with addressing this issue, so key as it is to the lives of the people that we represent?
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care, and I refer to his previous answer. The Minister justified Labor's delay in delivering the 83,000 home care packages it promised by implying it was the sector, as well as elderly Australians, who, when consulted, were asking for this delay. Can the minister identify a single provider or a single elderly Australian desperately waiting for a package who personally asked him for this delay?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. When I became the Minister just a few months ago, the first thing that I did, the first focus that I had, was to go around to speak to as many older people, to their families, to their communities, to speak to people across the sector, to providers, to speak to workers and their representatives. And the overwhelming response that I got from all of those groups was that they needed a brief deferral of the implementation of the new Aged Care Act to ensure that the implementation would be smooth and would meet the needs of older Australians. As I have previously referred to, the Support at Home program relies upon the legislative framework that the new Act heralds, and from the 1st of November, we will be able to deliver more care to more people as we achieve the next milestone.
Order. The Minister will pause and the member for Mallee will raise a point of order.
Yes, the point of order is relevance. The question was to ask for a single provider or a single elderly Australian who asked for the delay.
The Minister can answer the question as long as it's being directly relevant, and there were specifics in the question. I'm just going to make sure he's being directly relevant for the remaining 2 minutes of his answer, and given the subject matter, he is being directly relevant at the moment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, I spoke to as many older people, their families. I spoke to providers and people across the sector. I spoke to workers and their representatives.
Order.
And the overwhelming response, which is reflected in the public commentary from many across the sector, was that they needed a brief deferral of the new Act. That is what we have done to ensure that older people across our community continue to receive the very best care. And from the 1st of November, we will have the next milestone in our transformation of Australia's aged care system.
Yeah. The Leader of the Opposition is seeking leave to table a document. The Minister's concluded his answer.
Outlining the uniform position of the aged care sector, added a recent Senate references committee indicating that they are all in unison ready to deliver the aged care package to elderly Australians. I seek leave to table the document.
Leave has been asked. The Leader of the House.
We've already got hands up.
It's already on the record. Order. Order. When the House comes to order. Order. Just going to bring the House to order because the member for Swan is on her feet and I'd like to hear her question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government helping households reduce their energy costs permanently? What policy proposals would distract from this progress?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. And the Albanese government's cheaper home batteries policy is 2 months old today, came into force on the 1st of July, and I'm happy to tell the honourable member and the House that in the first 2 months, as of today, 43,695 Australian households have installed a cheaper home battery, Mr Speaker. And they know and we know that saves them, if they didn't have solar panels already, more than $2,000 a year, and if they did have solar panels, more than $1,000 a year. And also, they have installed more than 785 megawatt hours of capacity. We are installing the same capacity as a Hornsdale big battery every week, and that puts downward pressure on prices for every single Australian, Mr Speaker. Now, I have some news for the Western. I have good news and bad news for the Western Australian members. I have good news for the member for Tangney, because his electorate is now the biggest take-up in Western Australia. That means bad news for the member for Canning, who's been knocked off the top spot. He's now in second place for take-up in Western Australia. The good people of Canning are still taking up cheaper home batteries and moving toward net zero at a rapid rate, but just second in Western Australia now, not first. Now, the honourable member asked me what policies could distract from this agenda and what proposals could distract from this agenda, and of course there are many, and they all come from those opposite. We've seen today what I thought would be the rather unprecedented scene of a mover of a private member's bill requesting a member of his party to vote against it. Now, we saw the member for New England say the member for Canning should vote against it. This is part of the orderly and calm and considered policy process from those opposite. It reminds us that it's all about the Nationals' interest and internal politics when it comes to those opposite, Mr Speaker. I'm reminded the member for New England was recently asked why he's proposing to abolish net zero. He went on for the tough interview, of course, on the Bolt report, and he said, number one, it's about our nation. Number one, it's about our nation. But for me personally, it's incredibly personal. I have to deal with it at the epicentre in New England. He went on to say, I've got no interest in the sort of, oh yeah, it might be this, it might be that. It's nothing. It's about net zero. Well, that was very clear, but I'm reminded, Mr Speaker, this is not the first rodeo for the member for New England. I'm reminded of this headline. Nationals win an extra cabinet position for Keith Pitt as they sign up to net zero deal. Resources Minister Keith Pitt has been elevated to cabinet under a deal between Prime Minister Scott Morrison and Nationals leader Barnaby Joyce that sees the Nationals sign up to a 2050 net zero target, Mr Speaker. What principles? What great commitment for what they stand for. The member for New England... Talking about principles...
Order. Members on my right. The Minister's just going to pause and take a breath, and we're going to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Just understanding Order 64, I think he is referring to Ambassador Keith Pitt that he appointed to the Holy See.
Just in terms of correct titles, they don't refer to people not in the Parliament, but order. No. Just remind members to refer to people to correct titles. Members of the diplomatic corps aren't in that category. But order. The Minister will return for 18 seconds.
To assist by tabling the article. Nationals win extra cabinet position for Keith Pitt as they sign up to net zero deal. It's just a reminder, Mr Speaker, it's all about internal politics for those opposite. It's all about the leadership of each party. It's about the Nationals' interest, not the national interest. Meantime, we will get on with helping Australians with the choices they want to make to afford cheaper energy as a result of a cheaper home battery.
Has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. The department informed the Senate 120,000 older Australians are waiting to be assessed for aged care, some as long as 12 months. This is in addition to the estimated 100,000 waiting for up to 12 months for their approved package to materialise. Is the government deliberately slowing the aged care assessment process so that the reality of approximately 200,000 older Australians waiting up to 2 years for care isn't revealed?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question. The Labor government is delivering very ambitious reforms to the in-home aged care system to make sure that every older person can get the care they need in the comfort of their own home for as long as possible. Recommendation 28 of the Aged Care Royal Commission called for one single assessment process, and that's what the government is currently delivering. We're rolling out a new aged care assessment system, one that'll be quicker, will reduce wait times and improve the experience for older people and their loved ones. Rather than needing separate assessments as their needs change, it's designed to make it easier for them to access the care they need. Now, we acknowledge that wait times for aged care assessments are longer than we would like, and we are working on that as we speak. Record levels of Australians are seeking home care services. Last year alone, over 521,000 home support and comprehensive assessments were completed. This is an incredibly complex system, and the assessment waitlist contains those seeking lower-level care, along with crossover and duplication of numbers on the NPS. The two systems can't simply be jammed together to create a bigger number. For example, 99% of people waiting for a home care package at their approved level are already receiving home care through a lower-level home care package or approved for Commonwealth Home Support Program services, and so may already be receiving a level of care. Speaker, these matters that we've discussed today are exactly why we're reforming this system from the ground up. Big reforms don't happen overnight, but we're working hand in hand with assessment organisations, including the states and territories who provide the majority of assessments to ensure a smooth transition, to minimise impacts to older Australians, and importantly, to get them the very best care that we can as quickly as possible.
The call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Social Services. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to better support victims and survivors of family and domestic violence, including in our social security system?
The call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Newcastle for her question. There are a few people in this parliament who have done more to stand up for victims and survivors of family, domestic and sexual violence than the member for Newcastle, and all of us acknowledge that work. Mr Speaker, too many Australians have experienced family, domestic and sexual violence, and too many of them have experienced financial abuse and coercive control. It's particularly bad when that happens in the private sector, when debts are run up by perpetrators of violence. But we know that it also happens in government systems, and the social security system, which is supposed to protect and support victims of violence, should never be able to be used by perpetrators to financially control or coerce victims of domestic violence. And so we'll be introducing legislation later this week to expand the special circumstances debt waiver in social security. That means that Services Australia will be able to take a more common sense and more compassionate approach. Where there are debts run up by perpetrators of violence, they should not be left for victims of violence to pay. We've seen examples where perpetrators of violence have run up thousands of dollars worth of debts and then walked away and left the victim of the violence to suffer the consequences of that. But, Mr Speaker, of course, this is not the only thing that the Albanese Labor government is doing. No government has invested more in frontline services. No government has invested more in programs working with men to stop them using violence. No government has invested more in adolescent boys or children who have been the victims of domestic violence to make sure that they're not going to go on and perpetrate violence in the future. We've introduced the Leaving Violence payment and made it permanent, up to $5,000 to support victims of violence as they're leaving home, because too often we've asked, why doesn't she go? When the reality is that she's had no choice in the matter. $1.2 billion in emergency and transitional housing, and I have to compliment the Minister for Housing for this work. 10 days paid domestic violence leave. Changes to family law that make the system safer and simpler. Too often we've seen the family law system also used against victims of violence. Record legal services funding, and I have to particularly draw out the $800 million extra funding for family violence legal services. Mr Speaker, all of us, I'm sure, agree that one victim of domestic, family or sexual violence is one too many. And all of us acknowledge across the parliament that we have a role as parliamentarians to lead change in this area. Our state and territory colleagues have a role. Every single Australian can play a role too in keeping people safe where they should be safest, in their own homes.
Prime Minister.
Ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Prime Minister is seeking to add. Order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I wish to add to an answer to a question from the member for Clare to me at the last question time, Thursday, 28 August, where I indicated I would get more detail and get back to the member at the first opportunity, and this is the first opportunity. The member for Clare asked me about the availability of the National Emergency Medal for emergency responders, community workers and volunteers for their acts of service during the floods in the central west of New South Wales in 2022. I am advised that the Independent National Emergency Medal Committee has requested additional expert information on the timeline of events and overall impact on individual areas and localities. This will enable the committee to consider whether the Central West flood should be recommended to the Minister, who would be the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, who I have allocated responsibility for, to be considered a nationally significant emergency for the purpose of the National Emergency Medal. Under the National Emergency Metal Regulations 2011, the responsible minister must not make a recommendation to the Governor-General to declare an event as a nationally significant emergency unless the responsible minister has received advice from the National Emergency Medal Committee. To date, over 530 national emergency medals have been awarded to individuals who served during the 2022 flooding event. The National Emergency Management Committee will next meet in November this year and will be considering further events for possible declaration at that meeting, pending the receipt of this expert advice. And I commit to the member for Calare that I will inform him at the first available opportunity as to their deliberations.
Call the Leader of the House with papers.
Thanks, Speaker. And in doing so, I'll just acknowledge the members of the Lebanese Muslim Association, the LMA, and Sheikh Safi, who've been in question time in the public gallery today. Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
The call to the honourable member for... Sorry, the Minister is seeking to add to an answer.
To add to an answer from question time.
Yep, I just called the Minister for Housing.
Thank you, Speaker. The member for Maribyrnong asked me a question about housing, and I want to confirm the numbers. There are 929 social and affordable homes in planning or construction in Maribyrnong that are funded by our government. And, Speaker, I confirm that none were built by the Coalition in 9 years in office, and no homes were funded or built in Victoria in that 9 years. Thank you.
Now, the member for Curtin has indicated she is seeking the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 be referred to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights for consideration and advisory report.
The member for Curtin may proceed.
Thank you. I rise today to highlight significant concerns about the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 that justify referring this bill to the Human Rights Committee. This bill has been introduced in response to the High Court's NZYQ decision and the challenges that have followed. The government has been clear about its aim to expedite the removal of non-citizens who've exhausted all options to remain in Australia. I understand the government's concern. The NZYQ decision has left us with a group of people in the community who have serious criminal histories, and the government needs tools to deal with them quickly. I support the intention to manage that group in a way that protects the community. But there are serious question marks about whether this bill is the best way to do that. It retrospectively validates an unknown number of decisions that were based on an incorrect interpretation of the law. It also provides that procedural fairness doesn't apply at key steps in the removal process without a proper assessment of whether this is appropriate, and it applies to a much broader group than the up to 300 individuals commonly described as the NZYQ cohort. It could also apply to many who have not committed any criminal offence and who may not have finished exercising their review rights. Some estimates suggest the practical reach could extend to around 80,000 people, well beyond what the public has been led to believe. The fundamental problem is that Parliament does not currently have a clear understanding of the true impact of this bill. We do not know how many people this bill could affect or in which circumstances. For that reason, I do not believe this bill should be rushed through the chamber, and that's why I'm moving this motion to refer the bill to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights for detailed scrutiny. Before Parliament passes a law relating to the application of procedural fairness for large classes of people, we should understand exactly who will be affected, how the powers will operate in practice, and what safeguards are needed to avoid serious error. Let me step back to explain how we got here. In November 23, the High Court handed down the NZYQ decision, and the court ruled that indefinite immigration detention is unconstitutional where there's no real prospect of removal in the reasonably foreseeable future. This meant the government could no longer keep certain non-citizens in detention indefinitely, and between 150 and 300 people were released into the community. These people became known as the NZYQ cohort. Some of them had serious criminal histories, including violent or sexual offences. The government scrambled to respond by granting this group visas known as bridging visa Rs with strict conditions, ankle bracelets, curfews and regular reporting. Later, some of those conditions were struck down by the courts as being unconstitutional. Since then, the government has sought ways to remove this group from Australia. One attempt was to deport 3 NZYQ members to Nauru. This was contested in the courts based on the argument that the government had not applied the principle of procedural fairness. Earlier this year, the TCXM case found that procedural fairness did not apply to exercises of executive power like these, where a government is dealing with another government on behalf of an individual, where a decision has already been made to deport them. This decision may be appealed in the future, but this bill aims to deal with this issue to limit further appeals. It appears that the government is trying to do 2 things with this bill. Firstly, retrospectively fix any decision that was made before NZYQ based on the erroneous belief that indefinite detention is legal. And secondly, ensure that procedural fairness doesn't apply to certain types of executive power related to the removal of non-citizens, in line with the TCXM decision. By seeking to validate past removal decisions that might now be unlawful in light of the NZYQ court decision, this bill would remove the right for individuals to have their decisions remade based on a correct interpretation of the law. On procedural fairness, the bill makes it clear that the intention of the Parliament is that procedural fairness does not apply in a set of specific powers used for deportation, namely collecting, using and disclosing information to foreign countries, for example, sharing information about a potential migrant with a foreign country in preparation for deportation, collecting, using and disclosing criminal history information, for example, sharing criminal history information with a series of government officials in order to arrange for deportation, coming to arrangements with foreign countries to receive our deportees, for example, buying a Nauru visa for a migrant, and giving directions to a migrant to perform certain activities to facilitate their own deportation, for example, directing a migrant to purchase a passport. Now, procedural fairness is a simple concept that forms a fundamental safeguard in our legal system. When government is making a decision that will adversely affect a person, the person should be told, shown the evidence and given a fair chance to respond. So if a person is set to be deported, the government can make all the arrangements overseas, such as negotiating a visa or entry into another country, without telling the person. That person will then be legally required to comply with directions without any right to respond, even if the arrangements are mistaken, impractical or harmful. Now, I have 4 main concerns with this bill, which I think need to be considered by a committee. My first concern relates to the retrospective validation of unlawful decisions. The bill validates past visa decisions that may now be unlawful following the NZYQ decision. Retrospective lawmaking is always problematic. It undermines confidence in the rule of law when Parliament steps in to rewrite the legality of past actions. People who may have had valid grounds to challenge decisions will lose that opportunity. The way the law works, if a court interprets the law in a particular way, that's seen to be the way the law always was. So decisions made based on a previous erroneous understanding of the law are then invalid. Changing the law retrospectively to declare decisions valid even though they were made based on an erroneous understanding of the law undermines this legal principle, and we should be very cautious before endorsing such a step. The Minister has made visa decisions based on a series of factors, one of which was the belief that indefinite detention was legal. If this is not the case, those decisions are invalid. This is my main concern with the bill, and the main reason this should be referred to a committee. When we're talking about decisions that deal with such fundamental issues as individual freedoms, we should not just paper over the cracks. Secondly, the bill declares that procedural fairness doesn't apply to these types of executive actions. Now, while this may confirm the law as it exists right now, based on the finding of the TCXM case, any law that limits procedural fairness should be considered very carefully and with proper scrutiny. Changing the application of procedural fairness strikes at the heart of our legal system. For centuries, our legal system has recognised that there are moral and philosophical concepts of fairness that are pretty universal. In the last 50 years, this has been articulated as a more specific concept of procedural fairness. Procedural fairness is not about giving people endless rights of appeal. It's about something much simpler, ensuring people have the chance to know what's being decided about them and to respond. Procedural fairness upholds the integrity, transparency and accountability of decision-making processes. especially in government and administrative contexts. It protects individual rights, which is especially important when decisions have serious personal consequences, like they do if we're deporting someone to a country they have no connection with. And it promotes trust in institutions. People are more likely to accept outcomes, even unfavourable ones, if they believe the process was fair. Exempting procedural fairness removes basic safeguards, such as the right to be heard or to challenge adverse evidence. This undermines public confidence in the fairness of government decision-making and increases the risk of factual errors or bias. Not allowing procedural fairness may be in breach of our obligations under international law, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Refugee Convention. Imagine being told you're to be deported to Nauru immediately. The government has already shared your personal information with the Nauru government and purchased a visa on your behalf. You might have children in school here. You might be caring for a partner with a serious illness. You might even be the wrong person because of an administrative error. Under this bill, none of those matters could be raised as a matter of procedural fairness. You'd be legally obliged to comply with directions and the government would not be required to hear your side. Following a federal court decision this year, the courts may have already found that procedural fairness doesn't apply to these particular powers. In that case, what's the rush? There's time to send this to a committee for proper scrutiny. If there is any doubt about the application of procedural fairness, which presumably there is, or the government would not be introducing this bill, then it deserves scrutiny. I'm not arguing that procedural fairness should never be removed from certain legal powers, but I believe that we always need proper scrutiny of the impacts when dealing with such a fundamental legal right. My third concern is that while the government says this bill is aimed at the NZYQ cohort, its scope is far wider. The bill largely applies to removal pathway non-citizens. This includes people on Bridging Visa R, the specific visa for the NZYQ group, but also to many people on Bridging Visa E and potentially people without visas. That's a much larger population. Previous Senate estimates found that this could apply to over 80,000 people, rather than just the 300 odd in the NZYQ cohort. It also appears to apply to migrants who still have legal pathways to remain in Australia, contradictory to the government's claims. Some of this bill goes even further to an even wider range of migrants. If we're going to pass a law that makes it clear that no procedural fairness applies for such a large number of people, it deserves scrutiny. And finally, I'm concerned by the rushed nature of this bill. It was introduced last week without clear consultation and will likely be debated and passed tomorrow. The government is clearly desperate to deal with the NZYQ cohort. This is reflected in the eye-watering sums of money that the government is reportedly paying Nauru to accept these people. The Guardian has reported that the government has agreed to deport 280 members of the NZYQ cohort to Nauru, compensating Nauru with a $400 million upfront payment and annual payments of $70 million a year. That's $1.4 million per individual, with an annual payment per individual of $250,000. It is essential that we deal with this cohort of people quickly and safely. Based on the TCXM case, procedural fairness has already been found, at least in the first instance decision, to not apply to the exercise of executive power needed to remove the problem of this cohort to Nauru. If it's not needed, then what's the rush? Let's go through a proper process. The fact that this bill is being introduced rather than relying on the TCXM decision indicates there may be some doubt about the application of procedural fairness, and if there's doubt, we should be treading very carefully. And the retrospective legalisation of all decisions made based on an erroneous understanding of the law deserves scrutiny rather than haste. This is a complex area of law intersecting with constitutional principles, international obligations and human rights. It should not be rushed. Parliament works best when we take the time to scrutinise legislation carefully, especially when fundamental rights are at stake. Concerns about the bill are shared by a number of groups that look deeply at these types of issues, including the Human Rights Law Centre, the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, the Refugee Advice and Casework Service and Liberty Victoria. Given these concerns, I believe this bill should be referred to the Human Rights Committee for consideration, and the committee should consider, amongst other things, the number of visa decisions that may be affected by the original NZYQ court case and the implications for individuals of retrospectively validating these decisions as opposed to allowing them to be reviewed. Secondly, whether it's appropriate and justified to affirm the TCXM decision that procedural fairness doesn't apply in circumstances like this. And thirdly, the potential impacts of the bill beyond the NZYQ cohort. That scrutiny would give Parliament the confidence to pass legislation that's precise, targeted and fair, rather than broad and rushed. I would also like to see the bill reviewed by the Senate Standing Committee for the scrutiny of bills. Let me be clear, I understand the government's desire to deal quickly with the NZYQ cohort. Community safety is paramount and we must have tools to remove people with violent criminal histories when they have no right to remain here. But as legislators, we have a duty to make good law, not just fast law. We need to balance security with fairness and efficiency with accountability. That's why this bill should go to committee. We owe it to the Australian public and to those affected by these laws to get it right.
Is the motion seconded? And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and I commend the member for Curtin in relation to this motion. It is a really important question and it's incredibly disappointing to see how few members of this newly elected government are here to show interest in the types of laws that they are going to be putting their name to. This motion calls on government to apply greater scrutiny for the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 bill to ensure that in removing non-citizens who have committed crimes, we do not unfairly impede fundamental human rights. In Warringah, we have a community that cares deeply about fairness and the rule of law. And over the last couple of days, I've heard from many constituents, lawyers, advocates, families who have raised serious concerns about the human rights impacts that will be raised by this bill. It's a serious responsibility of this Parliament to consider where the balance lies between protecting our community and upholding our legal and moral obligations. This bill was introduced with the intention of strengthening border security integrity and dealing with the difficulties arising from the High Court case, specifically to ensure that people who have committed crimes within Australia without a right to remain here cannot remain here. That is a legitimate and important goal. Australia absolutely has the right and responsibility to manage its borders and to decide who can remain in the country. Our communities must feel safe and our laws must protect Australians. But while this intention is sound, this bill has been introduced with limited explanation, limited consultation, little public discussion and little assessment of its unintended consequences and how broad-ranging it will impact other visa categories. It has not been accompanied by the careful scrutiny and community engagement that legislation with such profound consequences deserves. The Australian Human Rights Commission, Liberty Victoria, the Asylum Seeker Resource Centre, among others, have all raised deep concerns about this bill. It must be stated that this concern is not with the principle that serious offenders should not remain in Australia. Instead, the concern is with how the bill proposes to achieve that aim, by stripping away essential safeguards of procedural fairness and natural justice in our legal system. Procedural fairness is not a box-ticking exercise. It's a fundamental protection against error, against injustice and against abuse of power. It ensures that decisions are transparent, that they are evidence-based and that individuals have the right to be heard before life-changing decisions are made about them. When we weaken these principles, we set a precedent that extends beyond any one group. What today is applied to non-citizens could tomorrow be normalised in other areas of laws, and certainly in this case there are grave concerns about the number of additional visa categories that will be impacted by this change. We need a better balance to ensure that we contain our strong borders and domestic security, but also make sure we have appropriate consequences for all those that commit serious crimes in Australia. There is no question about that. But we also have to ensure our processes are robust and fair, consistent with our obligations under international human rights law. This is where appropriate independent oversight is crucial. Without it, we risk unchecked executive power. We also need greater transparency of the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the Minister and the Nauru government to understand what the Australian public is now paying for. This bill should carefully be scrutinised by the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Human Rights. With this approach, it will highlight the major concerns and ensure proper consideration of any amendments needed and reaffirm procedural safeguards. I want to be really clear, especially for the new members of this Labor government that will be endorsing this legislation, that may not have taken the time to properly reflect and consider what they are endorsing. This bill raises serious human rights concerns and it must be subjected to proper scrutiny. We must not lose sight of the fact that protecting our communities and upholding human rights are not opposing goals. They can and must be pursued together. I urge the government to engage with stakeholders, to listen to the concerns of experts and advocates, and to amend this bill and agree to this motion to have it referred to the Human Rights Committee. We must ensure that any question of legislative and retrospectively eroding principles of procedural fairness and natural justice are really, really carefully considered. These are principles, cornerstones of our legal system, and setting them aside is to be done with incredible caution. I should say, finally, I have a real fear that the concerns that I have out of this process and this bill around setting aside procedural fairness, it has undertones of the incredibly troubling process that is occurring in the US under their ICE division. The activities there of grabbing people and having them removed from their country without procedural fairness is incredibly troubling, and we all watch that on our screens with horror at how could that possibly happen in Australia. But the risk of this legislation that is before the House is that that is the very first step that the Albanese government is setting on. So I commend this motion to the House and urge the government to support it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Curtin. And I do that because so many members of my Kooyong community have contacted the electorate office in the last week with their grave concerns around the precedent set by this piece of legislation. Now, all of us care about community safety. Certainly in Victoria, we've had a significant increase in the incidence of aggravated burglaries and home invasions in recent years. They cause fear and anxiety, and the reports that we've seen in the media regarding the activities of some of the cohort that this legislation is targeted at have raised considerable concern. All of us care about keeping Australians safe. All of us care about protecting our borders. And it's the government's job to do that. It's the government's job to ensure national security, to protect the nation, to enforce our laws and to manage our borders. But it's also the government's job to act as a democratic government, to deal fairly and with justice with some of the most consequential decisions that a government can make. The decisions about deportation, detention and transfer of individuals who are vulnerable individuals who lack the ability to the power to platform to defend themselves. Now, we've seen with the NZYQ cohort and the way that the government has chosen to deal with it, a really concerning tendency to keep moving the goalposts when they don't suit the government. What we've seen is that the government is unhappy with the High Court rulings around it, that its actions have previously been illegal. So what the government is seeking to do with this legislation is to retrospectively change the law, to move the goalposts, to remove the requirement for natural justice. Now that phrase in and of itself, removement of requirement for natural justice, for procedural fairness, for people who are non-citizens, when we would expect nothing less from our government for ourselves in that regard, is deeply concerning. What we're seeing with this government in this rushed legislation is a desire to remove non-citizens to a third country, a third party, a country which is economically vulnerable, which houses less than 11,000 citizens of its own, so such that this cohort would constitute a significant percentage of the proportion of the population of that country should they all be rehoused there, while implementing what is essentially a system of bully boy tactics, where we're offering the government of Nauru huge sums of money to rehouse people because we simply can't deal with them domestically. This legislation flies in the face of the values of our community. It flies in the face of the fundamentals of our legal system. And so before we enact something which could well prove just the very beginning of a pattern of governmental activities, the limits of which are not at this point clear, it makes perfect sense that we subject this legislation to further examination. As a member of the Joint Parliamentary Standing Committee into Human Rights, I think that the committee should have the opportunity to examine this legislation. And we owe nothing more to our own communities and to all of the vulnerable people in this country who could potentially fall under the limits of this sort of legislation in the future than to legislate it with justice and with the sort of patience that decisions of this magnitude deserve. And so I ask the government to rethink its punitive, rushed attitude to this group of vulnerable people and to take very seriously the responsibility that comes with the sort of supermajority that it has. To not bully the Parliament in the same way that it proposes to bully these vulnerable people, this cohort of individuals who have no ability to defend themselves before the law, with removal of such considerations as natural justice, and to treat them with the sort of respect that we as citizens of this country expect for ourselves.
Are there any further speakers? And I give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the motion brought by the member for Curtin to refer the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures No. 1 Bill 2025, to the Human Rights Committee for inquiry and report. Deputy Speaker, I watched with dismay in the last term of government when the Albanese government rushed through bill after bill limiting the rights of asylum seekers and visa holders in our communities. The measures they introduced included mandatory visa cancellations for low-level offences, giving the government immunity from civil liabilities in connection with bridging visa cancellations, and expanding powers to search and seize items in immigration detention centres without warrant. Each time, there was some contraction of the usual parliamentary process to get the bills through quickly and quietly, and whether it was failing to refer bills to relevant committees for review or gagging debate on the bills in this House. And we're seeing it again here with this bill. This bill may have significant ramifications for the people to which it applies. Combined with the measures passed last term to which I've already referred, this bill may be another step in that slow creep towards stripping away rights of asylum seekers in this country. People we have harmed by exposing them to the cruel and unusual offshore detention systems we dreamed up in a shameful world first, a system that the UK government toyed with copying from us but abandoned because it was just too inhumane. Look, I agree with the Leader of the Opposition's statement that the bill is rushed, it's secretive and it's chaotic. And this for a bill which explicitly confirms that people like these do not have a right to natural justice in administrative processes which could result in them being involuntarily, forcibly, removed from this country to a third country with no ability to be heard in the courts about that occurring. What we're really talking about here is a breakdown in processes, a reduction of democratic norms at two very significant levels, at the individual rights level, around people's right to natural justice, and at the parliamentary level, by curtailing the opportunities for scrutiny and informed debate. It's for both of these reasons that I consider that the member for Curtin's motion to be entirely reasonable. Referring a bill with such significant ramifications for people's basic rights to a committee for review is the absolute bare minimum level of scrutiny that government should permit. And Deputy Speaker, the government won a big margin in the last election, 94 seats in this House. They must not be tempted to exploit that position by abandoning basic tenets of our parliamentary, our democratic processes. On the contrary, I strongly urge them to use their huge majority to be the leaders that our people have elected them to be.
There being no... Are there any further speakers? And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Government will not be supporting the referral of this bill to the Human Rights Committee. As a matter of course, the Human Rights Committee considers all bills that are introduced to Parliament as part of its normal scrutiny process. And in its scrutiny reports, the committee may make minor comment on legislation, provides its assessment on an advice-only basis, or may seek a written response from the Minister. The Government does not support any referral to the committee beyond that.
I will now put the question. All that opinion say aye. All those against, no. The noes have it. Are you calling for a division? Your division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. These people as well, if you can count. 3 and 3 make 6.
Good work.
Soft on crime So it's the amendment of the cross badge to yeah. And you should be equivalent. So we are.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the motion moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Curtin and 3 seconds. Just asking if there's a second teller for the ayes. Is there another teller for the ayes? The honourable members for Curtin and Indi as tellers for the ayes, and the members for Bowman, Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 9, noes 72. The matter is resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats and leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next item. To call on the order of the day. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and in continuation I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Okay. Specific changes this bill prescribes include a change in the time frame during which Medicare claims for bulk billed services may be made from 2 years to 1 year. With respect to investigative powers across the legislative framework, so including across the National Health Act, the Health Insurance Act, the Human Services Act and the Dental Benefits Act, they were found to be inconsistent and fragmented, resulting in difficulty in identifying which powers investigation may be used in relation to offences. Further, there were also unnecessary restrictions on the ability to search with consent and on the retention of important evidence, which could have the consequence that matters requiring prosecution, such as a serious criminal fraud prosecution under the Criminal Code, may be compromised or unable to be prosecuted at all. The current powers in this respect were found to be so narrow that the proper exercise of functions to detect, investigate and refer fraud matters was compromised. The bill amends the National Health Act to improve the efficiency of the process by which the Minister may exercise discretion to approve a pharmacist. This is achieved by combining the 2 stages of the current process into 1 stage, restricting repeat applications, allowing the Minister to delegate the approval of a request form and increasing the term of appointment for Australian Community Pharmacy Authority members to 3 years. These amendments will reduce administrative burden and support more timely access to pharmaceutical benefits. The measures in the bill will collectively improve powers to detect, respond to, investigate, disclose and deter misconduct, fraud and non-compliance, and will support the ability to conduct efficient, timely and effective compliance activities. The overall effectiveness and efficiency of the government's compliance systems will be supported, and timely and proportionate responses to incorrect payments and fraud under health benefits schemes will be better facilitated. This legislation also encompasses amendments to the Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act 2023, which are directed to clarifying the intended operation of the legislation which commenced on 1 April last year. Of particular importance to me are the amendments that seek to harmonise the approach on advertising in the Tobacco Act and Therapeutic Goods Act in relation to e-cigarettes, otherwise known as vapes. Both acts prohibit the advertisement of vapes. These amendments reflect the changed approach to vaping goods following the introduction of vaping reforms and ensure the approach is harmonised. Earlier this year, I visited the Charles Campbell Secondary College at Paradise in the electorate of Sturt to meet with Principal Mr Kevin O'Neill and to talk to students about the impact of vaping reforms, which were aimed at limiting access. The federal government's action to outlaw the sale of vapes in a recreational or retail setting, meaning vapes can only legally be bought in pharmacies, had had a profound impact on the students of Charles Campbell Secondary College and a profound impact on their learning and understanding of their own personal health and well-being. This, together with the series of information campaigns directed at young people to make sure they know the facts about vaping, know the harms that are caused by vapes, and know the skills and methods to just say no, to something that is so harmful to their health had resulted in many students, not only at Charles Campbell Secondary College, never having tried vaping and never having smoked a cigarette, but students more broadly than that. The students I spoke to said that following the education campaign, they were just not interested. The prohibition on the advertisement of vapes as prescribed by this legislation is yet another measure the Albanese Labor government has designed with a specific purpose of protecting the health and well-being of young people in this great country. Deputy Speaker, Medicare is a Labor creation and an Australian institution. It is the envy of the world. We know that Medicare works best. Medicare provides the healthcare support and services Australians need and deserve best, and is funded most effectively and efficiently when shaped by integrity. And promoting integrity in the Medicare system is exactly what this bill does.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to offer a contribution on this legislation because, of course, healthcare and making sure we have access to affordable and viable healthcare for the sustainability of the country is key to get out the maximum benefit and of the human capital of our nation. And, of course, it's also of critical importance to the Goldstein community, Deputy Speaker, because it's always been something I've taken a deep interest in, of course, having a comparatively older population, Deputy Speaker, in the Goldstein community. Access to healthcare services have been of critical importance for people to get the support and services they need at different stages of care. Last week we were in this chamber talking about access to the sorts of essential medicines to manage comorbidities and chronic conditions at latter stages of life, but it's also important to make sure that people have access to the essential medical services they need and the integrity in the health system, which is why it's such a challenge at the moment with the state of health services in the great state of Victoria, where we have a state government that's completely incapable of managing its budget. As a consequence, the decay and decline of health services through tertiary hospitals is a lived reality every single day. We do not want to see this at a national level through primary care services, but we know that because the Albanese government can't contain or manage its budget spending, more and more Australians are looking directly at their credit card or their wallet every time they go to the GP just to be able to get by. They're told by their government that their Medicare card is all they need, but their lived reality is that they need extra co-payments just to be able to get the support they need despite what they voted for at the ballot box. But it's more than that. More and more, Deputy Speaker, we're seeing cons perpetuated on Australians despite the claims of integrity as part of the health system. In 2017, when I was last a member in this chamber, we got an MRI Medicare licence for Cabrini Brighton in the first Medicare-funded licence for an MRI in the Goldstein electorate. I remember when we secured it and many residents asked me the simple question, which is why was it secured for Cabrini Brighton rather than for the local public hospital, Sandy Hospital, as part of the Alfred Health Group? And the answer to that was quite straightforward, Deputy Speaker. It's because Sandy Hospital didn't have an MRI machine. So there's no point getting an MRI licence funded by Medicare if you don't have an MRI machine to use it. Funnily enough, Deputy Speaker, that's where it shocked me slightly at the start of 2025 when it was brought to my attention that Sandringham Hospital had, as part of the Alfred Health Group, been granted an MRI licence. Don't get me wrong, Deputy Speaker, I welcome an MRI licence. I think this is an enormously wonderful thing where there are MRI machines. There's just one problem. Sandringham Hospital still doesn't have an MRI machine. The Albanese government, for some very obscure reason, issued MRI licences to 3 hospitals in Australia. 2 were at hospitals that had MRI machines. 1, which curiously happened to be in one electorate where they desperately wanted to make sure that the incumbent Teal Member of Parliament was returned, didn't have an MRI machine. But it enabled that Member of Parliament to then go around deceiving the community claiming that they had secured an MRI Medicare-funded licence, even though it didn't have an MRI machine. Have you ever seen, yes, Minister, Deputy Speaker, about the idea of a hospital being built without any patients, Deputy Speaker? It's kind of like having a hospital that has an MRI licence but no MRI machine, Deputy Speaker. So I have a pretty simple and baseline expectation, which is, since the Minister for Health has granted Sandy Hospital an MRI licence, perhaps as part of a system of integrity, the Health Minister could grant us an MRI machine, so we could actually use it. If not, the expression gaslighting, which I seem to be using an awful lot about this government at the moment, justifiably comes to mind. Because what we're seeing now is how our health system in the Goldstein community is being taken for a complete ride. We've not just seen it on this issue. When I was on the board of Alfred Health many a year ago, over a decade ago, we came to an agreement between Alfred Health Group and the Royal Women's Hospital. The Royal Women's Hospital, of course, which is an enormously important hospital and in part fundraised and founded by Vida Goldstein, the woman which the Goldstein electorate is named after. And as part of their maternity services, built out a partnership to make sure the maternity services were available to women in the southeast of Melbourne through the Sandringham Hospital. That partnership ended only a couple of years ago during the period in which I was not a member. Now, of course, I am not going to pass judgment in the end. It's up to Sandringham Hospital, Alfred Health, the Royal Women's, and of course Monash Health to decide the pathway best to deliver maternity services. But what I see consistently is the talk of integrity and the reality of delivery integrity being completely discordant. MRI licences where there's no MRI machine, a loss of women's health services in the Goldstein community, but not being delivered in the community. And we talk about this legislation. We've just heard from one of the members, the member for Sturt, about what's been happening in the context of vaping. One of the reasons that this country has a big problem with vaping right now is because this government has failed to do any proper regulation around vaping during its tenure and has actively shut down any pathway, including being practical participants in vaping regulation during the time when they weren't in government. Vaping is a known problem for a long time now, but because they have simply wanted to do a close their eyes and ears attitude towards discussing practical regulation, what they have actually let themselves do is let the criminals dictate the terms and the regulation that sits behind vaping. You know, you see this every day at the moment. We've seen this, and this is obviously in the portfolio of small business and has a direct impact on the health and well-being of the community. What's been happening in tobacco legislation and regulation and taxation, where over summer, Deputy Speaker, I read a book about the prohibition movement in the United States back in the early part of the 20th century. And it's extraordinary how many times this government continues to repeat the errors of that period when it takes its approach to tobacco regulation, where it actively fuels criminal gangs through its policies and criminal behaviour. Of course, we're seeing that in the terms of the impact it's now having on small businesses, where you might as well be having government ministers handing the criminal gangs and organised crime firebombs to destroy people's lives and livelihoods. That's how much they're stoking the behaviour through different forms of taxation, which is actively increasing the premiums that organised gangs are then having incentive to go and engage in criminal activity, and it's having a direct impact on small businesses across this nation. This is the problem, Deputy Speaker. We have a government that talks integrity but is not practising it in terms of their operations, and the people who are paying it are people on the ground in the Goldstein community, small businesses, and they do it under the veneer of their boastfulness in talking about their government programs, but not in terms of what they're building to improve the future of Australia, and Australians are suffering for it. Speaking of integrity, Deputy Speaker, the other place we're seeing this, of course, is not just in areas around health, but also in other areas like the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And to give you a parallel of just how much there's a problem now around integrity and this government and how much they're struggling we had a roundtable bringing together service providers in the healthcare and NDIS space who raised concerns specifically around NDIS pricing arrangements and particularly the 3-week notice they were given for pricing adjustments in the lead up to the financial year, for the 25-26 financial year. The attendees, Fiona White, Dr. Shona Biscoff, Stephanie Williams, Simone Emery, Lauren Gingold and Taryn Dee. And we spoke about the adjustment of the measures that the government introduced as part of their pricing review and the consequences and the human consequences of what happened when it went down the pathway of so-called integrity measures. And what was the impact? Well, they were reducing the volume of sessions that they were having with clients. It was reducing the travel times. They were prepared to directly engage and support people who were in need. The decrease in the personalisation of the service, particularly for people who had acute conditions or needed additional support. Of course, in addition to that, it had a direct impact on those who are most marginalised, because this is one of the biggest problems, Deputy Speaker, when you have people outside of urban communities or affluent communities. The further you get away, the more you cut travel times or reduce access to service providers, the more it's people in lower socioeconomic communities or further distances or rural and regional areas that suffer. And I think you would understand a bit of that, Deputy Speaker, considering the nature of your electorate. And in the end, the impact is downstream and has a bigger impact because you have a failure of earlier intervention, which pushes up costs in the long term, which then drives up the cost to tertiary hospitals. And you know, the most devastating thing is the more you spoke to NDIS providers, and you're seeing this in other areas of healthcare services and social services, is at no point has there been a focus by the government on a really critical part of service delivery, which is actually on reducing red tape. And we're not saying red tape because we want to get rid of regulation for no purpose, but the needless burden that which actually takes practitioners out of their core focus and effort of caring and supporting things like children and putting that energy into filling out paperwork. Now, I don't know about you, Deputy Speaker, but of course there's a role for filling out certain components of forms for compliance. I'm not arguing against that. And of course we need to make sure that people are doing the right thing. But when a practitioner is telling us stories about how they spend more time filling out paperwork than they do care, when they're spending more time complying with the NDIA's regulation than they are in working with paediatric support for people with a disability, when they're spending more time finding out how it is they're going to make sure they can keep their practice open than they are making sure they get to people of disadvantage, you start to think that maybe this government's priorities is more focused on how they can build the bureaucracy than they are focused on how they can build the benefit to Australians. I mean, it shouldn't surprise. You read the Daily Telegraph today and you see union bosses' wages increased by 25% while construction workers' pay going down 5%. And you start to realise that this is just one giant cartel where it's trickle-up economics feeds the few at the expense of the many. Now, whether that's in construction, whether that's in the NDIA, whether that's in making sure there's service provision in the healthcare sector, it doesn't seem to matter where their priorities or their focus is. Australians are at the bottom of the pile. It's our job to make sure that we hold this government to account, Deputy Speaker, and make sure that Australians have a voice and are stood up for. What's dispiriting is that there's such a dismissal and disinterest from this government when the consequences are so human. And when we have a situation where we have a minister gaslighting the Goldstein community and issuing Medicare licences for MRIs, but then won't even provide an MRI machine, when they actively fuel organised crime, when they actively engage in interfering and undermining the provision of healthcare services that desperately need integrity, you do have to start to question what this government's priorities are, and you realise it's itself, not the Australian people.
The question is, that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When Australians talk about what they want from their government, fair and equitable access to healthcare is always near the top of the list. Medicare is one of Australia's greatest institutions and one of the proudest achievements of the Labor Party. Introduced in its current form in 1983, it remains as important today than the day it was made law by the Hawke government. And let's not forget, Deputy Speaker, that if it weren't for successive Labor governments in the 80s, that those opposite would have dismantled it. For successive elections in the 70s and 80s, Medicare was opposed by the Liberals and Nationals. They knocked off Medibank after the Whitlam government, and had they beaten Bob Hawke, they would have knocked it off again, promising to bring down Medicare after it was reinstated by a Labor government in 83. But it was Labor that locked it in, and it tells you why people trust Labor to protect and strengthen Medicare in the face of opposition and ongoing attacks of it by the Liberals and the Nationals. Medicare represents the simple but profound Australian value that access to healthcare should be affordable and accessible, where Australians can rely on their Medicare card, not their credit card, to see a doctor. Medicare is about fairness, universality and dignity. It's about knowing that no matter your circumstances, you can get the care you need when you need it. When we came to government in 2022, Deputy Speaker, Australians were facing the toughest conditions in Medicare's 40-year history. Bulk billing was collapsing after a decade of neglect. Families were struggling to find a GP who would see them without huge and rising out-of-pocket costs. Medicines were becoming more and more expensive, and hospitals were under enormous strain. It had never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. That was the reality that we inherited. That's why strengthening Medicare was front and centre of our election platform. We took a plan to the people and we've been delivering on it ever since. In just our first term, we've made multiple massive investments in Medicare. And in the latest record investment that we took to the last election, we're putting an extra $8.5 billion into delivering more bulk billed GP visits every year, training more doctors and nurses, and making healthcare more affordable for families. We're expanding bulk billing incentives that work so well for concession card holders, Deputy Speaker. We're going to expand that to every Medicare card holder, ensuring that by 2030, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed, just as it should be. We've delivered the 2 largest increase into Medicare rebates in 3 decades, reversing years of Liberal freezes and cuts. Already, bulk billing rates are climbing in every state and territory, with 6 million additional free visits to GPs delivered in just over a year. Importantly, we've also taken decisive action on medicines. Australians have already saved more than $1 billion through our reforms. We've slashed the costs of hundreds of common prescriptions. We've introduced 60-day dispensing for nearly 300 medicines, and we've lowered the PBS safety net. Just last week, this Parliament passed legislation to cut the maximum price of a script to just $25. That was the price it was in 2004. On top of that, we've delivered urgent care for families. We only promised 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, Deputy Speaker. We've delivered 90 across the country. Already, more than 1.8 million Australians have walked through the doors of these clinics, getting free urgent care without waiting hours in a hospital emergency department. These clinics, just like the one in Bennelong, Deputy Speaker, at Top Ryde, are open extended hours, 7 days a week, and all you need is your Medicare card to get urgent care. On top of that, we're delivering new Medicare mental health centres, creating walk-in support so Australians can access mental health care when they need it most. And we've invested $500 million in women's health, funding more contraceptives, new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, just like the one in Hunters Hill, for treatment for menopause and perimenopause. This is what strengthening Medicare looks like in practice. Cheaper medicines, more bulk billing, more urgent care, better mental health services, and historic investment in women's health. And this is what it means in Bennelong. Families in Bennelong have already saved more than $8.6 million on cheaper medicines since 2022. We've opened that Medicare urgent clinic in Top Ryde, which has seen more than 10,000 presentations, Deputy Speaker. And I'm proud to tell the House that another one is coming soon to Chatswood, which will relieve pressure on Royal North Shore Hospital. Tenders are out right now, and I look forward to delivering that in this term of government. In Ryde, we'll also deliver a Medicare mental health centre, which means locals can get walk-in mental health support when they're in crisis. These are real changes improving the lives of families in Bennelong and across the nation. Strengthening Medicare is not only about expanding services or cutting costs, it's also about ensuring the system is sustainable and trusted, because when a program is essential to Australian life as Medicare is, we have the responsibility to protect it, to protect taxpayers' funds that underpin it, and to protect patients from harm. The overwhelming majority of doctors, pharmacists, dentists and allied health professionals are honest and hardworking. Deputy Speaker, they do the right thing, often under enormous pressure. But in a system that processes more than 1 billion claims every year, there will always be some who don't. Sometimes that non-compliance is unintentional, sometimes it is deliberate and fraudulent. Either way, it costs taxpayers money, it undermines confidence, and in the worst cases, it puts patients at risk. That's why in November 2022, our Health Minister commissioned respected economist Dr. Phillip to conduct an independent review of the Medicare integrity and compliance measures. His review made it clear that integrity measures across Medicare, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme and the Child Dental Benefits Scheme needed to be strengthened. He found that our systems had not kept pace with modern challenges and recommended reforms to better identify and deter non-compliance, to safeguard patient safety and to ensure that every dollar goes where it should. That's right into patient care. In response, the government established the Medicare Integrity Task Force in the 23-24 budget, and we provided further funding in the 24-25 budget to continue this work. This bill is the next step on that much-needed and important reform. The Health Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 implements key recommendations of the Phillip Review. It amends the National Health Act, the Health Insurance Act, the Human Services Act and the Dental Benefits Act. The changes are targeted but significant. They will strengthen compliance and enforcement powers, allowing for the proper investigation and deterrence of fraud and misconduct. They will modernise investigative powers that are currently inconsistent and fragmented, ensuring that serious offences, particularly in relation to pharmaceutical benefits, can be prosecuted effectively. The bill also shortens the time frame for Medicare claims on bulk billed services from 2 years to 1. This will reduce the risk of delayed or duplicate claims, whilst preserving the Minister's discretion to allow late claims in truly genuine cases. The bill will also improve the efficiency of the process for approving pharmacists by combining 2 stages into 1, reducing repeat applications and extending the term of appointment for members of the Australian Community Pharmacy Authority. These changes will cut red tape, reduce administrative burden and deliver timely access to medicines in communities. And the bill also makes important adjustments to the Therapeutic Goods Act and the Tobacco and Other Products Act to support broader reforms. It strengthens the government's ability to manage therapeutic goods shortages, supports compliance with vaping reforms and ensures tobacco regulations are clear and enforceable. Deputy Speaker, together these measures safeguard Medicare for the future by protecting taxpayer funds, by strengthening patient safety and ensuring sustainability. Integrity in Medicare and our systems is not only about protecting taxpayer dollars, it's about protecting patients. When fraudulent claims are made, when prescriptions are misused, when loopholes are exploited, patients are often the ones who suffer. The Phillip Review emphasised that patient safety must be at the centre of these integrity measures, and this bill delivers on that recommendation. By strengthening the powers, by harmonising enforcement across our health schemes, and by closing loopholes, This bill will ensure we can respond quickly and proportionately to misconduct. Only a small percentage of practitioners and businesses will ever be affected by these measures. Those who deliberately do and repeatedly do the wrong thing will have to be held accountable. But for the overwhelming majority, this bill will provide confidence that their hard work is protected, their reputation is upheld, and the system that they serve and they participate in remains strong. Our government is strengthening Medicare in every sense of the word. We are investing in more doctors, more nurses, more urgent care, more mental health support, cheaper medicines, and better women's health services. And through this bill, we're also protecting the system itself, ensuring integrity, sustainability, and trust. Labor created Medicare. Only Labor will protect and strengthen it. We're delivering on these investments, reforms and integrity measures to ensure that Medicare remains strong and sustainable for generations to come. This bill builds on historic investments we've already made in Medicare, it strengthens compliance and enforcement, and it supports timely access to medicines, and it cuts red tape for pharmacists. These are all really important improvements. Most importantly, it ensures that Medicare, the program that has cared for Australians for over 40 years, will remain strong and sustainable.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment, the Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025, a bill which seeks to strengthen the integrity of our Medicare system. Deputy Speaker, it is entirely appropriate that the government take all steps necessary to safeguard the sustainability of our universal healthcare system. Australians deserve confidence that their Medicare contributions are being used responsibly and that our system is well regulated and protected from abuse. The legislation currently before the House came out of the Independent Review of Medicare Integrity and Compliance, the Phillip Review. The Phillip Review was commissioned by the Health Minister in November 2022 in response to fairly widespread allegations of widespread fraud in the Medicare system. Ultimately, that review dismissed those claims of an $8 billion fraud, of claims which had been widely and harmfully trumpeted in the mainstream media. In fact, the Phillip Review found that the allegations were both inflated and speculative. The Phillip Review found that Medicare compliance, in fact, the issues with compliance from doctors are overwhelmingly caused by complexity of the system. It found that Medicare is becoming outdated, that it doesn't reflect the changing needs of our healthcare system. Dr. Phillip cautioned that without significant attention to the legislation, the governance, the system, the processes and tools of our Medicare system, which he found to be currently unfit for purpose, significant levels of fraud could well ensue. Deputy Speaker, there are a number of real and increasing vulnerabilities in our Medicare system, which were described and elucidated in the Phillip Review. These include the changing burden of disease in Australia, the necessary and natural changing nature of healthcare delivery over time, the unnecessarily complex and challenging nature of the Medicare benefit schedule, the growing corporatisation of medicine in this country, the increasing uptake and complexity of medical billing software, the opaque nature of NDIS billing arrangements in public hospitals, and the lack of continuous monitoring and compliance of services within our public health system. Dr. Phillip's review acknowledged that with more than 3,000 items, it's impossible to keep up with the NDIS schedule. But those changes continue. In fact, as late as last week, the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing was proposing further changes to the NDIS schedule. It is a little wonder that GPs and other health professionals struggle to keep up with the compliance. Deputy Speaker, this bill grants the Chief Executive of Medicare and their delegates expanded investigative powers which are of some concern. Under new section 129AACA, any person, not just providers, can be compelled to produce relevant material within 21 days. This includes patients' clinical records, correspondence and billing data. There is no requirement for a warrant, no judicial oversight and no obligation to explain why that information is needed. Failure to comply within 21 days is a strict liability offence with penalties of up to $50,000. This is a profound shift in the settings around such inquiries, and doctors very understandably have real concerns that these changes could override privacy protections under the Privacy Act and legal professional privilege. There's also a significant degree of nervousness amongst medical professionals regarding the Professional Services Review and other professional compliance bodies. These concerns relate to a lack of transparency in their processes. Those fears might well be exacerbated by this bill's removal of restrictions on the admission of information obtained under the Professional Service Review Agency's notices to other investigations, such as those initiated by the Australian Health Practitioner Regulatory Agency or the Medical Board. While these are limited to certain circumstances, the fact that they include cases in which the practitioner is not the subject of the original investigation is concerning. There's a reasonable concern that this change might undermine the principle of procedural fairness and risk lessened cooperation with investigations by those bodies. If medical professionals fear that any information that they provide may later be used to prosecute them, it's hardly surprising that they may hesitate to engage with those investigations. Finally, the bill introduces new powers to recover overpayments from practitioners, even if they were not responsible for the error, even if they didn't receive the funds, even if they were victims of fraud. The only requirement is that the practitioner was named on the claim form. Deputy Speaker, this could include junior doctors. It could include locums. It could include deceased practitioners whose provider numbers were misused. The growing corporatisation of medicine has greatly weakened the previously simple relationship between provider, patient and payment. It often leads to practitioners being utterly unaware of what is being billed in their name. Doctors in public hospitals in particular often have limited oversight or control over the billing which is undertaken in their names, often months or years after the fact. As the Phillip Review found, much of the leakage in the Medicare system stems from errors, not from malice, and we shouldn't conflate the two. We must ensure that recovery powers are exercised with fairness and discretion. Innocent medical practitioners can't be held liable for systemic failures or even criminal acts beyond their control. Deputy Speaker, I do support the goal of improving the integrity of Medicare. But rather than piecemeal pieces of legislation like this, we should be looking to big-picture Medicare reform. As has been set out in innumerable independent reviews, this should strengthen the governance model overseeing Medicare. It should enable continuous monitoring of claims transactions. It should redesign frontline processes and business rules to support earlier identification of fraud and of serious non-compliance. It should redesign the payment system to a level of capability commensurate with the size and complexity of the scheme. And it should review the legislative basis of Medicare to include a more contemporary basis to regulation. As the Phillip Review found, our Medicare system is overly fragmented, it's disjointed, and is lacking in contemporary tools to detect and address non-compliance and fraud. That is not the fault of the medical professionals who do their very best within it. I commend this bill to the House, but I do wish that it had more vision and more effect.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the second time I've spoken on this bill because the first bill lapsed in the last Parliament. So this is something that we thought several years ago needed to be done, and that goes to the previous speaker's comments around the work done in the Phillips Review. In 2022. We commissioned that in late 2022 and the report was delivered in 2023. And what that really looked at was how Medicare was operating in the real-world situation that we are now facing. And I just want to speak for a moment about what the Phillips Review recognised. It recognised that there is a change in the burden of disease. Now, that means that there are different diseases facing people. We have a different demographic. We have an ageing population with chronic diseases that they live with but need care and need support. Rather than, I think back when I was a kid, you'd go to the doctor when you broke something or, you had something short and sharp, rather than that chronic nature of disease, because we didn't have the means to identify and treat those chronic diseases. So that's one big difference from how the system, how the environment in which the Medicare system is operating compared to when it started in the 1980s. There's also changes in how healthcare is delivered. And I think many people can see that there's a shift in the relationship with health providers. The family practice is not as prominent in the mix as it certainly was when I was young in the 60s and 70s, and even when my children were in the 90s through to the 2000s. And different parts of the country experience that differently. But certainly the Phillips Review identified that there is just no longer the same connection between patient, practitioner and the payment that comes into it. And then there is the changes that have occurred with Medicare, with the Medicare benefits scheme, with the complex nature and continuous changes, because of course things change. Then we add to that the corporatisation of medicine, which is another thing that comes into the mix. The development of billing software, a totally different way, could not have been conceived when Medicare first came on the scene. And then the general economics of medicine. And he goes on to list a few other circumstances that have changed. So we're dealing with this in a very different time and place to when Medicare was first introduced. And of course it was Labor that introduced Medicare, and it took two Labor governments with a gap in the middle to really ensure that Medicare was something that would be embedded. And I think from our side we want to continue to do things that ensure Medicare is sustainable and embedded and never taken for granted and always appreciated by every Member of Parliament. So I'm very pleased to be speaking on this bill a second time. And it is about the key part of this for me that really matters is protecting the integrity of Medicare. The bill also contains changes that will enhance the regulation of therapeutic goods and vaping goods under the Therapeutic Goods Act, and it makes minor amendments to ensure the smooth and consistent operation of the Tobacco Act. And Deputy Speaker, I'm going to focus on the Medicare side of this bill in the time that I have available. I think we all know in this chamber, and I know my constituents in the Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury and Nepean region appreciate that Medicare and its programs help Australians pay for the healthcare they need in a world-class system. And we are committed to strengthening Medicare by improving the scheme's integrity. The areas that this is addressing is anything that we've been able to identify thanks to the Phillips Review, that where there are issues that can inhibit the ability of the department to conduct efficient, timely and effective compliance activities. Because you do enhance integrity when you have a department that is empowered to act in a timely, effective way. The amendments include fraud deterrent provisions, such as the reduction of timeframes to make claims on Medicare, updated investigative powers, and improvements to pharmacy approval processes. And these really go to the core of the system. I mean, I think it's happening in a context where this bill is one part of many things that we have been doing to support Medicare. When we came to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to find a doctor. We came to the situation we found was that bulk billing was in freefall, and that followed a decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare that we had seen, but we really, coming to government, recognised how profound the impact that had been. Particularly in peri-urban areas like mine, and no doubt in regional and rural areas. That's why strengthening Medicare was a key focus of our election platform. And it became even more key when we'd had the time in government to lift up the hood and see what was happening underneath there and really try and unpack some of the issues that we were facing. In our first term of Parliament, we were able to deliver more doctors, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines, and we opened 87 Medicare urgent care clinics. And I do want to note, Deputy Speaker, that there was some derision from those opposite about our Medicare urgent care clinics for quite some time, that they were not needed, that there was just an extra thing that didn't need to happen. I noticed today in question time that every one of them seemed to be saying, hey, give me one, give me one. So I think that their behaviour in question time seemed to indicate it's been a bit of a turnaround, and we know how effective the Medicare urgent care clinics have been, and it seemed to me that those opposite are starting to understand the difference that it is making in allowing people to get urgent medical attention for things that are urgent but not life-threatening, having a dual effect of being able to provide people with quick attention but also taking pressure off emergency departments in hospitals. And Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that the Hawkesbury Urgent Care Clinic has a tender out for it. We are seeking through the Nepean Blue Mountains health area. They are, the Wentworth Health, they are seeking GPs who are keen and interested in operating the Hawkesbury Urgent Care Clinic, which was one of my election commitments this year. More than 1.8 million people have walked through the door of a Medicare urgent care clinic. They've received free care, the urgent care they need. The feedback I get from the Penrith Urgent Care Clinic is that they're seeing a lot of sporting injuries and they're seeing big demand over weekends, but also during the week there's a steady flow of people as they learn that they don't need to rock up to Nepean Hospital Emergency Department for some things, and that it may well be able to be treated at the Penrith Urgent Care Clinic. So I think that what it's showing people is that Labor has a commitment to adapt the health system to make the changes that are needed. And I note the presence of the Assistant Minister for Mental Health. It's the same approach we've taken with mental health. It is no longer a requirement in this country that you have to go and see a private psychologist or counsellor or psychiatrist. There are Medicare-funded centres now. The Medicare mental health centres, including the one in my electorate in Richmond, that the Assistant Minister was so engaged in ensuring we could deliver on the ground. That is a place where people can get free mental health support. And it can be ongoing support. It's not limited to a certain number of visits. It's not limited to one thing or the other. It's available and accessible. And what's more, it's accessible 6 days a week. So even on Saturdays and Thursday evenings, there's the capacity to just walk in and say, I'm not okay and I need to talk to someone. So these are the sorts of changes that Deputy Speaker, go, I think, to the sustainability and the development of Medicare, and they are backed by the measures in this bill, which is about ensuring the integrity of Medicare. It's becoming very clear to people that under Labor, what you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card, to access health services. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken about the how hard it was to see a GP when we first took office. And I want to say to my community that we know that in 3 years there hasn't been an instant fix to all those issues, but what we have been able to do, including in Macquarie, is increase the number of bulk billed visits to GPs. Across the country, it's been $8.5 billion investment into more bulk bill visits, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors. Australian patients and families have been saving money on out-of-pockets. It's really the first time that bulk billing incentives have been expanded in a very long time, and our latest round mean we hope that 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030. This is what's coming and what will find its way onto the ground. It'll boost the number of fully bulk bill practices to around 4,800 nationally. Now that's triple the number of practices right now that bulk bill. Our record investment restores every dollar the Australian Medical Association said was cut from Medicare through the funding freeze by the Liberals. So it will restore every dollar, according to the AMA, that had been cut. It's a policy that ensures no one is held back and no one is left behind, and it does make Medicare even stronger. It helps with cost of living pressures, and it ensures every Australian receives the very best health care that they deserve. When we talk about integrity of Medicare, we want to know that when someone visits their GP or another specialist, that there is transparency in the payments that they receive, that they are being properly billed, and if there are any issues, the department has the power to look into those swiftly. And that's the extra layer that this bill brings, Deputy Speaker. In the last couple of minutes that I have, what I'd like to talk about is how this legislation interacts with the other very key part of our health system, and that is the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. The two really go hand in hand, and we've had to do work on both those sides, because you at the same time as making it easier and more affordable to see a doctor, you also have to make sure that people are able to access what will be prescribed to them afterwards, and that means cheaper medicines. So making medicines cheaper with a script coming down to no more than $25 under the PBS is another Labor commitment working its way through the Parliament. It's another key cost of living measure that will continue to put downward pressure on inflation. Remember, along with all the things that we've done, including introducing this bill into the Parliament, the last Parliament, we already slashed the cost of medicines with the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, and that happened in 2023. And of course, we're going even further with that. It's going to save Australians more than $200 million each year. They've already saved more than $1 billion on the cost of scripts, thanks to our commitment to make medicines cheaper. It's already been the largest medicines price reduction in the 75-year history of the PBS. Plus, there's the ability for people to get 300 medicines on 60-day prescriptions and a lower PBS safety net threshold. So this is the other part of the health system where we make a difference to people's lives. And we know, I have people in my community tell me, particularly older people, who say health is their #1 priority. They say, if I can keep my health, if I can get treated for things, then I know I can do a whole lot of other things. I can be here for my family. So I'm very proud to be supporting this legislation that will help secure the future of Medicare.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Riverina.
I respect the member for Macquarie. She left the best till last in her speech, and she's so right. People will come to members of Parliament say the most important thing in their lives is their health. Make no mistake, because you can have all the wealth in the world, but if you don't have your health, well, you've really got nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
but I really do take umbrage at the fact that Labor member after Labor member come into the House and talk down what the coalition did during our 9 years in government. And I am glad that the Assistant Minister for Rural and Regional Health, the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide is in the chamber. So I want to give her a couple of compliments, Deputy Speaker. She came to Wagga Wagga recently to talk about mental health, and I appreciated the visit. And I know that she understands as well as anybody in this place about the issues of mental health, and I appreciate the fact that she is endeavouring to do something to help in this very important, very, very important area. And I know that when funding was withdrawn from a town in my electorate, Gundagai, I called her and she fixed the situation. And she did it promptly, and she responded as a good minister should. Now, that's all for the compliments. Although she should be the health minister, quite frankly. I don't want to put the kiss of death on her, but quite frankly, she should be the health minister, because the health minister, the member for Hindmarsh, unfortunately doesn't respond to members of parliament. When they write letters, we get letters back from his chief of staff. And seriously, that shouldn't happen. I should know the name of the chief of staff of the health minister straight off the top. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't think it's right that we talk about staff members in the House and put it on Hansard, but I shouldn't be getting letters back from the chief of staff. I should be getting them back from the minister. I really should. I don't think the assistant minister would do that. I can ring her, I can write letters to her, I get the response. Mightn't always like it, but at least I get it, and that's the way it ought to be. Now, it also disturbs me greatly that the Prime Minister's around and he holds this thing up. It's called the Medicare card, and he says, that's all you need. That is all you need. And he has said it over and over again, repeatedly. But of course, we all remember prior to the 2022 election when he said over and over and over again, repeatedly, that there was going to be a lowering of your, and when I say your, I'm talking about people out there in Voterland, energy bills. And of course that $275 never, ever occurred. Just for once, I'd like to see the Prime Minister or the Health Minister admit that that isn't all you need when you go to see a medical specialist, when you go to see a health professional. And it's certainly not the case if you live in rural and regional and let alone remote Australia. You'll need to also take this little thing, it's your credit card. And what really irked me, what really got under my skin was not that long ago when there was a chorus of complaints about bulk billing, and bulk billing rates dropped 11% under the Labor government's first term, dropped, and the Health Minister said, well, if you pick the phone up and you can't get bulk billed from one doctor, well, you know what, just pick the phone up and make another appointment. Make an appointment with another doctor in town. They might all be well and good in the leafy suburbs of Adelaide, might all be well and good in metropolitan Australia. Try getting another doctor. Try getting any other doctor in rural, regional and particularly remote Australia. And I know the Assistant Minister would appreciate this because it's impossible. Or, if you can get another appointment and the second doctor may well be bulk billing, it'll be quite a while. You might die waiting. And I'm not exaggerating, I'm not making light of it, I'm being deadly serious. Often in regional Australia, when in pain, unfortunately catch a plane because there just isn't the health professionals. And we saw how the Minister for Health disrespected our pharmacists. And I know the Assistant Minister is a pharmacist. I know that's her trade, but this is the government, had to be dragged, kicking and screaming, to get that accord, the pharmacy accord, signed when it should have been a fait accompli. It should have been a negotiation in good faith with our friendly chemists, sign, agree, do what was needed by the President of the Pharmacy Guild, Trent Toomey, who's a good man, who wasn't asking for much. And what did we see? We saw this we saw this absolute opposition from the government to what the Pharmacy Guild wanted. And then we saw that spectacle of them coming in their white coats, and they were disparaged because they were wearing what they wear to work. Yes, they were in white coats. They turned up en masse, and that's what it took. And of course, the Nationals and the Liberals too, fighting the good fight for it on behalf of our chemists, because we know on this side of the chamber that in many hundreds, in fact, of communities in rural Australia, that the only health professional in town is your friendly pharmacist. And that is the truth. And when it comes to policy areas, well, I heard the member for Macquarie talking about the days of the coalition government as if it was almost the dark ages, you know, back to the bad old days and nothing was achieved in health. Well, quite the opposite. And you only have to look at the delivery under the coalition government. And I'm very proud of the fact, very, very pleased with the rural medical schools that we've put in place. And indeed, we've rolled those out in Bendigo, Dubbo, Mildura, Orange, Shepparton, my hometown of Wagga Wagga. And for each of those facilities, they are training dozens upon dozens of young hopefuls who will be the doctors of the future, who will address the shortage of doctors in regional Australia. A shortage which has not been helped by Labor changing the distribution priority areas as soon as it got into government. And what that did was they changed the DPA and they made it such that peri-urban centres and coastal areas that are not in regional Australia but are in high-density areas could claim the distribution priority area funding. And what happened then, and don't just take my word for it, the Rural Doctors Association and other key stakeholders said this, was that some doctors took their shingle off the practice and headed to the Gold Coast, headed to the city areas, headed to Wollongong, headed to Newcastle, because all of a sudden they became eligible for the DPA funding. Now, this is not right, and it's particularly not right when you've got communities that are reliant on the Royal Flying Doctor Service in rural areas, but also, as I described before, they don't have a doctor. They don't have a doctor, let alone a bulk billing doctor. They just don't have a doctor at all. And I know the Assistant Minister is trying to do her best, and I commend her for it, but it's just not understood by the government. And they've spurned regional Australia in so many areas, but particularly in health, particularly when it comes to the well-being and the health of those people who do not live in the bright city lights of a capital city. It's not right. It's not right. And then we have members coming into this place, they've got their talking points, and they just read them out like robots, and they make out as if nothing happened under the Coalition's watch. Well, it's quite opposite as the case, because we had this thing called COVID-19, and it was lucky that there was a coalition government in office when that occurred. It wasn't lucky at all that it occurred, but it was lucky we had a coalition government that put every measure, every possible policy in place to protect Australians and keep Australians alive. And the Johns Hopkins Centre acknowledged the fact that we were the second best in the world for pandemic preparedness. And as the former Deputy Prime Minister, I'm very proud of that, because we not only saved people's jobs, but more importantly, we saved people's lives. And we got those vaccines out, and I have to say the former member for Flinders, the Health Minister, Greg Hunt, I was so proud of the fact that when the vaccines were the hottest item that people were trying to scramble to get, he made sure that our Indigenous communities and our Pacific neighbours were very much in line to get them and line up to get the jabs at the same time, at the same rate as any other Australian. And that's important, because not only did we save lives and protect livelihoods in Australia, but we did it in the Pacific. And the former coalition government, there were many, many headspaces put into country communities. I know Cowra opened up whilst we were very much in government, funded and supported during a coalition government. 1,400 additional nurse placements for the regions, and we talk about doctors, but always put a value, everyone should, on what our nurses do. They are angels of mercy, and we should be doing everything we can to ensure that we have more nurses. We put in place 94 million telehealth consultations through Medicare to 16 million patients. Now, I know Labor comes in and they make out as if they're the only ones who protect Medicare, and you know, and at the election, every election in the recent past, it's been this big scaremongering campaign that we're going to somehow dismantle Medicare, and no doubt the next speaker will probably claim that too. It's a nonsense. It's a furphy. And if you don't know what a furphy is, it's a country term for something that just isn't true. Go and look it up. But it's very much, it is a furphy. And when we come and when we talk about telehealth, when we come to that very important discussion, it's important to note that you'll never replace a face-to-face consultation. I appreciate that, but telehealth with modern technology is important, particularly in rural and regional Australia. And so too were the medicines, and on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme from 2019 until, unfortunately, we lost government, 857 new medicines put on the PBS. And this is one thing I will say in favour of the Minister for Health. Any medicine that can go through that PBAC process and be placed on the Medicare register, that is a good thing. That is absolutely a good thing, and it does save lives. And we've got a very proud record of supporting a strong PBS in Australia, a very strong record, whereas in stark contrast, when we took over government in 2013 under Tony Abbott, the Labor government at the time had stopped listing new medicines because they couldn't manage the nation's finances. And that is a sad reality. That isn't a furphy. That's actually the truth. They capped the number of new medicines that could be considered for listing on the PBS, and that created unacceptable delays for patients whose lives very much depend on them. Very much depend on them. Now, I appreciate that the health legislation amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025 is important. It also galls me somewhat when I do listen to, or had the opportunity to listen to the member for Kooyong. The Teals come in here and they're never happy. They're never happy. They're a glum lot, Deputy Speaker, because the member for Kooyong was talking about how piecemeal this legislation is. They never tell us what they will do. They'll bag Labor, they hate the Liberal Nationals, but they'll never actually tell us what they'll do. They're always, that pious group that have always got every answer to every problem, but will never give you the solution. But they'll tell you how terrible you're going, the major parties are going, but like independents always, they're just, quite frankly, nothing more than an inbox for complaints. Pretend as though, make out as if they're the panacea for all the nation's ills and woes, but never tell you exactly what they'd do if they were in government. Seriously, I mean, it's just a joke. I mean, but I appreciate this particular legislation is important. Medicare is important. It's been delivering for 40 years, and I'm more than happy to acknowledge that. As a coalition government, we were proud of what we did in the bulk billing space. We're proud of the fact that we did keep Medicare going. We've got the best health system in the world. We do. And as an Australian, as a member of this parliament, I'm very proud of that fact.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support the Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025. And I'm so glad to have another opportunity to speak on this government's healthcare agenda. Australians know that it is a Labor government that created Medicare. the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and their predecessors. These programs help Australians pay for the healthcare they need in a world-class system. It is only Labor that stands to protect these programs and in turn strengthen Australians' access to reliable, affordable, quality healthcare. Part of strengthening our country's healthcare system is protecting the integrity of the Medicare program, support the Therapeutic Goods Administration to manage goods shortfalls and enforce legislation, and enable more effective preventative health measures to deter the take-up of tobacco and nicotine products. The Health Legislation Amendment Bill before the Parliament makes amendments to various pieces of legislation, including the National Health Act, the Health Insurance Act, the Human Services Medicare Act and the Dental Benefits Act, to respond to a range of issues that affect our health system, as well as the administration and provision of our health benefits program. These changes come as a result of the Phillip Review into Medicare integrity and compliance undertaken by Dr Pradeep Phillip. The budget delivered by the government for financial year 2023-24 funded the establishment of the Medicare Integrity Task Force to consider the findings of the Phillip Review and implement its recommendations. The Phillip Review referred to the need for the integrity activities to identify and respond to any actors in the system who are unintentionally or dishonestly obtaining payments. Australians know that the overwhelming majority of our doctors and healthcare professionals are honest, hardworking and comply with the Medicare rules. General practitioners and specialists are pillars of the community in my electorate, but unfortunately, there is a small proportion out there who don't act with the integrity that the Australian people expect. The government has a responsibility to act to ensure that the community expectations are met in all aspects of our healthcare system. These amendments are necessary to protect the integrity of and support the ongoing sustainability of the Medicare Benefit Schedule and the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and the Child Dental Benefit Schedule, and ensure patient safety is protected in all aspects of our healthcare system. Importantly, the measures introduced in the bill before the House will only directly impact upon the small percentage of practitioners and businesses engaged in non-compliance or fraudulent activities. The vast and overwhelming majority of practitioners and patients who do the right thing should notice no difference. Overall, patients and practitioners can expect to benefit from better protected health benefit schemes that will provide more secure access to safe, quality healthcare services. Deputy Speaker, where genuine fraud exists in our healthcare system, it is our responsibility to investigate it and pursue it through the avenues available. At present, the legislation does not provide adequate paths for government to take action in this regard. The investigative powers in Part 2D of the Human Services Medicare Act apply inconsistently across all of the health benefits programs, and as a result, investigators do not have access to the full suite of powers for numerous offences, with particular weaknesses in relation to the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. There are also unnecessary restrictions on the ability to search with consent and the retention of important evidence, which can frustrate efforts to pursue prosecution in some serious instances that are dealt with under the Criminal Code. This Labor government isn't just strengthening the PBS by cutting the price of prescriptions to a maximum of $25. Deputy Speaker, we are strengthening it by ensuring that the small handful of people out there who abuse it can be held accountable. Further, the bill amends the National Health Act to improve the efficiency, the process by which the minister may exercise discretion to approve a pharmacist by combining the two stages of the existing process, as well as restricting repeat applications amongst other measures that will reduce the administrative burden and support more timely access to medications and pharmaceutical benefits for Australian patients. While these legislative changes are hardly the flashiest part of the government's agenda in the healthcare space, they are both timely and important for the long-term sustainability of our healthcare programs. Overall, this suite of measures will collectively improve the power to detect, respond to, investigate, disclose and deter misconduct, fraud and non-compliance, and support the ability to conduct efficient, timely and effective compliance enforcement activities. It is important for this government to ensure that the PBS is not being exploited by bad actors out there, but it's equally important to ensure that the department is able to respond to shortages in the pharmaceuticals that Australians need, and this legislation does just that. This bill makes amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act to enhance the department's capacity to manage the situation and alleviate the effects on patients by allowing approval of the import of substitutable products when it becomes clear that there is a looming shortage. Deputy Speaker, in recent years we've seen the spread of vaping and e-cigarettes, including in concerning numbers among young Australians. The Minister for Health has led the government's reform in this space, ensuring that we keep vaping products out of the hands of our young people and stop the sale of illegal vapes. This legislation continues to move forward in this space with measures to support compliance and enforcement activities undertaken in relation to vaping goods and to support existing legislation. Further, this legislation makes changes to the Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act, which removes the restrictions on the public service performing compliance enforcement activities, as well as enable the refresh of health warnings displayed on tobacco products and packaging to ensure these measures are effective in deterring the uptake of and the promotion of cessation of smoking as an important preventative initiative. The specific provisions of the legislation will ensure this refresh can be undertaken without unnecessary or excessively burdening business owners or retailers. As I indicated before, these provisions are not flashy and they probably won't get on the front page of the paper, but they are an important part of the government's wider health agenda, making sure that we can deliver the high-quality, affordable and accessible healthcare that Australians expect and need. When Labor came to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. It's why Australians put their faith in us to repair the health system, and that continues in this term of the 48th Parliament. The Labor government did the hard work and made record investments in Medicare in the last term of Parliament to restore bulk billing rates for those who need it most, and got results. Bulk billing rates began to climb in every state and territory as a result of millions of additional trips to the GP that wouldn't have been possible without our tripling of the incentive. Now, the Albanese government is making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation, with $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk billing for all Australians, meaning that 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030, and triple the number of practices that bulk bill all their patients. Only this side of the House respects the noble work that is done by our healthcare professionals and understand that nothing we do in this place can be implemented in the health system without them. It's why we're investing $662 million in the healthcare workforce that will expand the largest GP training program in Australia's history. And by 2028, we'll be funding the training of 2,000 new GPs, trainees every year, alongside measures such as fee-free TAFE and the paid prac payment that is helping more nurses and other healthcare professionals get qualified in our communities and to help develop our healthcare system further. During the election campaign in 2022, Labor promised that we would open 50 medical urgent care clinics across the country. We over-delivered with 87 clinics nationwide, and I look forward to being part of the delivery of a further 50, as we promised at this latest election. The clinics that serve my community in Bankstown and Carlton have filled a gap in our healthcare system and taken the pressure off the emergency departments and the hard-working staff at Bankstown Lidcombe and St George hospitals. Across the whole network, more than 1.8 million patients have been seen and received fully bulk billed care. That is an astounding number of people who didn't have to wait in an emergency department or, even worse, forego medical treatment altogether. Deputy Speaker, I had the opportunity last week to speak on the Cheaper Medicines Bill, and I'm so glad to be able to reiterate to the House the government's fantastic achievements in this space. In 2023, we cut the cost of PBS prescriptions from $42.50 to $30, and the legislation that has passed the House last week will cut it from $31.50 to just $25, as well as maintaining the $7.70 freeze for pensioners and concession card holders in our communities. The reduction in costs from the government is more than a 20% cut in the maximum cost of a script, which will save Australians a further $200 million each year, and the government's initiative to make 300 medicines available on 60-day prescriptions and lowered the PBS safety net threshold to make sure Australian patients have saved more than $1 billion on the cost of their scripts, thanks to this government's commitment to making medicines cheaper. This is what tangible cost of living relief for Australians look like, as we continue to put downward pressure on inflation while supporting our healthcare system. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has delivered a significant boost for public hospital funding, with $1.8 billion invested on July 1 this year, including $408 million for hospitals in my state of New South Wales. The agreement means Australians will benefit from better funded hospitals like the one I visited in Bankstown on Friday last week, shorter waiting times in emergency departments and shorter wait lists as the government continues to work in partnership with states and territories to deliver a 5-year funding agreement for public hospitals. This is in stark contrast to those opposite who cut $50 billion from public hospitals under the stewardship of the former leader for Dixon. As I said, Deputy Speaker, this government's health agenda is substantial. It covers the length and breadth of the portfolio. While the changes made by the Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill might not get the headlines, they are no less important as we deliver for the healthcare system that Australians deserve and expect. It is this government that continues to invest in Medicare. It is this government that continues to invest in the PBS. It is this government that continues to invest in our healthcare workforce to make our healthcare system one of the best in the world. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House and look forward to continuing to support our government's agenda in the health space in order to make sure it continues to remain affordable and of the highest quality and in line with what our communities expect, to make sure that we have healthy Australians of all ages for generations to come.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, this bill implements the minor amendments from the government's response to the Phillip Review by strengthening integrity measures across Medicare, pharmaceuticals and therapeutic goods. It equips regulators with stronger powers to tackle fraud, unlawful products and the growing threat of vaping. In fact, for those wanting the detail, Schedule 1 of the bill aims to improve the enforcement of Medicare integrity by, first of all, changing claim timeframes for bulk billed Medicare and dental services from 2 years to 1 year, broadening investigative powers to ensure they can be used across health benefit schemes, streamlining the pharmacy approval processes, and providing greater oversight powers to obtain information about potential non-compliance. Schedule 1 also proposes amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act to better manage and alleviate the consequences of medicine shortages. Critically, and what I want to focus on today, is Schedule 2 of this bill, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 of the bill, which strengthen our legislative action against vaping by closing loopholes, strengthening enforcement and harmonising laws. The widespread availability of illegal vapes remains extremely concerning. I was in this parliament when we passed legislation during the last parliament in relation to vaping, but clearly it is not working and much, much more is needed. It's emerging as one of the major public health threats to Australia and to our communities. Those tobacconists are popping up within 300 metres of schools all over the place in our areas and communities, and it is unacceptable. Regularly, I hear from parents, carers and other members of the community about the increase of number of these tobacco shops that are popping up just everywhere. I've talked about it to local government level and they are powerless about it because it's not a change of use, and so we need a strong direction from the federal government to do something about this. My independent colleagues at state level are pressing the state government to do more to stop these tobacconists popping up everywhere, but we have to do something. People are alarmed about how this can continue to occur, especially in such close proximity to our schools, parks and childcare centres. It is clearly a targeting measure from the tobacco, from vaping and illegal tobacco. Australia has a strong history in tackling public health issues. For years, tobacco use continued to fall. The measures had worked. In 2001, about 1 in 2, so 49% of people in Australia, had smoked in their lifetime. 20 years later, by 2022-2023, this had reduced to just 1 in 3, 35%, already a great outcome. But we need to keep pushing that to do better. This was possible through world-leading measures such as plain packaging, advertising bans and the tobacco excise. Unfortunately, it's rebuilding. The tobacco companies have invested, moved into the vaping space, and what we're seeing is now an attack on health that is incredibly concerning. Vaping rapidly filled the gap, and there is so much misconception in our communities about vaping that there's a number of measures that governments need to do. So vaping they've read the consumer and the marketing playbook. Marketed in bright colours, sweet flavours, sold illegally in rapidly emerging tobacco stores around the country. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, nearly 50% of Australians aged 18 to 24 have tried e-cigarettes and vaped. Among 14 to 17-year-olds, vaping has tripled in just 3 years. This is a massive problem. Despite the 2024 vaping reforms, the black market remains rampant and the gap between legislation and enforcement continues to erode our public trust. There has to be more that is done at a border force point of view and then a policing and implementation. So this bill introduces minor amendments that align and add greater clarity to the existing vaping reforms. These are important progressive steps, but they must be matched with so much more. They need national enforcement, penalties and education. The wider issue here remains protecting young Australians from addiction. I actually recently had the opportunity to speak to some of our area commanders from a policing point of view, and there was a real concern about lack of resources to properly police the tobacco concerns. We need implementation of greater accountability for retailers and distributors who continue to sell vapes illegally. Consideration of a nationwide licence for tobacconists with stricter compliance and oversight requirements. Strengthen penalties to deter the illegal behaviour and properly resource and staff policing and enforcement capabilities. Further, We need more transparency, data around who is being provided with vapes and reporting enforcement outcomes so communities know that action is being taken where it is needed. We need education campaigns in schools, in workplaces to counter this industry marketing, and we need to protect children. Too many do not think of vaping in the same way as they think of smoking. They do not understand it is as bad. This is as bad to your health, to your community, to your children. So the youth vaping education campaign in 2024 was good, but it must continue in our schools and it needs to be amplified. Where is the national campaign on our screens telling people not to vape? That vaping is as dangerous and as harmful to your health as tobacco. In the past, we've had strong anti-smoking campaigns to help educate Australians around those health risks and warnings. Where are the similar vaping campaigns? They are just missing, and this is a spot where the federal government must step into that responsibility. In fact, I had a meeting that was just so sobering with a young Warringah-based scientist, Andy Thorpe, an amazing young woman. She's been identified through STEM projects and she's doing the most incredible research, but it was just so horribly sobering. She's studying third-hand vaping. Now, and I would question how many people realise vaping leaves a residue where you have vape. So if it's internally in a car or in your house or in any room, it leaves a residue on every surface. And if a later person or a child or, for example, you've vaped in your car thinking you're doing it before picking up the kids from school, it's safe, you're not giving them any kind of second-hand smoke. And then you pick them up and maybe you pick them up from childcare and you put the baby in the car seat. And in that car seat, they will then maybe touch the surface of the car around them or the surfaces in the car and maybe put their fingers in their mouth. That is third-hand impact. And what they are seeing is that residue is incredibly toxic. And so not only is there a danger of first-hand vaping, second-hand vaping of those around you, but third-hand where it's left a residue in the place where it has been consumed. And what it's showing is that the chemicals linger on surfaces, impacting lung function and immunity, and even in situations of pregnancy, that can have an impact on the embryo. So this is incredibly toxic and incredibly important that we quickly counter that with information. The government urgently needs to do a national campaign to warn against the dangers of vaping, and the chemicals included. Andy's research shows that vaping harms extend well beyond the individual user, and this is so widespread. It affects our homes, our schools, the wider community. It really is a health menace. The government's actions with this bill are welcome, but so much more needs to be done to ensure that vaping does not entrench itself like tobacco has done in the past. Otherwise, we'll continue to see the health costs and harms escalating, and communities will lose faith in the government that they have an intention to protect health and the health of our communities. So, on the whole, the amendments of this bill are a welcome step in the right direction, but the stakes are high. I can't stress it enough. Laws alone are not enough. We must match legislative reform with enforcement, education and a nationally coordinated campaign if we want to protect young Australians from addiction with vaping. I commend this bill but urge the government to show much greater ambition when it comes to tackling the scourge of vaping, because nothing is more important than the health of our children and our communities.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment, Improve Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2025. This bill is about fairness, trust and the future of Medicare and the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. It is about making sure these pillars of our health system remain strong, sustainable and accessible for every Australian. Because in this country, healthcare cannot be treated as a privilege. It cannot be reduced to a commodity, rationed or auctioned to the highest bidder. It must remain a right guaranteed to all. That is why when people in my electorate of Moore visit a pharmacy or a GP, they should be able to count on certainty. Certainty that, one, the cost will be affordable, and certainty that, two, the system is fair, rigorous and sustainable. Cost of living pressures are real and health expenses are often the silent burden within the household budget. When families skip medicines or delay care, the risks are not abstract. They are real and they are long-lasting. This bill helps lift that burden and remove those impossible choices. Our task is clear. We must strengthen Medicare, strengthen the PBS, strengthen the integrity so that every public dollar reaches the patients it was intended for. That is the clear purpose of this bill. Labor built Medicare and Labor built the PBS. And every time Labor has been in government, we have worked to reinforce and expand these foundations. This bill continues that tradition with focus and determination. In government, we have delivered cheaper medicines, stronger bulk billing incentives, and Medicare urgent care clinics to provide timely walk-in care for urgent but non-life-threatening needs. We have also increased Medicare rebates after years of neglect. This bill builds upon that record of reform. It advances integrity, access and accountability, the three elements that sustain public confidence. It targets fraud, error and waste while backing the overwhelming majority of providers who act with honesty and professionalism. Above all, it ensures patients remain at the centre of the system. The bill reduces the time frame for bulk billed claims from 2 years to 1 year, tightening oversight and improving integrity. Integrity delayed, after all, is integrity denied. A shorter window means faster reconciliation and earlier detection of anomalies. Honest providers benefit from certainty and clear expectation, while those who exploit the system lose the opportunity to rort. Regulators, in turn, gain sharper tools to detect and pursue misconduct. That is not bureaucracy for its own sake. It is targeted, intelligence-led compliance. Proportionality remains central. The framework educates where mistakes are inadvertent, escalates when behaviour is reckless, and imposes firm consequences when fraud is deliberate. That balance is what builds trust in the system. Faster, clearer processes mean more timely access to care for patients in Belden, Currumbine and Edgewater. Red tape should never become a barrier at the front door of healthcare. When approvals are delivered on time, pharmacies can plan, invest and hire with confidence. They can expand services like dose administration aids, home delivery and extended hours. This is reform with practical results, and when public funds flow back into patient care, suburbs like Hillary, Sorrento and North Beach communities see the benefits. Every dollar returned is a dollar available for medicines and services. This is not punishment for its own sake. It is fairness to taxpayers and fairness to providers who do the right thing every day. Integrity is what preserves confidence in Medicare. And this bill supports broader reforms to protect young people in suburbs like Woodvale and Waterman's Bay from the health risks of today becoming the chronic diseases of tomorrow. Prevention now avoids heavier costs later. Integrity is not just a slogan, it is the oxygen of Medicare and the PBS. When people present a Medicare card or a prescription, they must trust the price, the rules and the system itself. Reviews have shown there is significant leakage from non-compliance and fraud in health funding. That is money not reaching patients in suburbs like Iluka, Marmion or Sorrento in my electorate. This bill responds directly to that challenge. It creates guardrails to ensure the system works as intended. It supports the majority who comply and identifies the small minority who do not. That is how integrity must operate. Now let me turn to Medicare urgent care clinics. Across Australia, these clinics offer extended hours, walk-in care and no out-of-pocket expenses for urgent but non-life-threatening issues. They relieve pressure on emergency departments while keeping care close to home. A child's deep cut, a sprain or an ear infection may be urgent but is not an emergency. Urgent care clinics treat these needs quickly, safely and affordably. Hospitals are then free to focus on strokes, heart attacks and serious trauma. That is reform rooted in common sense and proven in practice. It is Medicare doing what it does best, delivering care when and where it is needed most. Turning to primary care, strengthening bulk billing is vital for children, pensioners and concession card holders. It supports access, continuity and better outcomes that flow from consistent care. A fair and efficient PBS keeps people well and working. It reduces avoidable hospital admissions and it helps families manage their household budgets with greater certainty. Data-driven stewardship is another strength of this bill. Earlier identification of unusual patterns allows correction, education and enforcement before harm spreads. That protects patients, providers and taxpayers alike. This is not about gotcha enforcement. It is about guardrails, clarity and predictable rules. And public confidence demands nothing less. The principle here is simple. Care first, cost fair. Affordable medicine, supported GPs and pharmacists, convenient urgent care and honest systems create compounding benefits. That is how we build a healthier society in more and nationwide. Prevention too saves lives and dollars. Immunisation, screening and risk factor management all reduce illness and hospital use. A stronger Medicare and a fairer PBS make prevention achievable for everyone. Health spending is not a sunk cost, it is an investment. Its return is measured in hospital bed days avoided, productivity preserved and dignity protected. This bill strengthens that return. Integrity also means clarity for providers. Compliance should be predictable, proportionate and transparent. The system should reward good practice and correct honest mistakes. By tightening claim timeframes and modernising investigations, the bill removes grey areas. It sets expectations that providers can clearly understand and meet. That is good governance. Technology and data, when applied properly, are allies of patient safety and value for money. Reliable data enables benchmarking and smarter targeting of education and enforcement. Secure, connected systems reduce duplication and errors. Community pharmacies remain a cornerstone of access. Transparent, timely approvals, helping them align staffing, invest in services and support patients with complex needs. Stronger pharmacies make for stronger communities. This bill strikes the right balance. It educates and corrects where appropriate, escalates when necessary, and applies firm penalties for deliberate misconduct. In doing so, it protects patients while respecting professional autonomy. Deputy Speaker, I know firsthand what the PBS means. In 2009, I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, and in 2020, I received a kidney transplant from my brother. Immunosuppressant medicines keep that gift safe, and the PBS keeps them affordable. Without those medicines, a transplant is at risk. Without affordability, adherence is at risk. The PBS turns a medical miracle into a sustained reality. That is what affordable medicines are, that is why affordable medicines are not an abstract policy to me. They are a lifeline for Australians managing serious illness. This bill helps protect that lifeline by strengthening integrity and access. In more, the benefits of cheaper medicines and stronger Medicare are felt daily. Every affordable prescription helps control chronic conditions. Every bulk bill consultation supports early treatment and prevention. Urgent care that is convenient and free keeps people healthy and productive. It also preserves hospital capacity for emergencies, and it strengthens confidence in our local health services. This bill supports patients and providers together. Clear rules and fair processes ease the compliance load for those doing the right thing. A shorter claim window reduces administrative tail risks. They encourage accurate billing at the point of care. They help detect anomalies quickly. Modern investigative powers allow proportionate responses. Most errors can be corrected through education, but serious misconduct demands firm consequences. Streamlined pharmacy approvals mean real-world improvements in access. Families can obtain timely medicines without unnecessary delay. Communities retain the services they depend on, and efficient debt recovery returns money directly to patient care. That ensures fairness and contributors and compliance with community standards. It also sends a clear signal that public funds are stewarded responsibly. Vaping and tobacco reforms are another essential step. Protecting young people today prevents the chronic diseases of tomorrow. This bill complements those efforts with a coherent package of reforms. Together they align incentives, clarify responsibilities and deliver better outcomes. They are built on evidence, consultation and practical experience. The design of the bill respects clinical judgment. It sets system rules without intruding into the consult room. That balance ensures care remains patient-centred. The Medicare and the PBS are social compacts. We fund them collectively because illness does not discriminate. We maintain them carefully because public trust sustains them. For households, affordability means dignity. It is the difference between adherence and risk. It is the reassurance that care is within reach. For the health workforce, clarity means respect. Clear and consistent rules honour professional effort. They allow clinicians to spend time where it matters, with the patients. For governments, integrity means stewardship. Every dollar must reach the front line. Leakage must be found and fixed. This bill advances all three principles: dignity, respect and stewardship. It strengthens the social licence of Medicare. It keeps faith with the Australian public. This is Labor's enduring story in health. From foundations to modernisation, the path has always been forward. Each time Labor governs, healthcare is broadened, strengthened and secured. Whitlam laid the foundations, Hawke and Keating strengthened the PBS. Labor governments resisted efforts to impose higher co-payments. Today we deliver the largest investment in Medicare in decades and the lowest PBS co-payments in 20 years. The point is consistency of purpose. Fairness, dignity and security remain our compass, and this bill follows that compass faithfully. For families in Belden, it means a child's inhaler without a trade-off at the checkout. For apprentices in Padbury, it means pain relief that does not jeopardise rent. For seniors in Kingsley and Duncraig, it means every script filled on time. For pharmacies in Joondalup, it means a certainty to plan. For clinics across Moore, it means predictable settings that support quality care. For the system, it means integrity that is visible and reliable. Every affordable script is a step away from an avoidable ambulance. Every bulk billed visit frees a hospital bed. Every strong pharmacy anchors access in the community. These reforms are practical, balanced and targeted. They keep patients at the centre. They maintain the trust that makes Medicare work. This bill is not just words in Canberra. It is Medicare and PBS doing their job. Australians expect a system that is fair, strong and sustainable. They expect governments to safeguard integrity and improve access. This bill meets those expectations. Its benefits will be seen in homes, workplaces and clinics. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House, and I do so confident that it strengthens Medicare and the PBS as pillars of fairness, dignity and trust for all Australians.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs, Multicultural Affairs, International Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill brings together a number of important strands of the government's ongoing work to improve and reform Australia's healthcare system. It brings together a number of elements that were contained in a bill that was considered by the previous Parliament, which lapsed in the Senate, but which I note had been the subject of a Senate committee report recommending that those important measures be passed. The context, though, is also important because it complements and links to all of the work, and I see the Assistant Minister for Health here, all of the work which the government
is powering ahead with, delivering on our election commitments around cheaper medicines, Medicare urgent care clinics and all of the other reforms in the health system. I just want to commend the member for Moore for his speech as well. Already in this place he's become a powerful advocate for his community, but also has been courageous enough to share many of his own health challenges and highlight in a very personal way the importance of Medicare to everyday Australians. He's a real asset to the parliament. To summarise the bill, the measures are principally intended to protect the integrity of Medicare, to enhance the regulation of therapeutic goods and, importantly, Deputy Speaker, vaping goods under the Therapeutic Goods Act, and make minor amendments to ensure the smooth and consistent operation of the Tobacco Act. I'll just touch firstly on the Medicare integrity measures. These are not made up. They implement recommendations from the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance, known as the Phillip Review. Now, Medicare and its programs help Australians pay for their health care. It's a world-class system that is rightly the envy of the world. My electorate in South East Melbourne is home to many new migrants, people new to Australia, and one of the things that they marvel at is that when they become a permanent resident and then a citizen of our country, they get the little green and gold card, which gives them access to the doctor, to medicines and so on. And most people in the world do not live in a country where they can enjoy the kind of health care that we have. But money doesn't fall from the sky. It's incumbent on the government to make sure that every single taxpayer dollar that goes into Medicare is managed properly and managed with integrity. That's important, of course, for the sustainability of the scheme. Of course, it's important and the focus of the government to make sure that every dollar spent is spent efficiently, effectively, economically and ethically by the public agencies that administer it. But it's also important for public trust because when citizens see rorting of public programs, it undermines public trust in these universal programs which Labor governments introduce. Integrity really matters, and it is important that our agencies have the powers that they need to support investigations, to conduct efficient, timely and effective compliance activities and crack down on any rorting and misuse of the system that they see. To contrast, we saw under the former government the shocking scandal of robo-debt, sending fake debt notices to the most vulnerable Australians with the power of the Commonwealth logo for money they did not owe. Absolutely shameful. It was a deliberate budget measure, continued under successive ministers. If only they'd put the same amount of effort into pursuing rorting in schemes like the NDIS, which the government is now investing through the Fraud Fusion Task Force and other measures to find the crooks and charge them and prosecute them. My dad was a doctor. I'll say to the Assistant Minister, I was a great disappointment to the family because I was supposed to be a doctor because he was a doctor and his dad was a doctor and his dad was a doctor, a line of obstetricians, one of them very famous actually. My mum was a nurse, my uncle had 2 PhDs in nursing, and I not only refused to do medicine, even though I did science and had the marks, I rebelled against my mother by refusing to go to Melbourne Uni. I went to Monash and studied other things. But I've got great regard, coming from a family, I suppose, immersed in medicine, for the work that doctors do. The vast majority of doctors serve their patients with care and distinction. My dad died when I was young, but Mum used to tell the stories that he'd come home and she'd do the books, the monthly books for his doctor's surgery. It was back in the day when you could be a GP and a specialist obstetrician, gynaecologist. And she'd get very frustrated at the end of the month and say, "You haven't charged all these patients." And he'd say, "But they were sick. I had to help them." The ethos of care that most people in the medical profession exhibit to their patients is admirable. But the truth is, there are also some filthy rich doctors who rort the system. Absolutely unacceptable. And those doctors, we've seen the examples, they come up rarely, but when they do come up, they completely undermine public trust in our Medicare system. And it's really important that those doctors are cracked down on with the full force of the law, and these measures to give the agencies the power to actually conduct proper investigations and go after them are absolutely critical, and I commend them. As I said, this is part of the delivery of our ambitious health agenda, and one part of that, as many speakers, government and opposition, have remarked upon in their own way, is the government's bill, our measures to make cheaper medicines even cheaper, to reduce the general PBS co-payment so that no longer, when the bill passes, Australians will pay a maximum of $25 per script. I'll say that again, Deputy Speaker. The Labor government delivering on our election commitments to charge a maximum co-payment under the PBS of $25 a script. The last time the co-payment was $25 was 2004. That's more than 20 years ago. And this reduction represents a more than 20% cut to the cost of PBS medicines, the maximum cost. Importantly, the bill is drafted so that all medicines that pharmacies can currently discount today, they'll still be able to discount. There's a specific provision in the bill to protect the availability of discounting, so important for competition and to many people who pursue and focus on saving every dollar. But the key cost of living measure, one of the key costs of living measures is the reduction in medicine costs. It comes on top of the largest reduction to PBS medicines which we effected in 2023. These measures will make 4 out of 5 PBS medicines cheaper because of those changes. In my electorate of Bruce, more than $10 million has already been saved by people because of those changes as at the 31st of July. And as I said, it builds on action we've already taken to deliver important cost of living measures through the PBS, through cheaper medicines. More free and cheaper medicines sooner, with the 25% reduction in the number of scripts that a concessional patient had to fill out once the safety net kicks in. That was July 2022, one of the first actions the elected Albanese Labor government took. Then, as I said, the largest cut to the cost of PBS medicines in the history of the PBS, with the maximum cost of a general script falling to $30 from $42.50, where it had risen to under the Liberals. And then, of course, the 60-day prescription, saving time and money. Now, there was a little bit of an unhelpful debate. I think it's fair to say some of the pharmacy lobby went a little bit over the top. The sky was going to fall in and pharmacies were going to close. There were going to be no pharmacies left. I remember them up there yelling in the gallery and carrying on. But full credit to the Health Minister for persevering with this important reform. And again, the former government had the advice. They'd been told year after year, when they were sitting on the Treasury benches, that this was a reform that they should do for people with chronic health conditions, that there was no reason for them to have to go to the pharmacy every month and pay the prescribing fee when they were going to be on a medication for life. I'll give you an example, because often when you talk about these things, people think of older Australians who may have more health conditions and be on more medicines, or they think of, people our age, my age, who may start to develop some health conditions if they see the doctor regularly enough. But I got a rare phone call when we made that change from my daughter. Well, she calls me quite a bit, but it was rare that I got a call that said, Dad, you've done something useful. And I said, oh, what's that, darling? And she said, this 60-day prescribing is going to save me a fortune, because she had bought a house and her life revolved around keeping money in the offset account and trying to get me to pay for as many things as possible. That was kind of, a fairly predictable modus operandi. I see a bit of, camaraderie across the chamber here. It's relatable. It's true. We've all been there if we've got kids of that age. But the point is, she has a chronic DVT. She almost died, as I spoke about in the Parliament at the time at her request to raise awareness of the issue. She got a DVT overseas. We were in Sri Lanka. And so they fixed her up in ICU, but she has a chronic vein damage in her leg and will be on blood thinners for the rest of her life. There is no reason for people who suffer a chronic health condition to have to go to the doctor every 30 days, but unfortunately the former government failed to act. But to this government's credit and the Health Minister's eternal credit, he toughed it out and pushed that reform through, and it's saving hundreds of millions of dollars to Australians every year. So the final thing I'll just note, I think we're doing okay, the final thing I'll just note is with respect to the measures in the bill that contribute to tobacco and vaping management. This is a really important amendment with respect to tobacco and vaping. As previous speakers, and I note the member for Warringah's comments, rightly observed, it doesn't solve the problem of illegal tobacco or vaping, but it does contribute through the health portfolio to tightening the regulatory environment and taking steps in that direction. Australia's efforts over generations now to curb the smoking rates are world-leading. People come from overseas to have a look at the public policy initiatives we put in place, a combination of education, of interventions in the younger years, but also excise increases over time. The combination of measures that Australia has taken with public education have seen smoking rates consistently decrease for a very long time now and flatline. That's a good thing. It saves lives and it saves untold billions to the health system. But what we are seeing in recent years is deeply concerning, as previous speakers have said, with the infiltration of organised crime into the illegal tobacco, the illicit tobacco market, and of course vaping. Rightly so, vaping is bad for your health. Of course, for people who are chronically addicted to nicotine, they can see their doctor and receive a prescription. If it's a harm minimisation approach, vaping versus cigarettes, then that might be the right choice for the individual. But an explosion of vaping in the next generation that we had seen, that the government is acting on, is deeply concerning for the future health of our kids and that generation, but also for society, because we do know that as people become addicted to nicotine, a highly addictive substance through vaping, then at some point many people then start to transition to smoking cigarettes, because for a lot of people it's actually cheaper to then go and buy illicit tobacco than stick with the vapes. These are all publicly known facts. So there's obviously a lot of work underway. One of the responsibilities I have in the customs portfolio with the Australian Border Force is oversighting their fantastic, incredible work to intercept illegal tobacco and vapes at the border. You think about it like this: there's pre-border, there's at border, and there's post-border. The work that the ABF's doing with international counterparts on shipping and intelligence to improve our ability to detect at the border and disrupt production offshore is going well. We've seen record seizures over the last 12 months of the number of vapes and cigarettes. I think, don't hold me to the figure, but it was in the order of 2.5 billion cigarette equivalents intercepted at the border through the fantastic work of the ABF. I've visited them in Perth, I've visited them in Melbourne, and seen firsthand the work that the team does. But of course, as other speakers have observed, there is more to do in the post-border environment, particularly working with the states and territories in tobacco and vaping. So I commend the work of the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarettes Commissioner. It sits in ABF but works across the whole of the Commonwealth and with all states and territories. There's in the order of 40 separate agencies involved if you add up the consumer agencies, the health agencies, and so on, to disrupt this trade. But I commend the work that's underway while acknowledging that there's more to do, and commend this bill to the House for making an important contribution to that effort. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, thank you to all members who've made a contribution on this bill. I've appreciated listening to everybody's speeches. I'd just sum up by saying Australia has a world-class health system, largely thanks to the various health benefit schemes such as Medicare, which help Australians pay for the health care that they need. And we've heard lots of contributions today talking about how important Medicare is for our various electorates, but more importantly, the people who rely on access to great health care in our country. In 2023-24, payments for health benefits including medical services, pharmaceutical services and private health insurance rebates totalled at least $65.1 billion in Australia. The government is committed to protecting this investment and strengthening Medicare by improving the compliance framework that ensures its integrity. The government commissioned the independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance, known as the Phillip Review, in November 2022 to respond to concerns about the operation of the Medicare system. The Health Insurance Amendment Professional Services Review Scheme Act 2023 and the Health Insurance Amendment Professional Services Review Scheme No. 2 Act 2023 made amendments in response to recommendations of the Phillip Review. Deputy Speaker, this bill will support the integrity and sustainability of Medicare by addressing a range of issues to enable the department to conduct more efficient, timely and effective compliance activities. The bill will improve payment integrity by reducing the timeframe for making bulk billed claims. The bill will allow investigative powers to be used consistently and effectively across all health systems. and schemes, and including Medicare and the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, and improve the processes relating to pharmacy approvals. The bill also makes several sensible amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to enhance the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing's capacity to manage and alleviate the consequences of therapeutic goods shortages, and to support compliance and enforcement activities undertaken in relation to unlawful therapeutic goods and unlawful vaping goods. Deputy Speaker, these amendments are consistent with this government's unwavering commitment to public health and mitigate the public health risks associated with therapeutic goods and vaping goods by supporting strong and effective regulation under the Therapeutic Goods Act. The bill also amends the Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act 2023. These amendments are largely clarifying in nature and have been identified as necessary during the implementation to ensure the smooth and consistent operation of the Act. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time. Do I need to seek leave?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I'll now put the question that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand that it's the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-2026 and the Appropriation Parliamentary Department Bill number 1, 2025-2026. If there's no objection, there being no objection, I'll allow that course to be followed. The member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I do rise to speak on the Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026 and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill 25-26. These bills draw on the Consolidated Revenue Fund to finance continued operation to government and to give effect to decisions taken since the budget. Together they appropriate $98.2 billion from consolidated revenue for the 25-26 year. To be very clear, the opposition will not oppose these bills. Our support ensures the continuity of essential government services and funding for ongoing activities. However, that support does not mean that the coalition, the opposition, endorses the government's management of the Australian economy or its economic program. In fact, we are strongly of the view, based on the evidence already in after 3 years of the Albanese government, that they are doing a very poor job of managing the economy. As a consequence of their poor economic management, we are seeing Australians become poorer and the economy weaker. We know Australians are poorer because they are experiencing the largest drop in living standards among the developed world. The largest single drop is here in Australia, and the Australian people are feeling it. They're feeling it right across the country, no matter what it is that people are doing in their daily lives. When one's living standards fall so much, families in particular have hard decisions to make. We are talking about families who are not just cancelling holidays, but they're telling their children, well, they can't buy that new pair of shoes. Some children are having to move school because the parents can't afford the school they were going to. We are seeing hard decisions being made by families about how to live their lives. We are seeing senior citizens make hard decisions such as, do they eat at night or do they heat their homes? Now, these are the day-to-day consequences of very poor economic management, where you do see the Australian people suffering suffering enormously so. We know that the Australian people have been experiencing a per capita recession. Now, that continues to be the case. We have the cost of living only getting worse. We've seen the price of rent and housing around about 20%, insurance well over 20%, electricity and gas, they've gone up by well over 38, 39%. I mean, these are enormous increases in everyday costs for the everyday Australian. And that's just the start. We know it's not just the Australian people feeling poorer, but the economy itself being weaker. And we see that through the insolvency figures, because this is the biggest drop under this government in insolvent businesses we've had in our history. That is, more companies have gone insolvent than ever before. We know that in every town in Australia. You can walk through, you can see the shops which are closed, you can talk to the cafe, the restaurant owners. They've been doing it tough. The small businesses. Any business which is reliant on energy in particular is suffering because they're dealing with the highest electricity prices that you see in the world today. That's Australia. That's the Australia of 2025 under this government. It is why you also see our major manufacturers closing their doors. You look at smelters right across the country. The only thing that's keeping them working at the moment is the fact that governments come in, and they basically subsidise their operations. Such is the pain being felt by not just the Australian people, but businesses operating in the Australian economy. Now, there are two imperatives that this government should be mindful of. One, it needs to stop its spending spree. And two, it needs to start growing the economic pie. On the first, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to stopping the spending spree, we have not seen this level of government spending since 1986 outside of recession. 1986. An extraordinary amount of spending. We've seen spending as a percentage of GDP go from 24 to 27%. We've seen in this year's budget the plan for this government to spend $160 billion more than only a bit over 3 years ago, the last coalition's budget. They just keep on spending. And this government cannot claim that the spending spree is due to pressures on the budget coming from NDIS, aged care, pensions, etc. alone. No. This is a government that has made deliberate decisions on budget measures which, quite candidly, this economy has not been able to produce the revenues. So what does this government do? It goes to debt and it goes to tax. Now, when it comes to debt, we have seen debt go up enormously. This government has added around $100 billion to the national credit card over the last 3 years. We have debt quickly racing to $1 trillion. It'll hit around about $1.2 trillion by the time of the next election. Now, every time this government puts more debt on the national credit card, they're putting debt on the next generation of Australians, because it's them. It's the next generation who will have to pay off Labor's debt. And this government knows it, but it continues to saddle the next generation with more and more debt. Why? Because it cannot stop its spending spree. Now, the second imperative is to start growing the economic pie. And the problem here again, you see, Deputy Speaker, it's all in the evidence of the last 3 years. We have seen at the household level this economy actually shrink in size. We have seen productivity go backwards. It's been in decline by over 5%, over the last 3 years. I mean, this is a government which is sending the economy backwards. Just recently, the RBA came out and downgraded their forecast for both productivity and economic growth. I mean, here we have a government where economic growth is less than half of the long-run average. And when the economy actually shrinks for the Australian household, you know there's a problem. So what do? If it's not debt, there's one other thing they're doing: taxes. We are now still in the early days of the second term of the Albanese government. The only tangible economic measure this government brings into this term is to saddle Australians with higher taxes. And that is through its superannuation tax. Super big, super bad, and it'll be hitting the Australian people. And worst of all, it crosses a red line in tax law by introducing the taxation of unrealised capital gains. In other words, theoretical profits. Profits Australians haven't even made, this government wants to tax them for. This is the state of affairs we are dealing with. Now, we have asked in this chamber many a time of the Treasurer, of the Prime Minister, whether or not it will rule out extending the taxation of unrealised capital gains into other areas. They will not rule that out. So now, whether that be family trust, whether that be the family home, who knows? This government has been asked many a time in this chamber over recent weeks as to whether or not it will rule out a series of taxes. It will not rule out any further taxes. And we know why it needs more taxes. Because one, it will not stop its spending spree. And two, it has proven to be incapable of growing the economic pie, which means it's either debt, taxes, they're the only things. If you're going to just keep on spending, well, you've got to put more on next generation in terms of debt, which, yep, they're doing, or they've got to come after people's tax. And that's precisely what they plan to do. I'll finish with this, Deputy Speaker. There's one simple thing this government could do if it wanted to fix the fiscal mess that it has created. The first thing it could do, if you want to start fixing the budget, and that is introducing some fiscal rules. Some fiscal rules. Every single government since the Hawke government has had rules that the Treasurer has had to abide to. Rules that would basically contain spending, except the Albanese government. This Prime Minister has allowed this Treasurer to have free rein. And as Cabinet Ministers rock up, as backbenchers rock up, hands out, wanting more from the Treasurer, there's no rules. Off it goes. More money is spent. The starting point to fixing the budget is to introduce fiscal rules. If it's good enough for every single government since Hawke, why is it not good enough for this government? Especially given spending is out of control, especially given they're not growing the economy, especially given Australians are feeling so poor and the economy is becoming so weak. With that, I conclude my remarks on the appropriation bills. Thanks very much.
The member for Blair has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the appropriations bills and to support the passage of them. To talk about the positive impact of the budget handed down in March and our commitments from the May election and the government's economic plan and reform agenda for this term of government, both for the nation and for my electorate of Blair. To outset, I want to say a few things about the broader economic context, because it's always critical to the framing of any budget. So that the Labor Party is a party of lower taxes. The coalition voted against our tax cuts in the last parliament and took a policy to the last election, notwithstanding what the Shadow Treasurer said, that would increase personal income tax on the 80,000 Australian taxpayers in my electorate and also around the country. Let's be clear, when we were emerging when we came to power from a sustained period of global inflation. That inflation surge was primarily caused by international and supply-side factors such as the war in Ukraine, had an impact on energy prices, but global supply chain pressures rising out of the post-COVID international economic environment. Now, this caused inflation and cost of living pressures to rise well before our government came to power in Australia. Inflation at a high level is something we inherited, not something we caused, as those opposite in their cheer squads, some in the media, would like to assert. We're putting downward pressure on inflation and bringing inflation, and have done so, into the line of 2 to 3% band, which has been the centrepiece of government economic strategy, not just over our first 4 budgets, but for governments for a long time, the aspiration to have inflation within the 2 to 3% band. And of course, it is something that the Reserve Bank of Australia also supports strongly. So we made significant progress on that front. Inflation's below 3%. It was 6% and rising when we came to office in 2022. New monthly ABS figures out last week show headline and underlying inflation is still well below 3% for the 8th month in a row, and still within the Reserve Bank's target band. On top of this, the ABS data shows that the government's cost of living policies are actually detracting from or taking away from inflation pressures, not adding to, contrary to what those opposite think. While most other advanced economies have had to trade off progress on inflation for higher unemployment or negative economic growth or indeed a recession, we've managed to preserve a strong labour market at the same time with strong job and wages growth. It's no small achievement, and I commend the government and the Treasurer in particular for it. The latest jobs figures for July show Australia's unemployment rate remains historically low, falling to 4.2%, while a record 1.15 million new jobs have been created since Labor came to office in 2022. What's more, real inflation, which was falling sharply under those opposite, remember it was a deliberate design feature to keep wages low under them, has been growing strongly under us. We've improved the budget with first back-to-back surpluses in almost 2 decades. I mean, they promised being back in black. They promised and being a budget surplus in every year thereafter and didn't deliver one for nearly a decade. We brought debt and deficit interest down, and we restrained real spending growth with a $207 billion positive turnaround in the budget, the biggest nominal improvement in a budget in a single term. And unlike our predecessors, we've banked the vast majority of revenue upgrades with fiscal policy and cost of living assistance working hand in glove with the Reserve Bank monetary policy. In summary, we've been able to pull off lower debt, inflation going down, unemployment low, falling interest rates, higher real wages and living standards improving, record job creation and a growing economy. And that's what a good government does. It's no small feat, and it means we're well positioned to navigate the uncertainty and volatility we're seeing in the global economy right now. But there's more work to do, and while the data and economic fundamentals are looking much better, these numbers don't always reflect people's lived experience or how people are feeling in the real world. And we know a lot of people are still doing it tough, especially those vulnerable members of our community. So the government's focus has also been about cost of living relief, and we've been responsible about economic management, but want to make meaningful cost of living relief, while building Australia's future with a stronger and more productive economy. We want to talk about some key budget measures and election commitments that will benefit my local community. First, the government is delivering more tax relief in the budget, with 2 more tax cuts opposed by those opposite, and took to the election a position opposing them. So we're delivering 2 tax cuts to every Australian taxpayer in 2026 and 2027, adding to the first round we delivered in July last year. That means 80,000 taxpayers in my electorate of Blair will receive a new tax cut from next year, up to $268 in 2026-27 and up to $536 in 2027-28. It'll increase take-home pay for people and ease cost of living relief, especially for people on low and middle incomes. In fact, the OECD's 2025 employment outlook analysis confirms that the Albanese government is delivering the lowest personal income tax cuts, or rates rather, in 50 years, while unemployment levels are below the OECD average. It also notes in that analysis that when combined with the government's cheaper childcare policy, our tax cuts will increase the financial rewards from working people. In fact, it will help with additional working days, especially for secondary earners in the household. In other words, people get better benefit from working harder and longer and more money in their pockets and more financial security for their households. So we'd expect this to boost female workforce participation also, which in turn would increase our GDP or economic growth. So the OECD analysis is really a ringing endorsement of the government's economic strategy. In addition to tax cuts, every household in my electorate is getting an extra $150 and helping with their power bills along with the eligible small businesses, building on previous rounds of energy bill relief. On the health front, our record $8.5 billion investment in Medicare announced earlier this year is expected to see an additional 117,700 bulk bill visits and a boost to the number of fully bulk billed GP practices to around 35 in my electorate. This will save local patients hundreds of dollars a year, depending on how often they visit their GP. And on top of this, the government will deliver, or has rather, delivered 2 Medicare urgent care clinics for our community, one in Ipswich in my electorate and one in the member for Oxley's electorate at Goodna, which provides bulk billing, walk-in care to locals who need it. Now, I'm proud to have opened the Ipswich Medicare urgent care clinic in 2023. It's been a huge success, with more than 12,500 visits in the first year alone, and it's helped to ease pressure of the Ipswich Hospital Emergency Department. Now, complementing our record investments in Medicare, my constituents will also say from cheaper medicine with the government's reduction of the maximum general co-payment for medicines to $25 under the PBS from the 1st of January next year. That means more than 42,000 cheaper scripts are expected to be dispensed on average each year in Blair, saving people more than $1.5 million. And building on our expansion on the number of medicines eligible for the 60-day scripts, which those opposite opposed as well. Another measure which is really resonating with students and young people in my electorate is our policy to cut student debts by 20%. You only had to stand at a pre-poll to know how popular that was. It will ensure about 23,000 people with a HECS debt in Blair will see an average of $5,500 reduction to their outstanding student loans. A key issue on the ground in Blair is housing supply and affordability. In my community, some people are finding it very hard to break into the housing market. Some experience mortgage stress and others struggle to pay the rent from week to week. Now, during the election, Labor announced that first home buyers will be able to get into the housing market with just a 5% deposit. And just last week, the Prime Minister announced that this will start from the 1st of October 2025 instead of next year, and for all first home buyers with no caps on places or income limits. In other words, it will be demand driven. Property price caps will also be set high in line with the average house prices. Now, this is a real game changer, and it will bring the great Australian dream of owning a home back into reach for so many people. We're also going to invest $10 billion to build 100,000 homes that only first home buyers can buy. This is building on the fact we've already helped more locals buy their own home, with more than 3,400 people in my community able to get into home ownership with the support of the Albanese government, the highest rate of take-up in the country. We're also supporting renters through a range of measures, including improving renters' rights, incentives for the private sector to build more long-term rentals, a 45% increase in the Commonwealth rent assistance and delivering more social and affordable housing rentals. Another area that's made a big difference to families in Blair is support for childcare, and the government's taking the next step in building a universal early education and care system by replacing the much discredited and loathed current activity test with a guaranteed eligibility for 3 days a week of subsidised early education for children who need it. We've established a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund and allowing more centres to be built and expanded in areas of need. That'll help in electorates like mine and outer suburbs and regional areas. And the Building Early Education Fund will deliver grants to providers, and the government will look at options for the Commonwealth to invest in owning and leasing out services. This will build on our earlier, cheaper childcare reforms, which have helped 8,900 families in Blair, saving families $7,439 on average over the last 2 years. And on the eve of this year's budget, the Albanese government signed a new $2.8 billion school funding agreement with the Queensland Government, which will see more funding for local state schools in Blair over the next 10 years. And I recall going to a number of schools after that agreement, particularly schools like Raceview State Primary School and Bremer State High School, where that announcement was really well received. Finally, this budget invests in key road infrastructure which will improve congestion and safety in our fast-growing region. It locks in the $20 million in funding for the Brisbane Valley Highway safety upgrades, bringing the total Australian government commitment to $40 million. That's the amount that was asked for by the Somerset Regional Council. And during the election campaign, I was delighted to announce $200 million to deliver a new Amberley interchange on the Cunningham Highway, drawing on previously allocated funding. And can I just say, I call on the Christopher Lee government to match that funding. They didn't do it in their recent budget. In the last term, our budgets focused largely on inflation and cost of living. But this term, we know we need to look at also reforms to drive growth and productivity while ensuring inclusion and intergenerational equity. The best way to improve living standards over time is to make our economy more productive, to make it more resilient and to make sure our budget is more sustainable. These themes were all discussed at a recent Blair Economic Reform Roundtable I hosted at the Ipswich Jets Leagues Club, with representatives from local business, chambers of commerce, unions, government agencies, community groups and experts. The forum canvassed a wide range of issues from the need to fast-track more housing and road infrastructure to cutting red tape for local charities and cracking down on sham contracting and tax evasion. Locally, we've seen strong economic and jobs growth in recent years, but we've got growing pains in a fast-growing region, and we need to be investing in more housing, infrastructure, skills and services to support our high population growth. And we want to keep securing good, well-paid jobs for locals now and into the future, and that means backing local industries, attracting new investment and equipping people with the skills they need to succeed. I wrote to the Treasurer with a range of ideas coming out of the Blair Roundtable and sent that feedback back to those participants at the Roundtable. This has been fed into the National Economic Reform Roundtable, and I'm pleased to see the initiatives coming out of the National Reform Roundtable. The announcements last week to cut through red tape and delays in federal environmental laws is very welcome and precisely what a number of participants locally had said. Going forward, the Economic Reform Roundtable will inform the next three budgets and beyond with clear and broad areas of consensus and common ground. It's very encouraging to see real appetite and ambition for change, with some clear reform directions and a number of immediate actions or low-hanging fruit, and some further work areas coming out of the event. In closing, we know the best way to boost living standards and modernise our economy is to make our economy more productive and resilient, to make our budget more sustainable. But we need to ensure that promotes fairness and tackles intergenerational equity so that no one's left behind or held back. That's exactly what this budget, along with the appropriations bills associated and discussed here today, will do. Our election commitments and our second-term agenda will achieve this, and it backs my electorate of Blair and the strong record I have in delivering for our community and bills in the future. And that's why this budget's important in the appropriations bills that we're discussing. I commend the appropriations bills to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the appropriations bill in relation to the budget, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about the things that are important to my community and my electorate of Nichols, which is, as many people in this place would know, in northern Victoria. The northern border of it is the Murray River. The Goulburn Valley, which is obviously the Goulburn River, comes up through the middle of it and provides fantastic irrigation, water, fertile soils, some of the greatest agriculture in Australia, and the ability to grow food and manufacture food and process food that not only benefits Australia domestically but earns great export dollars. This is, however, I feel under threat from the policies of the Labor government in relation to energy, water, infrastructure, labour. And I think that if you want to see an example, not the only example, but an example of the entrepreneurial spirit that has built Australia, you can go up to the Goulburn Valley and just see what waves of migration have done and that entrepreneurial spirit, that arrival with nothing and build it into a terrific business based on the principles of liberalism and the free market. In relation to energy, Deputy Speaker, obviously there's a lot of talk in this place about net zero, which is an ambition. It's an ambition I support, Deputy Speaker. It appears to be somewhat more of a slogan than a policy. I said in my maiden speech that climate change is an important and serious problem facing Australia, but the transition is an incredibly nuanced and complex problem. And if we get it wrong, all that will happen is that businesses will see that Australia is too expensive a place to do business, and they'll move the business, the economic opportunities, the jobs offshore, along with the emissions. So we will have achieved nothing in terms of reducing global emissions, which I think is the desire of many people to do, but we will have damaged our own economy and the future of our generations. So I don't think the energy transition is going as well as the Minister would have us believe. I have serious doubts about thinking that you can do the energy transition and limiting yourself to a very small number of technologies. And I think we have to have a much more technology agnostic approach to this area. And I worry about legislating ourselves into a corner where we could seriously damage our economy to try and reduce emissions, which, let's face it, given the percentage of our emissions compared to the rest of the world, wouldn't have an overwhelmingly significant impact on global climate change. Not only that, but the rollout of wind turbines, solar factories and transmission lines is happening without the social licence and without the community consultation, causing great distress and great anger in the regions. And I think that that needs to be addressed. And I think that we need to have an honest conversation and an honest answer from the government about what this is going to cost. It's very difficult to make assessments of what you should do without knowing what it's going to cost, and we don't know that. In relation to water, Deputy Speaker, I was very vocal in the last term of Parliament about incredibly regrettable changes to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. I thought they were unnecessary. I thought they were based on politics and not science. I thought that I've been following this, being involved in irrigated agricultural agronomy before I came into this place, and really, as the CEO of the Committee for Greater Shepparton, being involved in the future, trying to future-proof the economic prosperity of the Goulburn Valley and the Greater Shepparton region up to the Murray Valleys. It's based on irrigated agriculture. That's what we do. We grow 90% of Australia's pears, over 50% of Australia's apples, a significant proportion of Australia's dairy products, particularly those that get exported, and that all relies on the access to reliable and cheap irrigation water. When governments come in and want to pull a whole heap of that water out of what we call a consumptive pool for irrigation and put it into environmental accounts that in many cases, Deputy Speaker, do not get used, it damages our economy and it damages Australia's ability to export food, and that's something that we do so well. So it's an area I'm very passionate about. There was a lot of compromises through many governments, from the Gillard government to the coalition governments and with the states, many compromises that were made to reach an agreement whilst not everyone liked, everyone was able to live with. And the previous minister came in and said, I'm going to tear those agreements up. I'm going to tear up a socio-economic neutrality test that had been painstakingly arrived at, Deputy Speaker, by state premiers, many of them Labor state premiers, and I want to pay particular tribute to the former Water Minister in the Andrews government, Lisa Neville, who was very constructive in this area, only to have all of that torn up and a socio-economic neutrality test which protected basin communities taken away, and we've ended up with regrettable water buybacks that don't need to happen. So agriculture is really important to my region, and it's important to Australia from a cultural perspective, from an export perspective, from an employment perspective, but also our sovereign food capability. I'm very proud to have been involved in the agricultural industries. I had a go at uni when I first left school, Deputy Speaker, and tried an arts degree, didn't quite work out, mainly because of my immaturity, which some people might say still exists. But when I went back to university, I did agricultural science. and what an incredible profession to be involved in. You know, the growing of food, the technological advancements in growing food, trying to feed people, trying to make sure that Southeast Asia and further afield has the benefit of our sustainably produced agricultural produce. I was disappointed with some of Labor's attitudes towards agriculture in the last term of government. It's just an area I don't think they get, Deputy Speaker. The biosecurity tax, that was withdrawn eventually, but it was a bad idea. It just showed disrespect for people who run agricultural businesses in Australia to think that you could introduce a levy that will say we're going to allow people to bring food products into the country to compete with you. Okay, we're a trading nation, we've got to accept that. But then to say to those Australian businesses, and you're going to pay their biosecurity costs so they can bring the food in and compete with you, it was a nonsense. Someone eventually saw sense and it was withdrawn. But the fact that it was put out there shows a bit of an anti-agriculture flavour to the government, which I wasn't incredibly impressed with, nor were the people in my electorate, Deputy Speaker. And then we come to the live export. Now, it's not an issue that I was hugely involved in, very much a Western Australian issue. I visited Western Australia as part of a backbench committee, along with a member for Durack, and she helped me to understand the importance of these industries to her constituents. And it's just an issue I don't think Labor got. They had an ideological fixation that we're going to ban live export. There were problems many years ago in the industry. The industry worked incredibly hard and was given an ultimatum by the previous coalition government to improve animal safety standards. They did so. They did so in a very impressive way. Now, what's going to happen that we've banned it? Do you know what? The countries that still have markets for live sheep imports into their own countries, they're going to get it from places like in Africa that don't have the animal standards. So it's not. It actually decreases animal welfare in that industry globally. And I think that's something that we need to, there are things that people might not like doing, but if we stop doing them in a way that's sustainable and responsible, other countries are going to take up the slack in a way that's not sustainable and not responsible. And that's what's going to happen with live export. And I also think that in terms of Labor, L-A-B-O-U-R, we had a really good plan that a lot of people were keen on in my electorate before I came into Parliament, called the Ag Visa, which was going to put people into agricultural jobs on a pathway to permanency, but regrettably that hasn't been followed through by the Albanese government. Infrastructure is really important to the regions, Deputy Speaker. Part of the reason I ran for Parliament, and part of the reason I ran for Parliament in the National Party, I'm not born and bred Nat. I came to it a bit later, Deputy Speaker. Great admiration for earlier Labor governments in the 80s and 90s who got business. But I saw the National Party, the coalition, with the support, driven by the National Party, take infrastructure in the regions very seriously. And we saw both, productive infrastructure that enabled productivity for farm businesses, for manufacturing businesses, but also the infrastructure that gets people to move to regional places in the first place. And examples of that are, Deputy Speaker, the Echuca-Moama Bridge over the Murray River, which has linked that Victorian town with the New South Wales town over the river. It's been significant improvements in transport movement across the Murray River. It was driven by a Victorian coalition government, and it was acted on by a coalition federal government. And I saw the coalition come in and take it seriously and try and get things done. And I hope one day I'm part of a coalition government that will do that, because we've got another bridge that needs to be built across the Murray River, the Yarrawonga-Mulwala Bridge. Now, I'm not blaming the federal Labor government for that at this point, because the Victorian Labor government are holding that up. The New South Wales government has decided on which route there'll be. I'm hoping they can drive a project. Victoria just don't even know it exists. But when it comes time to fund that project, I really encourage federal Labor to do that, unless we're in power, and then we'll do it. So there's some other cultural areas where, you know, it's not as apparent how important this is to regional communities as a bridge, but it's important. And the Shepparton Art Museum is a great example of that. Funded by the coalition government and driven by it, we've got to move people, particularly professional people, particularly health professionals, to regional areas. And if we build cultural institutions like the incredible Shepparton Art Museum, then we help do that. There's a number of other infrastructure projects that deserve funding, and it disappoints me that there seems to the cupboard is bare when it comes to regional funding at the moment, Deputy Speaker. The Growing Regions program hasn't had any new money put into it. It's the sort of thing that we try to explain in the best possible way to this Parliament how important this is for regional communities. The link roads in Kilmore, the safety upgrades in High Street, Broadford. There's a bridge being built by over the what's going to be the Inland Rail route, but there needs to be some safety, some traffic lights, some safety features. The Shepparton Sports and Events Stadium. Shepparton is my hometown and I love it. It's not the place that is as obvious to go as a tourist as perhaps the Gold Coast or Noosa, but people go there for what's called the visitor economy. There's always an event on in Shepparton, whether it be BMX, beach volleyball. If we can build this Shepparton Sports and Events Stadium, we'll get so much extra leverage of economic activity because of that. The Seymour RSL and the completion of the Wellsford Link Road. These are all really important things to regional communities. And in the minute I've got left, Deputy Speaker, I also encourage the government to focus and look at the successes of the coalition government in the health workforce.
That might be
the most important one of this, the most important one of this, Deputy Speaker, and we'll discuss this, is the Murray-Darling Medical School, which has moved medical degrees outside of big cities and moved them to places like Bathurst and Shepparton. At the end of 2025, we are going to have 30 young people graduate with a degree in medicine. And they have been living in Shepparton or Bathurst or wherever else for a long period of time, for 4 years. Now, they're more likely to stay there and practice because they've put down roots in those communities.
No, it's a really good
We need some more of that. And in terms of education, very honoured to be the Shadow Minister for Regional Education. I'm the beneficiary of a degree in agricultural science from Dookie, a university campus outside Melbourne, and the MBA at a university campus in Shepparton. These are some of the things we need to talk about in this term of Parliament. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Nichols. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of the people of Bullwinkle about the appropriation bill. So an appropriation bill might not sound terribly exciting at first, but it is one of the most important pieces of legislation that the Federal Parliament will pass this year. In simple terms, it's the government's budget bill, the legal authority for the government to spend money from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So Labor's appropriation bill reflects our priorities and our Labor values. It shows us what matters to us most, and these are some of the things: investing in Medicare, aged care reform, housing, renewable energy, cost of living relief, and education. They give legal effect to our budget commitments and allows the government agencies to spend the money accordingly. In short, Labor's appropriation bill is the legislation that puts our budget into action, and it authorises the government spending in line with the values that I mentioned and others. I come to this Parliament with a range of experiences. I'm a nurse, midwife, occupational health and safety consultant, a small business owner, a lecturer in nursing studies at TAFE and ECU University, a community volunteer, a Shire councillor, a PhD candidate, and now, of course, as an MP. Speaker, the first half of my career was as a remote area nurse and midwife in the Pilbara and Kimberley regions of West Australia. I had the privilege of caring for people in remote Indigenous communities such as Ardaloon, Lombardina, Bidjadanga and Luma, small Aboriginal communities. And it was in these communities that I first saw the true impact of a model of health that you may be familiar with, what we call the social determinants of health. Access to fresh food, local employment, education, housing, and connection with country and culture. They're not just abstract ideas, they're real, measurable factors that affect the health and well-being of a community. And they're not just unique to health, the same principles apply to justice, social determinants of justice, and the social determinants of mental health. And when these social determinants are addressed, people and communities are healthier, safer and more resilient. And that's why I'm proud to be part of the Labor government committed to improving these social determinants. And I'd like to speak about a couple of them. I'll speak to three of these issues. So housing, education and health are all priorities because we know that investing in these delivers real outcomes for Australia. So let's start with housing. From October the 1st, 2025, every first home buyer will be able to purchase a home with just 5% deposit, and they won't pay a cent in expensive mortgage insurance. For many young Australians, this could shave years off the time that it takes to save for a home. For example, somebody buying $1 million home could do so with just $50,000 deposit, backed by the Albanese government. This is a change that brings hope. Owning a home will no longer be a privilege just for the lucky few or those that have been helped by the bank of mum and dad. It'll be achievable for hard-working Australians across the country, and that's the Labor commitment to give everyone a fair go. Education is another cornerstone of social investment. We have made fee-free TAFE permanent, so Australians can gain the skills that they need for a well-paid, secured job. Fee-free TAFE is already helping Australians get ahead while easing the cost of living pressures. It gives people the opportunity to work in meaningful jobs and give back to the community. We've also cut student debt by 20%, and with the Commonwealth Practical Placement Payment, it provides support for student nurses, teachers, midwives and social workers while they're on their mandatory placements. These programs ensure that our future important workforce can contribute fully and confidently without being burdened by the crippling debt. And of course, health, which is always at the forefront of my mind, personally and professionally. The Albanese Labor government went to the last election in 2022 promising 50 Medicare urgent care clinics. They over-delivered 87 clinics. For this election, we've also promised to open 50 more across Australia, and I'm thrilled that one of them will be in my community in Bullwinkle, in the suburb of Mundaring, to cater for the Hills people and the regional people nearby. These clinics make it easier for Australians to gain urgent access, urgent care free of charge, and taking the pressure off hospital emergency departments and, of course, GP clinics. Our goal is for 4 in 5 Australians to live within a 20-minute drive of a Medicare urgent care clinic. That's the kind of change that makes a real difference in people's lives. Alongside that, we're delivering the largest investment in Medicare in history. This means 18 million more bulk-billed GP visits every year, giving Australians the confidence to see a doctor without worrying about the cost. When someone falls ill, when a parent is concerned about a child, or when an older Australian needs ongoing care, access should not be a barrier. Of course, Labor created PBS, and our commitment, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, our commitment extends to these medicines as well. In 2023, we delivered the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, and we're going even further as of the 1st of January next year. No Australian will pay more than $25 for a PBS prescription. For pensioners and concession card holders, we've frozen the PBS medicines at $7.70 until 2030. No surprises, no rises, just certainty. I know from my own life that this is extremely important, and many people that are on medication simply aren't on just one medication. They're often on multiple medications. It's making a real difference. I became a nurse when I was 18, following in my mother's footsteps, and being a nurse quickly teaches you that affordable medicine can be the difference between seeing somebody get better and somebody ending up in hospital. I've seen people skip doses because the cost is too high, and I've seen the consequences. That's why cheaper medicines aren't just good for the pocket, they're good for health as well. Health is something very close to my heart and one of the favourite topics when I go door knocking out in Bullwinkle. And one of the most exciting things I talk about is delivering the new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Mundaring, but also alongside that, a new Medicare Mental Health Centre in the suburb of Kalamunda, also in the hills of Perth. Because we've recently set up a Medicare Mental Health Centre in the regional area of Northam, and that was opened late last year, and we've seen firsthand how valuable it is for locals. It offers free walk-in services for people aged 18 and over, a safe, welcoming place to access mental health and from qualified professionals. No appointment is needed, no referral is required. You even don't need the Medicare card. You can just walk in, seek help for yourself, supporting a loved one or assisting a patient. And that is universal, compassionate care, and it's exactly what we want for Kalamunda and for communities across Bullwinkle and Australia. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and no one, once again, should face the barriers. And Speaker, first-hand life experience also plays a role, and I didn't need surveys or focus groups to see the impact of these services. I had a very personal experience with a Medicare urgent care clinic just last week. So I'll just quickly tell you a little bit about that. It's not a prop, so it's a legitimate splint on my finger.
That would of course not be right,
So I injured my evening just the night before I was meant to come to Canberra, and with a silly incident of ripping my sock off extravagantly, and I also ripped my tendon off.
Oh dear.
But this is how it went. I went to, it was an obvious deformity. I went to an urgent care clinic. I waited 5 minutes, saw a triage nurse, saw a doctor, went 5 minutes up the road to the X-ray department, waited 5 minutes, had the X-ray, went back. By the time I went back, the doctor had my X-ray, he had assessed it, and then I waited probably another 5 minutes while I got a referral for a proper splint, a customised splint, some analgesia for the pain, and obviously the splint.
I'm very
Total
impressed.
1 hour. Total 1 hour. Able to come to Canberra happily the next day. No charges, no delays, just quality, accessible care. And I wasn't the only patient in there. It was just an efficient service. And all I needed was my Medicare card. And that experience isn't unique. I'm proud to be part of a government that invests in these services, housing, education and health. I'm proud to be part of a government that understands the social determinants of health, that improving these factors and the other ones that I mentioned earlier in the speech is the most effective investment that we can make in our communities. And it's why Labor's appropriation bill matters so much. It translates into real, relatable impacts on people's lives. It's the parent who can take their child to a doctor without worrying about cost. It's the student who can pursue a nursing career without crippling debt. It's the young person who can own their first home with hope and security. And it's the community that has access to mental health support without barriers. And for me personally, it connects directly back to my life and my career. From my earliest days as a nurse in the remote communities to my work in occupational health and safety, volunteering, serving on the Shire Council, I've always seen the importance of putting people first. I've seen the difference that accessible services, compassionate care and real investment can make in people's lives. We will continue to work on expanding Medicare, improving access to the urgent care and mental health services, lowering the cost of medicines, making housing more achievable and supporting education and skills for all Australians. It's a reflection of our values, our priorities and our vision for a fairer, healthier Australia. And I'm proud to be part of the government that invests in people. Speaker, I will continue to work every day to make sure that the healthcare, education, housing and support services are accessible, affordable and compassionate. I will continue to advocate for the social determinants of health because I know from experience that when we get things right, communities like Bullwinkle thrive. It's about people, Speaker, and it's making life better for every Australian. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bullwinkle, and I will be very careful taking my socks off tonight. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mallee.
Deputy Speaker, Labor promised Australians permanent energy bill relief, but instead they have been hit with yet another spike in the cost of living. Inflation has risen at its fastest pace in a year, now sitting at 2.8%, driven by a jump in electricity bills of 13% just in this year to July. Inflation is up, power bills are soaring, and interest rate relief is now further away because of Labor's failures. This is the direct opposite of Labor's election promise of $275 cut to power bills. Instead, families are paying thousands more. This bill enables government spending, but why would we pass such a bill without commenting on, firstly, the Albanese government's woeful record on spending in the energy portfolio, and secondly, Labor's brazen spin that their energy achievements are positive when clearly they are negative. This is a government that shortly this month in September 2025 wants to set an emissions reduction target for 2035. They might be preparing to admit they cannot actually reach the 2030 target by setting a new 2035 target. Labor's current target is 82% renewables in less than 5 years' time. Current renewables build is just at 43%. To be clear, that is a gap of 39%. Global energy consultancy Rystad estimates Labor will only get at best to 60% by 2030, not their commitment of 82%. In fact, Rystad said 80% will only be reached by 2037. So how on earth can Labor set a higher target for 2035 than the 82% they have set for 2030, when 82% renewables won't be reached until 2 years later at 2037? At best. Before I go on, I have to mention that in my home state of Victoria, the Allan Labor government has an even more aggressive renewable energy target of 95% by 2035 and has a 2045 net zero target, 5 years earlier than federal Labor's 2050 target for net zero. I must highlight, Deputy Speaker, that Spain had a 100% renewable energy generation on the 16th of April this year. 12 days later, its entire electricity grid collapsed in a 12-hour blackout. While Victorian Labor claims their renewables rollout is on track, Victoria Energy Policy Centre Professor Bruce Mountain says achieving it will cost more than the Victorian government's $7.9 billion estimate, possibly as much as $28 billion. I also highlight, as I will every time I speak on these matters, that the Victorian government said it will need up to 70% of prime agricultural land if they cannot build offshore wind energy, and that objective is looking increasingly doubtful. And here's the rub, Deputy Speaker. These targets, the bullish race to net zero, are already resulting in mammoth cost blowouts, and these are being felt by 1, all energy bill customers, and 2, farmers in my electorate of Mallee and across the nation. These farmers are being told, not asked, to bear the burden of the rollout of panels, turbines and transmission lines over their prime agricultural land. I say told, not asked, because the Victorian Government last Thursday passed a bill imposing $8,000 fines for refusing to open the farm gate to allow Transmission Company Victoria, or TCV, to build hundreds of kilometres of the VNI West transmission line, exclusively through my electorate of Mallee, and $6,000 fines if farmers take TCV signs off their own fences. On the cost blowouts, let me take you through a few project examples. This is the federal government's rewiring the nation funding and other federal funding sources enabling this waste of precious taxpayer funds. VNI West itself was projected to have a $1.6 billion price tag in 2018, rising to $3.6 billion in 2024, and just 1 year on has been estimated to cost between $7 and $11.4 billion. Professor Mountain estimates around 50% of those cost blowouts will show up on our power bills. Looking further afield, the Orana Renewable Energy Zone in regional New South Wales was initially estimated to cost $650 million in 2020, but is now projected to cost $5.5 billion. Slight rise. A 2020 estimate of the Copper String project from Townsville to Mount Isa put the price tag at $1.8 billion, but it's now estimated to come in at $13.9 billion. A Queensland Labor project, the Pioneer Burdekin Pumped Hydro project near Mackay, was initially estimated in September 2022 to cost $12 billion. When the new LNP government cancelled it in October 2024, the cost estimate was $36.8 billion. Anyone that believes renewables are the cheapest form of electricity and that they will bring down your power bills are off with Minister Bowen and the fairies. Every Australian taxpayer will absolutely feel these multi-billion-dollar cost blowouts on their power bills. Make no mistake, Deputy Speaker, they already are. And guess what? Everyday Aussies don't want to pay for net zero. In fact, when I surveyed my Mallee electorate recently, collecting over 5,000 responses, almost 70% said they do not want to pay a single cent toward attaining net zero. Not 1 cent, but they already are. This brings me to the wonderful, lucid comments of former Labor MP and Australian Council of Trade Unions leader Jenny George. Her truth bombs are so critical, so damaging, I have to read some of them into Hansard. Labor luminary Jenny George said, and I quote, "Labor's 2030 targets won't be met. It's an all too familiar story. Labor has said its modelling was the most comprehensive ever done for any policy by any opposition in Australia's history since Federation. When reality struck, it was quietly abandoned just before the election." This is still Ms. George. The promised $275 by 2025, the $378 cut, and the 604,000 green jobs by 2030 disappeared, never to be aired again. Ms. George goes on to explain the broader cost of Labor's reckless race to net zero, and I quote her, "Labor refuses to disclose its whole-of-system costs for a transition held together by billions in taxpayer subsidies and relief packages. The secrecy is indefensible. The public's right to know should be defended by a Labor government promising transparency and accountability. The reason for this might lie in the eye-watering costs revealed in independent research." Ms. George goes on, "Take the Net Zero Australia report, a joint effort by 3 universities chaired by Professor Robin Batteran. It found The modelled capital requirement, $1.2 trillion to $1.5 trillion of commitments by 2030 and $7 to $9 trillion by 2060, will not be met at the current rate. The gap is enormous. Ms George proceeds to discuss the plight of another group of forgotten Australians, the workers. Remember them? My mind goes back to the Australian Workers' Union's support of nuclear energy, but I digress. Ms George says, our metals smelters and Tomago aluminium smelter in New South Wales are now at risk. Thousands of workers face an uncertain future. It makes no sense to provide taxpayer-funded bailout packages while hitting them with a de facto carbon tax. What wise words. On this note, I note the Prime Minister, in a far from dazzling performance at the Bush Summit in Ballarat on Friday, in response to a one-word answer challenge regarding a question on coal, responded, jobs. Really? This is the man who told ABC Radio in February 2020, and I quote the Prime Minister, I don't think there's a place for coal-fired power plants in Australia, full stop. He had the hide to tell the Ballarat audience regarding coal-fired power station that there are, and I quote from Friday, no regulations stopping that. And after the audience scoffed at that suggestion, the Prime Minister went on to say, and I quote again, that the market determined it doesn't stack up. The audience jeered the Prime Minister on that blatant spin, and rightly so. Somehow the speechwriters thought he'd be safe talking BS. Yes, he did actually use the words to regional Australians. Victorian farmers called him out. Little wonder the farmers are protesting when the bulldozers will be moving across their farms with the accelerator pedal down to reach Labor's political targets. We on this side of the House know that energy is the economy, and we take a technology agnostic view on our energy mix. By contrast, Labor is taking away our key competitive advantage and jobs by taking a renewables-only zealotry approach. Back to Ms George, who summarises perfectly, and I paraphrase, that Labor's spin is like a burning wind turbine. And I quote, the Clean Energy Council reported only 1.17 gigawatt of renewable energy generation reached financial close in the first 6 months of 2025. This is just a third of the 6 to 7 gigawatts required annually to meet the 82% target. Already, Wood Mackenzie forecasts reaching only 58% renewable energy generation by the end of the decade, and Rystad Energy estimates a substantial shortfall of about 18% by 2030. The Minister often reminds us there's no transition without transmission. In his own words, and I'm still quoting Ms George, he concedes the impossibility of reaching the targets. Soon after Labor's election in 2022, 5 urgently needed transmission projects were identified: HumeLink, VNI West, Sydney Ring, New England Res and Marinus Link. Ms George goes on, 3 years on, not one of these projects is at construction stage. All are years late and billions over budget, and most won't be in operation by 2030. It's Snowy 2.0 on a grand scale. Be warned, a tsunami of transmission costs is still to hit our power bills. So much for the claim that renewables are the cheapest form of energy, and I end her quotes. The newly minted Labor MPs might want to listen to the Labor elders' truth bombs. I repeat, a tsunami of transmission costs is still to hit. Those opposite can continue to parrot Minister Bowen and the Prime Minister, but understand this, it is at your peril. When the Prime Minister told the Ballarat audience renewables are the cheapest form of energy, he made himself a laughingstock. The lived reality for Australians is that power prices are up 30% or $1,300 more than Labor promised for 2025-26. Even on the metric of greenhouse gas emissions, Labor are failing. Emissions have gone up, not down, under this government, and are now only back at 28% on 2005 levels, which, by the way, is the same as when we left office. Fascinatingly, when Australian emissions increased by 0.05% last year over the same period, steel production fell by 12%. Labor are shipping jobs offshore in the reckless and destructive pursuit of political targets not being attempted on this geographical scale anywhere else in the world. While the Minister for Energy tries to cover his failures with clown-like antics and smirks and waves his hands about, arguing there is nothing to see here, the facts are actually plain. The renewable energy and emissions targets he has set are not going to be met. Meanwhile, he continues to hide the enormous costs to taxpayers from the public under a shroud of rhetoric and obfuscation. Little wonder public sentiment is shifting. A survey from the Bush Summit indicated that a year ago support for renewables was at 66%. Now it is at 44%, and I assure you support is plummeting fast. Momentum is turning, Deputy Speaker, and it is turning because Australians can see their power bill prices are going up, not down.
I thank the member for Mallee. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Moreton on Brisbane's south side, it doesn't matter whether you're speaking over the back fence in Corinda. It doesn't matter whether you are on someone's doorstep having a conversation in Salisbury. It doesn't matter whether you are down at the shops in Sunnybank. The conversation is always the same. The thing that is impacting people in my electorate on Brisbane's south side, and indeed across Australia, is cost of living. And during the election campaign, I had the great privilege of speaking to thousands of people from across Moreton. And they told me very clearly what matters to them is cost of living, health and housing. And the 2025-26 budget is firmly focused on these issues. Not just talking about them, not just empty rhetoric about them, not blocking them as we have seen the Greens and the Liberals do together, not mere chatter, but actual delivery when it comes to these critical issues. And the member for Mallee talked about truth bombs before. And can I tell you that particularly when it comes to cost of living, the biggest truth bomb in this chamber is the fact that those opposite have voted against every single cost of living measure that Labor has put forward. When it comes to the opposition, what is clear is that they do not want to take action on cost of living. Because if you don't vote for 20% off HECS, if you don't vote for free TAFE, if you don't vote for a tax cut, if you don't vote for better healthcare, what that means is that you are voting against tackling cost of living. And so, Deputy Speaker, I would like to spend my time tonight talking not only about what Labor has done in terms of cost of living, in terms of healthcare, in terms of housing, but also about what we are doing locally in my community. And when it comes to cost of living, Labor has undertaken a tax cut. And we know the opposition has voted against that tax cut because Labor helps Australian taxpayers earn more and keep more of what they earn. We did the first round in July of 2024, and additional cuts both in 2026 and 2027 are coming down the pipeline so that people are paying less tax at the same time as Labor is investing in making sure that some of our lowest paid workers are given a pay rise. And this is all in the context of inflation coming down from having a 6 in front of it to a 2 in front of it. It is all in the context of making sure that we have kept unemployment at a low level and also delivering to everyone around the country a critical tax cut. Energy bill relief is one of the other things that we have been incredibly passionate about and delivering for people across Australia, and extending energy bill relief to the end of 2025 for every household and around 1 million small businesses. 2 $75 rebates. And can I tell you, Deputy Speaker, in Queensland, where we had a Labor government that also delivered back-to-back energy rebates for people in my patch, what that meant and what that continues to mean is hundreds of dollars worth of energy relief. So when you get your bill, it means it's going to be cheaper. And this is around $1.8 billion in additional payments on top of the nearly $5 billion of bill relief being delivered so far. Deputy Speaker, I spoke earlier about cutting student debt, but it bears repeating because this Labor government has cut student debt by 20%. And it doesn't matter if you have a university debt, it doesn't matter if you have a TAFE debt, it doesn't matter if you are studying to be a Sparky or if you are studying to be a journalist at university. Wherever you are and whoever you are, you will get a 20% cut when it comes to your student debt. And we're cutting a combined $19 billion in student loans for 3 million Australians, reducing all help debt and other student debts by 20%. And these reforms made indexation arrangements fairer, limiting future indexation and retrospectively reducing the indexation applied in 2023 and in 2024, which have already decreased student loan debt by $3 billion. It's designed to give people a flying start to life, because when you start your career, when you start your family, when you start your journey towards your future, having 20% off your debt makes a difference. Deputy Speaker, I want to go to health, something very close to your heart, and making medicines cheaper. From 1 January 2026, the maximum cost of medicines on the PBS for everyone with just a Medicare card and no concession card will be lowered from $31.60 to $25 per script. Labor created the PBS and it runs through our veins, the importance of making sure that healthcare is accessible and that healthcare is affordable. And this is the lowest in 20 years. It will remain frozen at $7.70 for pensioners, and $1.8 billion has been invested for new medicines on the PBS. And we've seen that from the Health Minister just today. Urgent care clinics and strengthening Medicare are one of the other important things that we're doing to make sure that healthcare remains affordable and accessible. And in my patch, I am lucky enough to have an urgent care clinic in Oxley. My daughter Margaret, who turned 2 in June, has something called reactive airways. And what that means is she has trouble breathing sometimes. And for our family to be able to nip down to the Oxley Urgent Care Clinic and to be able to get an assessment quickly, professionally, and without having to wait in enormous emergency room lines for people who are more critical than her, it means that as a family we have a peace of mind and the advice that we need when we need it. And it's not just on the south side of Moreton, it's not just at the PA, it's not just at Canossa, at Oxley. This is 87 urgent care clinics across the country. And there are plans for an additional 50. This is an example of how Labor delivers when it comes to healthcare. It strengthens Medicare with increasing rates of bulk billing, and we're doing more training for doctors and nurses to be able to deliver it. When it comes to housing, Deputy Speaker, we're making it easier to buy. We are making it better to rent, and we're building more homes. Because we know that the challenges around housing are hard for everyday families. And we know that this is something that has been building not just for the last few years, but for 40 years. What we also know is that the opposition has been a major contributor to the challenges that we face around housing. It's not just young people trying to get in their first home. It's families who are trying to scrape together rent and also save for their first home. It is parents who are worried about whether their children will ever get into the housing market. And we know that those opposite not only want to raid people's super to be able to address housing, causing significant issues to people's future nest eggs, but we know that they failed to have a housing minister for most of their tenure last time they were in government. In the last 3 years, over 180,000 Australians bought their first home with a 5% deposit. More than 1 million households supported with our 45% increase to rent assist, and more than 500,000 homes built since we came to office. 28,000 social and affordable homes in planning and construction with Labor's investments. And when you contrast that with those opposite, what we know is that when it comes to social and affordable dwellings, they built just 300 odd houses. Deputy Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to talk about my electorate of Moreton. And Speaker, we've been talking about the big picture, and it's something that impacts on people in my electorate every single day. It's reflected every day, and these measures in the budget add to significant Labor commitments to the community. We're delivering on health, we're boosting our green spaces and providing tangible support to grassroots community groups. The Southern Suburbs Junior Rugby League Club, or South's Junior Magpies, and their president, Ryan Bartley, I'm incredibly excited that we have made an election commitment to delivering an important community upgrade to the change rooms at that facility. It's a community hub on the south side with players from a diverse range of cultural backgrounds in Acacia Ridge, which is the suburb where I first chose to live and where we decided to stake our claim on the south side because we knew it was a great place to raise a family. And that election commitment is for $693,000 to upgrade the change rooms, allowing women and girls to play rugby league on the south side. The Old Bridge Football Club, a football club in Salisbury, and their club president, Amir Sadakovic, is a football club that has kids and 150 senior players. And Deputy Speaker, we've made an election commitment for $190,000 to install new lighting at that club. So it will be able to host games and run training at night, and with the help the club can attract more players and increase participation from juniors all the way through to seniors. Deputy Speaker, a mental health clinic in Maruka. That's something that we have not seen in our part of the world ever. It will be a first. There's been a $1 billion investment to expand free public mental health services via Medicare, including a $225 million for 31 new or upgraded medical mental health centres, and one of them will be in the heart of Brisbane Southside. It's got free walk-in mental health care, and every centre provides free access to a psychiatrist and psychologist, either on-site or on-call. This is an important facility to ensure that when it comes to mental health, people have the support that they need. Deputy Speaker, the M1 upgrade. And the Treasurer and I had the great privilege of going out to the park and ride at Rochdale just a few days ago. 8 Mile Plains to Daisy Hill, the M1 Pacific motorway upgrade has been completed, and what that means is 6 to 8 lanes will reduce congestion and improve travel times along one of Queensland's busiest roads. There's also a busway extension. A new bus station and park and ride at Rochdale will improve public transport connectivity. It includes an extension of the cycleway for more active transport opportunities and approximately 720 jobs during construction. So when it comes to this investment, it doesn't matter whether you're riding your bike, it doesn't matter whether you're catching the bus, it doesn't matter whether you're driving your car. It's an investment that Labor has made to ensure that we are getting people home to their families faster and safer. In terms of the environment, at Toohey Forest, where Minister Plibersek and the former member for Moreton, Graham Perrott, and I visited earlier this year, we have a $3 million funding injection for the Brisbane City Council, and I do want to acknowledge the work of our local councillor there, Steve Griffiths, to construct a fauna crossing under Toohey Road connecting 2 large bushland habitats. And it's designed to make sure that koalas, that wallabies, that echidnas have a safe mode of passage across 2 fantastic beautiful parts of bushland in my local community. The Archfield Wetlands, $2 million for the restoration of the Archfield Wetland, forms part of the $200 million Urban Rivers Catchment Program. And this project will restore degraded man-made ponds into natural wetland systems. And the project will support native species and create habitat for threatened species. Graceville Riverside Parkland, part of the government's $11.7 million Thriving Suburbs program for 6 projects in Brisbane, and Minister King and I visited the site where this upgrade will happen. It's $1.4 million into the Graceville Riverside Parkland to revitalise the park's existing structure, transform the area with activated open green space, a children's nature play area and picnic facilities, and riverbank and fauna habitat stabilisation. The Acacia Ridge TAFE, the largest trade training centre in all of the Southern Hemisphere, Labor is investing $20 million over 5 years to create the TAFE, Queensland Batteries Centre of Excellence at the Acacia Ridge campus, and I want to thank Minister Giles and the Deputy Prime Minister for visiting there with me recently. And Deputy Speaker, in addition to that, we have seen so many local community groups again and again receive support from this Labor government. Whether it's women's hockey, Meals on Wheels, neighbourhood community centres, Girl Guides, the RSL, horse and pony clubs, basketball clubs, PNCs, sailing clubs, and so on, this is a Labor government that supports the community every day. This budget delivers real results for Moreton, lower bills, more access to healthcare, more homes, and stronger community support.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, every community needs essential services to help residents live successful lives. The Glenira Adult Learning Centre, or GIALC, supports the education needs of many older and new Australians in digital exclusion, adult education and workforce readiness, particularly those re-entering the workforce. Prior to the election, the Labor Party made a commitment to fund GIALC with $60,000 to support expansion of digital literacy programs and the upgrading of learning speakers at GIALC's Glenira campus. A few weeks ago, I wrote to the Minister and Treasurer asking for the funding commitment to GIALC to be honoured. Labor won the election, so it's now time for the government to fund GIALC, and so Philippa and her wonderful team can get on with the job. Minister, Treasurer, it is time to deliver on your promise. This funding will provide essential services and enable digital literacy services for older and new Australians and those seeking to re-enter the workforce. Don't be known for empty promises and leaving vulnerable Australians behind. Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to table copies of the letters sent to the Minister and Treasurer and the social media post announcing the funding commitment in the election by the Labor Party.
Is leave granted?
Maybe so.
Yeah, I think the answer is no.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Bayside, Glenira and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure, so when Labor ripped $100 million of our community, we are still living with the consequences. The Peterson Street Reserve Sports Ground in Hyde has been waiting years for an upgrade. It doesn't have modern facilities, particularly for women's sport. At the 2022 and 2025 election, we committed funding. Earlier this year, we committed $3 million to build the facilities that the Hyde community needs for the 21st century, so it could have modern facilities for Hyde West Cricket Club, Hampton Hammers Football Netball Club and the East Sandringham Junior Football Club. Bayside is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean Hyde gets the facilities they need and wouldn't be left behind. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au. Speaker, I note some MPs are questioning Australia's commitment to net zero. As you all know, I have a long-term interest in this important area and know delivering long-term emissions reduction depends on trust, and nothing will corrode that trust more than price increases and outages, which takes us to the Teals. They were elected on a platform of explicit trust and integrity in politics, so it is fair to hold them to account to this standard. So when the member for Warringah was elected on the basis of climate action and reducing fossil fuel subsidies, but then voted for $2 billion of new coal and gas subsidies, it was a direct betrayal of their commitment to integrity in public office. They have tried to sweep it under the carpet, hoping no one would notice. When one Teal MP was asked why they broke this trust, They first said it was, quote, misinformation, before begging forgiveness that they had had strips torn off them rightly if they voted against. If you get elected on a platform of climate action and then you vote for $2 billion in new coal and gas subsidies, I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker, but you have no integrity. Thank you, Speaker. Bayside, Glenara and Kingston residents should have decent infrastructure. So when Labor ripped out $100 million from our community, we are still living with the consequences. The Brighton Beach Oval Pavilion on South Road has been waiting years for an upgrade. It doesn't have facilities for women's footy or cricket. Before the election, we committed $2 million to bring the facilities into the 21st century so it could have modern facilities, including change room for women's footy and cricket for clubs like Old Brighton Grammarians Footy Club and Brighton Cricket Club. Bayside is ready. If the federal government helped, it would mean women get the facilities they need and wouldn't be left behind. Take action and sign the petition at timwilsonmp.com.au.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Tonight I want to speak about a remarkable young woman from Thornley West Public School and what has motivated her to do an extraordinary thing. In May this year, I had the privilege of joining Year 6 student Amelia Raisin and her school community for the world's biggest morning tea. Amelia is just 7 years old and she led the charge with a business plan, with organising the event, with galvanising her teachers, her classmates, the parents and the wider Thornley West family. Together, Thornley West Public School families baked, donated and contributed with such generosity that the morning tea raised more than $9,000 for cancer research. A fantastic achievement. What struck me most that day wasn't the generosity of the school community, but the leadership of Amelia. Amelia is a great young woman with a big future, and she was inspired to act because of Simone. Simone's a lifelong local. She and her husband Dan, also a local, are raising their family in the community they grew up in, because they know in our community we have a strong knit electorate. Simone is also Amelia's mum, and Simone, who is in the gallery this evening with her husband Dan, is living with cholangiocarcinoma, a rare and aggressive cancer. Diagnosed in September last year, Simone is having chemotherapy and immunotherapy under the care of the dedicated team at the Chris O'Brien Lifehouse in Camperdown. Cholangiocarcinoma is not only rare, but it's aggressive. Around 1,300 Australians are diagnosed each year and outcomes are significantly poorer than for more common cancers. Too often symptoms appear only when the disease is advanced, and that really underlies why we must accelerate access to innovative treatments and why investment in research is so vital. For families like Simone's, every advance in treatment offers the possibility of more time, more milestones and more moments together. Right now, that means exploring access to treatments like histotripsy, a promising non-invasive treatment using high-frequency ultrasound to destroy cancer cells. Encouragingly, histotripsy machine is expected to arrive at the Chris O'Brien Lifehouse Centre later this year, with more machines to follow across the states in 2026. The establishment of these machines has only been made possible because of a generous philanthropic donation of multi-millions of dollars. That generosity has given families hope, but two hurdles remain. The first is time. Australians need faster access to therapies like this. And the second is cost. At first, histotripsy will not be covered by Medicare or private health insurance, leaving families to face tens of thousands of dollars of out-of-pocket expenses. These challenges extend beyond new technologies. In July, the PBAC meeting, futrinatinib, a medication for patients with cholangiocarcinoma carrying the FGFR2 mutation, was recently not recommended for listing. Another targeted inhibitor, pemigatinib, is only available through costly co-funding of around $24,000. Under urgent consideration and reconsideration of these medicines would help Australians who ensure they're not denied access to life-extending treatments available internationally. This isn't just an issue for cholangiocarcinoma patients, but for all Australians with rare cancers. Approximately 40,000 Australians are diagnosed with a rare cancer each year. Because these cancers are individually uncommon, they attract less attention and patients are too often left behind. Now, the PBS has been transformative for many cancers, but when a promising drug is only listed for one indication, patients with rare cancers who may share the same genetic mutations are excluded. A system that ties access to how common a cancer is rather than whether the science supports treatment is unjust. Other countries are moving faster. In the US, histotripsy has already been used in leading cancer centres. The UK is making strides. Australian families cannot afford for us to leave them behind. Our regulatory processes must be both safe and timely. I want to acknowledge the tireless advocacy of groups like Rare Cancers Australia and the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, dedicated clinicians pushing for reform. They remind us that our world-class health system has people continuing to fight for innovation in medicine and treatments. For people with common cancers, subsidised treatments and clear pathways exist. For those with rare cancers, the journey is too often fragmented, bureaucratic and prohibitively expensive. The launch in Parliament this evening of the Rare Cancers Australia Policy Report shows there's so much more to do. The story of Simone, Dan, Amelia and her sister Eva is both deeply personal and powerfully universal. But it's also about a health system that too often trails innovation, leading Australians with rare cancers at the back of the queue. The courage of families like the Rosens to challenge us to do better is inspiring. Amelia has shown what a determined young woman can do. Simone has shown remarkable strength on her journey. Their school has shown what our community can do when it pulls together. Now we owe them to bring compassion, urgency and fairness into the way our health system responds.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. Over the weekend I had the wonderful privilege of hosting the second annual Tilly Aston Community Awards, held in Wantirna at the Chinese Association of Victoria. These awards honour outstanding contributions and achievements within the Aston community. Named after Tilly Aston, a renowned advocate for social causes, these awards aim to celebrate individuals or groups that have demonstrated exceptional dedication, leadership and positive impact in various aspects of community life. Among the recipients of the awards were tireless volunteers in schools, charitable and community organisations and sporting clubs, working selflessly for others in ways that bring community together. It was fantastic to be able to honour and recognise so many outstanding members of the Aston community and highlight their work with others. Speaking of bringing community together, I want to now highlight a great club in my electorate, the Knox United Soccer Club. This club, which began in 1993 and which has many passionate members, had needed a new forever home for a while. I met and consulted with them several times since becoming the member for Aston, and their advocacy for upgrades to facilities and a new pavilion paid off. I was rapt to have announced alongside the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, the Honourable Catherine King MP, in April that a re-elected Albanese Labor government would commit $1.8 million towards a brand new pavilion with 2 extra change rooms catering to the needs of the increasing number of girls and women who play soccer with this club. Knox United Soccer Club, as well as Knoxfield Cricket Club, were very happy to have this $1.8 million commitment from our government, alongside a $5.3 million commitment from Knox City Council, and they're now looking forward to seeing the pavilion's implementation. The Albanese Labor government are committed to women's sport, as I am too, and this investment in local sport will ensure that all members of the community are able to access these fantastic sporting clubs. Another Albanese Labor government commitment is the Home Guarantee Scheme, which 782 people in Aston have already accessed, and now the dream of owning a home is getting closer for more people. From 1st of October this year, every Australian buying their first home will be able to do so with just a 5% deposit and without the added cost of lenders' mortgage insurance. And this will ensure that more young people, families and hardworking people in Aston and indeed in Australia will have the chance to buy their first home sooner. For example, people living in Aston suburbs like Heathmont, Wantirna, Rowville and Knoxfield can purchase a $1 million home with a $50,000 deposit instead of a $200,000 deposit. In its first year of operating alone, this scheme will save homeowners approximately $1.5 billion in mortgage insurance costs. Wow! That's much needed money that will stay in the pockets of household budgets and bringing home ownership within reach so much sooner. This scheme is part of the Albanese government's $43 billion housing agenda, including a $10 billion commitment to deliver 100,000 homes exclusively for first home buyers. By delivering this reform, we are giving Australians a chance to step into their first home, build security for their families and invest in their futures. And one more wonderful thing that the Albanese Labor government has done for the people of Australia and the good people of Aston is to ensure that there is a Medicare urgent care clinic close by for those types of non-life-threatening injuries, but still injuries that need to be seen to urgently. Recently, I received a lovely thank you card from Jennifer from Wantirna South, who wrote to me about having to access the urgent care clinic in Bayswater when her husband needed it. She said in her card that she and her husband could not thank me enough for this service, and that both the nurse and doctor there were very caring to both her husband and her. Of course, the urgent care clinic in Bayswater is bulk billed as well. Another fantastic aspect of this initiative that this government has achieved for the Australian people. Real changes that people like Jennifer and her husband are 100% thankful for, and for whom the benefits are obvious. And I am very proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government that is delivering for so many excellent policies that help people in my community and across Australia. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House do now give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Earlier today I was proud to see one of the Australian flags that flies above this building on display in the Great Hall, hosted by your good self, Mr Speaker. Thank you. This coincided with Australian National Flag Day, marking 124 years since our flag was first officially flown on the 3rd of September 1901. Our flag is more than a piece of blue, red and white cloth. It is a symbol of sacrifice, national identity and unity. More than 100,000 Australians have fought and died under our flag. In times of peace and war, it has bound us together. Mr Speaker, I have personally been disgusted to see that our flag has been defiled. In protests across the nation, it has been burned and stomped on. Australians are likewise disgusted by these actions and have been alarmed by the waving of foreign flags, including those of terrorist groups like ISIS, the Taliban, Hezbollah and Hamas. Many patriotic Australians have taken notice of this and started to wonder if indeed we are losing our way as a nation. That sense of disillusionment and frustration is real. And I believe it is part of what led ordinarily Australians to attend a March for Australia protest yesterday. Now, let me be absolutely clear, abundantly clear. Anyone who tries to use the Australian flag to spread hate or division is not a patriot. They are not standing up for our country, and neo-Nazis must be condemned absolutely. Our diggers fought the Nazis. Embracing this ideology is the opposite of Australian patriotism. But I will say this, I refuse to condemn everyone who attended one of these marches yesterday, like many of those opposite have done, and I've heard them in a number of speeches today in this place, who I note have not been so quick to condemn extremists in the pro-Palestinian camp. I'll leave people to make up their own mind as to why that would be so. Among the crowds were thousands of good, fair-minded Australians, everyday mums and dads, workers and retirees, people who simply just love our country and just want to be heard by their government. To dismiss all of them as hateful or divisive, Mr Speaker, is wrong. The fact is, these rallies would not have attracted the same crowds if they'd been organised a few years ago. Australians are hurting, and I have repeatedly spoken about the rising cost of living impacting families, small businesses and young Australians in particular, who have almost given up on ever owning their own home. For most, I think, this wasn't about demonising anyone. This was about calling on the government to have a sensible approach to migration. One man who marched in Brisbane outlined in Channel 9 a sentiment I believe which would reflect the view of most Australians. He said, and I quote, "I love migration, okay? I'm from a family of immigrants as well. The point is how many you bring in the country, where do you house them?" And I think that is a very worthy question to ask. In less than 10 years, my home state of WA has gone from having a population of less than 2.5 million people to a population of over 3 million people. Most of that growth has been driven by overseas migration. Now, this wouldn't be so bad if housing supply, infrastructure and the hospital system were keeping up with this growth. But, Mr Speaker, they simply are not. When I raise Labor's reckless migration, I don't seek to demonise migrants. Far from it. I do not blame anyone who wants to come here. After all, we are the greatest country in the world. Why wouldn't you want to come here? We have also long benefited from a steady migration program. Our multicultural character is one of the defining qualities of our great country. I think most people who marched would share that sentiment. I think their anger is directed solely at the Albanese Labor government for not managing the migration program properly. Our Prime Minister promised to be a leader who would take responsibility, yet he has not once conceded that his reckless increase of the migration program is making life harder for Australians. The challenge before us is not to lecture or to condemn, but to listen and to respond, to restore faith that this country can once again be a place where a young person can dream of buying their own home, raising their family, building their future in a nation that is united, not divided, that Australia is still the lucky country.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Dixon.
Mr Speaker, young Australians wish they could afford a home amongst the gum trees, or a home with lots of plum trees, a sheep or two or a kangaroo. Young Australians just want a roof over their head. An 80s built flat with no veranda out the back would do. Owning your own home is the great Australian dream, but for many hard-working Australians, the dream of owning a home is slipping further and further out of reach. That is why the Albanese Labor government is helping first home buyers get into a home of their own by offering 5% deposits and guaranteeing a portion of their home loan so they don't have to pay mortgage lenders' insurance. Single parents will also be able to buy a home with just a 2% deposit. Young people have the same home ownership aspirations as generations gone by, but our young people are losing hope that home ownership is possible. The portion of average wages dedicated to mortgage payments has risen dramatically, from 32% in the late 90s to 49% in 2024. That means Australians are now spending nearly half their household income on mortgage repayments, and in some states they spend over 50%. House prices have gone up, interest rates have gone up, but for a decade, while the Coalition was in power, wages stagnated. All of these things combined have made home ownership so much more difficult than in previous generations. That's why the Albanese Labor government is expanding our first home guarantee. From the 1st of October, first home buyers will be able to purchase a home with just a 5% deposit. And because the government will guarantee part of these mortgages, buyers won't be hit with tens of thousands of dollars in lenders' mortgage insurance. On average, they will save about $25,000. For first-time home buyers in my community of Dixon, I know this will make a real difference. Our beautiful Moreton Bay community is one of the fastest growing regions in the country. North of Brisbane, many young families are moving to Moreton Bay after being priced out of Brisbane. Nearly 800,000 people are expected to live in the city of Moreton Bay by 2046. That's more than double the size of Hobart and almost double the size of the whole of the ACT. During the election campaign, I spoke to many young couples, single parents and long-term renters who told me they feel like they're always just that one step behind. Many of them told me that making it easier to buy their first home was what they cared about most. And since we came to government in 2022, 1,200 people in Dixon have already been able to buy their first home with a 5% deposit or less. We are also building 100,000 new homes exclusively for first home buyers so they don't miss out to property investors. And we are continuing the largest housing build in Australian history, because more housing means more affordable homes. Whether it's apartments for young professionals, townhouses for growing families, or accessible homes for older Australians and those with a disability, we're building for everyone. As a single mum, I am also incredibly proud that the Albanese Labor government is backing single parents, who often face even greater challenges when it comes to home ownership. We are also investing in social and affordable homes for vulnerable people who can't afford rent, let alone buying a home. There are around 28,000 social and affordable homes in planning or under construction. When those opposite were in government, they failed to invest in housing, only building 373 social and affordable homes in 9 long years of government. The Albanese government is making real progress. We're listening to Australians, we're acting on what matters, and we're delivering on our promise to get more people into their own homes, their own kitchens, cooking up a roast or Vegemite on toast, and perhaps a little bush retreat where the kookaburras call. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. To give the call to the member for Macpherson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to speak about an issue that I'm incredibly passionate about. It's a decision of this Labor government that's having devastating impacts on members of my community. The same Prime Minister who ran a health cuts scare campaign against our former leaders now stripped health and disability care funding and access from our community's most vulnerable. When this Labor government makes decisions about numbers on a page, they seem to forget that those numbers represent people. And right now, people in my electorate are paying the price for Labor's poor decisions. On 1 July, Labor allowed new NDIS pricing arrangements to come into effect. These changes were thrust upon participants and the sector with very little opportunity for preparation, and the impacts are already being felt across the country. Labor's approach has been blunt, heavy-handed, and, as many providers have told me, entirely disconnected from the realities on the ground. Recently, I met with Ross from Custom Prosthetics and Orthotics in Madraba, one of the many providers and participants I've spoken with since the changes came into effect. Ross shared the story of a Coolangatta resident, a recent amputee who, after being fitted with a new leg, is now unable to access the physiotherapy required to relearn how to walk using that new leg. This is the cost of Labor's ill-considered decisions. I also met with Physio for Kids in Robina, who raised serious concerns about the assumptions these changes are grounded on. They explained that the rates being used for comparison were based on musculoskeletal physiotherapy, a completely different service to the highly specialised intensive care required by many NDIS participants. Physio for Kids told me this flawed benchmarking leaves providers questioning their viability and families fearful of losing access to essential support. During my meetings with local providers, I heard the same story over and over again. Providers are already underselling their services to put participants first. A local physiotherapist told me that each appointment with a participant, perhaps billed for 2 hours, comes with upwards of 4 hours worth of paperwork and reporting. That is time and cost providers currently absorb for the sake of the participants they serve. When making changes to the NDIS, we must remember, if delivering services isn't viable for providers, there will be no one left to support participants. With that being said, I recognise growing need for greater efficiency and integrity in the NDIS, because every dollar we invest should reach the people that it is intended to help, and the scheme must have the financial sustainability to endure for the long term. Mr. Speaker, we all recognise that the NDIS must remain financially sustainable. This year, the scheme's costing taxpayers around $48.5 billion, projected to rise to $52.3 billion next year and to reach $63.4 billion by 2028-29. These are significant figures, but ensuring sustainability cannot mean undermining access. That balance requires careful thought, proper consultation, and an approach that puts participants at the centre. But meaningful reform cannot be done by spreadsheets alone. It must be strategic, evidence-based and carefully implemented with clear transition paths. Providers across the Gold Coast tell me these price settings look less like reform and more like a blunt savings measure. They've urged the government to tackle waste, fraud and duplication, to standardise reporting and to accelerate early intervention pathways, not to pull funding levers that choke off access. When travel allowances are cut and specialist therapies benchmarked against the wrong services, those with the most complex needs pay first and pay most. The NDIS is supported to be there for those who need it most. It's important that the scheme's efficient and targeted to ensure long-term sustainability. But these changes are disproportionately hitting hardest for those participants with some of the most complex needs, people for whom travelling to appointments is not simply difficult but impossible. To halve their travel allowance is halving their access to halve their travel allowance without consultation is halving their ability to access support. I'll continue to raise the voices of my community in this place, and I urge the government to take those voices very seriously. The NDIS must work for those who rely on it.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Speaker. During the election, I said that housing is my #1 priority. That's for 2 reasons. First, housing is one of those basic human needs that once you've met it, it gives you the literal space to become the person that you are meant to be, to do the things for your community that only you can do. Without a roof over your head, nothing else is possible. But the second reason is because there is no greater impact that a government can have on the economy than providing affordable housing. It really twigged for me in a casual conversation that I had about 20 years ago when somebody told me that public housing used to be built around meatworks in Brisbane to provide affordable housing to workers. That one conversation sparked an interest, and I went on to learn that the post-war economic miracle of Australia was achieved through 2 things: cheap housing and cheap energy. State and federal, Labor and Liberal governments working together to build Australia. It's largely forgotten now, but before World War II, in the heart of Australian cities, there were great slums. Look at those genteel inner-city terrace homes today, and just remember that before the war, 3 or 4 families would be jammed into them, and those families were the lucky ones. Governments knew that it just wasn't good enough for our veterans to come back from World War II and live in slums, and so that was one impetus to build affordable housing, but the other impetus was the economy. It was to provide cheap rent, not just for vulnerable people, but for workers. It's easy to think that cheap rent means more money in people's pockets to spend in local business, and sure, that's important, but the economic benefit is much more profound than that. The real economic benefit is that cheap rent means wages don't need to be so high, and that helps attract business. In fact, it's how the car industry, for example, came to industry. Public housing came to Australia. Public housing built around car plants. One of the greatest proponents of public housing was the South Australian Liberal Premier, Thomas Playford, during World War II, and for 20 years after it. He put it into the charter of the South Australian Housing Trust that it would aid in the economic development of the state. By the 1990s, over 40% of every rental in South Australia was public housing. Now that number is half. Nationally, public housing was about 20% of every rental at the start of the 90s, and now it's about 10%. On the Gold Coast, public housing accounts for about 5% of every rental. And we wonder why we have a housing crisis. I don't want to play the blame game because, like the Minister for Housing said, this problem has been over 40 years, so both sides of politics. But it becomes the most extreme in the 9 years of the former government, when just 373 social and affordable homes were built. The only way out of it is for all political parties to work together, again, just like post-war Australia. I'm sure the National Party wants to do it. Joh Bjelke-Petersen was famous for building public housing, for saying to mining companies that they could have their lease, but they'd need to develop towns like Moranbah and Dysart. So I implore the other side of the House, change tack. Let's work together. Support the HAF, the Housing Australia Future Fund, that will undertake the biggest, that is undertaking the biggest public housing program of a generation. Support the expansion of the 5% deposit program. Get behind National Cabinet's ambitious but necessary target to build 1.2 million homes, 100,000 of which will be for first home buyers. Get behind the Help to Buy program, where government will partner with buyers to share the equity and dramatically slash the cost to enter the market. Support measures which will help make life better for renters. Like the Housing Minister said, housing is the Labor project of our generation. But wouldn't it be even better for our grandkids if they could look at us and say that housing was the project of our generation, from all political parties? Just like we look back on the post-war generation who worked together across the parties to literally build Australia and who set us up for decades of economic prosperity.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.